Chapter 166. Li Zhongjiu already knew that someone was following behind him. However, he didn't take it to heart. Someone bumped into someone. Help, someone bumped into someone. He's the one who bumped into someone. Don't let him escape. The skinny man from the Four Black Inferno suddenly fell to the ground. He covered his leg and rolled back and forth on the ground. Although this move was very old-fashioned, it was very effective. It was indeed a classic. Li Zhongjiu originally didn't turn around to look, but he saw that person quickly walk in front of him. It was obvious that he was looking for Li Zhongjiu. "Brat, you bumped into my friend and you still want to leave?" The man with the tiger bone hat looked at Li Zhongjiu with jealousy and fierceness. He bared his teeth and roared. His majestic body gave people the feeling that he was a wild beast standing in front of them. In addition to the intimidating equipment on his body, it was likely that he would be easily frightened by the person in front of him. Li Zhongjiu glanced at the person in front of him. There wasn't much fear in his eyes. This brat was actually not afraid. The man nicknamed Hu Sha was also surprised. After all, there were very few people who wouldn't be afraid when encountering such a situation. Even if you weren't afraid, you should at least show some expression, right? A ding sound rang out. Li Zhongjiu flicked a gold coin and it fell towards Hu Sha. Hu Sha subconsciously caught the gold coin in his hand. In this moment of distraction, Li Zhongjiu had already brushed past him. Hu Sha was left in a mess on the spot. What was the meaning of this gold coin? Was he trying to dismiss a beggar? When Hu Sha saw the gold coin, he felt that he had been greatly insulted. "How was it? How much did you get?" The one lying on the ground was relatively skinny, so he was called Monkey Sha. He was also the one with the most tricks. Now that he saw that Hu Sha actually made Li Zhongjiu leave directly, he must have gotten something. However, when Hu Sha got up and saw that there was only one gold coin in Hu Sha's hand, he was instantly stunned. What was the meaning of this? One gold coin. Fuck! I'm going to cripple him. Without another word, the monkey demon picked up the two short sticks at his waist. There were some small needles hidden on the short stick. When some people were fighting, they thought that the rod didn't have much power and directly reached out to grab it. Naturally, they would be pierced by the needle. In addition, the poison on the needle was enough to paralyze a 5th-grade master for at least 5 minutes. A strong gust of wind blew towards Li Zhongjiu. Boom! Monkey Sha leaped up and launched an attack. However, in the end, he realized that his attack had missed its target. How could this be? Could it be that his eyes were playing tricks on him? Just as Hu Sha was surprised, he felt a figure standing behind him. What? Hu Sha's heart skipped a beat. The stick in his hand subconsciously swung behind him. He had to catch his opponent off guard. This strike was aimed directly at the head of the person behind him. If he was hit, he would definitely explode like a watermelon. Bang! In an instant, brain matter splattered everywhere. Blood splattered everywhere, and the shattered skull turned into bullets as it smashed towards the side, causing countless dust to fly up from the ground. A headless corpse appeared in front of Li Zhongjiu. Li Zhongjiu put down the stone in his hand. It was still stained with blood and hair. Plop! The monkey demon's body fell to the ground. The stick in his hand also rolled to the side. When Hu Sha turned around, a pool of blood splattered on his face. He couldn't help but wipe his eyes. "Motherfucker, what's shooting at my face?" When he opened his palm and saw that it was covered in blood, he was stunned. Then, he saw the monkey demon in front of Li Zhongjiu. From Hu Sha's angle, he couldn't see that the monkey demon's head had been smashed. However, the ground in front of the monkey demon was also covered in blood. Immediately, he knew that this kid had seriously injured the monkey demon. "How dare you attack after bumping into someone? Hu Sha, will definitely twist your head off and use it as a urinal." Hu Sha roared. Xiong Sha and Yao Sha, who were behind him, knew that the situation wasn't good. Obviously, they had to take action and fight to convince the other party. Li Zongjio turned around. Looking at Hu Sha's eyes, Hu Sha suddenly felt as if he had fallen into an ice cellar. His legs stiffened and he stood rooted to the ground. Bang! The two people who were about to rush forward to kill Li Zongjio suddenly stopped in their tracks. They saw that there was a bloody hole in the left side of Hu Sha's heart. A hand reached out from the bloody hole, holding something that was beating. Thump! Thump! Even though they were separated by such a great distance, they could still feel the powerful beating of the heart. The remaining two people looked at each other. When they saw this scene, they obviously didn't dare to believe it. This must be fake. How could this be possible? Although Hu Sha looked strong, his strength was at the level of a genuine 7th grade Yuan master. A 7th grade Yuan master, in addition to his overbearing strength, was already a dangerous thing for ordinary adventurers. Hu Sha lowered his head and looked at the bloody hole in his chest. And Li Zongjio's calm expression. This scene. The surrounding people were also watching from afar. They watched as Li Zongjio slowly withdrew his hand from Hu Sha's chest. Soon after, Hu Sha's body emitted a loud bang. Like a mountain, it smashed into the ground. Hu Sha's eyes were wide open. He truly died with his eyes wide open. He didn't even see clearly how Li Zongjio killed him. It was only when Li Zongjio took out his heart that Hu Sha felt pain. He felt that Li Zongjio was already in front of him. The gold coin in his hand was taken back by Li Zongjio. His blood-stained hand rubbed it on Hu Sha's body. Then, he placed the gold coin back into his pocket. Li Zongjio looked in the direction of the two people in front of him. Without saying anything, he turned around and left. In less than 5 breaths of time, 2 more corpses appeared on the ground. One was a 5th grade Yuan master, and the other was a 7th grade Yuan master. These were 2 Yuan master level experts. Just like that, they lay on the ground without moving. One of them didn't have a head, and the other didn't have a heart. As for Li Zongjio, he walked away as if nothing had happened. When some people saw Li Zongjio walk over, they even subconsciously hid behind him. The aura of this youth was too terrifying. With such skills, there was probably no one present who could stop him. "I'll go kill him." Xiong Sha wanted to go up and fight with Li Zongjio. However, he was grabbed by the woman beside him and slapped on the head. "Are you an idiot? Can't you see that he doesn't even put us in his eyes?" Chapter 167. She stared at Li Zongjio's departing figure. The woman sucked in a deep breath of cold air. If Li Zongjio were to walk towards them, the two of them would definitely die. They had already lost 2 people before they could even see how the other party attacked, even if they had given it their all. At most, they could only hold on for a little longer. There was no superfluous talk, and he directly attacked. Such ruthlessness! How could one ignore such ruthlessness? The 4 black inferno demons were originally very cruel, and their methods were also incomparable to that of ordinary people. However, when facing Li Zongjio, they still paled in comparison. This was a true example of a ruthless person who did not speak much. Usually, ruthless people did not speak much. Therefore, the woman immediately knew that Li Zongjio was not someone to be trifled with. She was already very lucky to be alive. If she continued to charge forward, she probably would not see the sun tomorrow. Where did such a young man come from? It made one curious. When the people on the road saw Li Zongjio's figure, they shuddered and kept their distance. Along the way, Li Zongjio's story had already been passed down by word of mouth. Almost everyone who met him would talk about what they had seen of Li Zongjio today. This was really surprising. To think that such a person would appear on this path. Li Zongjio followed his memory and inquired many times before he finally found the secluded courtyard hidden in the forest. This should not be the same place as before, Li Zongjio thought. When he saw her, it should have been half a year after his family's accident. It was still early. No wonder he could not find her when he returned to the original place. Even the Black Water Road itself had undergone some changes and was constantly changing. At this moment, There were many people lying in the courtyard of the small house in the forest. Their bodies were clean, but they were all wrapped with bandages. A strong herbal smell could be smelled from afar. But at this moment the gate was wide open. When he saw this scene, Li Zhongjiu couldn't help but frown. There was some noise coming from the room. Cut the crap. You shameless woman, swindling people all day long. Now that you've killed my little brother, you can either compensate me with money or with him, or I'll burn down your restaurant. A rough voice roared angrily. However, there was a hint of pride in his voice. The forest clinic had already become a sacred place in the hearts of many mercenaries and adventurers. Those who came and went had to be respectful because the forest clinic had once saved their lives. But today, something like this happened. A person was sent here yesterday for treatment. Originally, it was just a simple wound infection. After treating the wound and changing the medicine, it would be fine. However, when he woke up this morning, this person was actually dead. The forest clinic was originally a place to treat illnesses and save people, but now it had killed someone. Even if you saved 100 people, as long as you killed one person, you would be considered a murderer. No one would remember your kindness. Even the people from the forest clinic were clenching their fists tightly. Although their faces were filled with rage, they stammered and didn't say anything. Everyone, come and be the judge. My little brother's wound was inflamed yesterday, and he came to exchange for a set of medicinal herbs. Who knew that the medical center gave him the wrong medicine? When he woke up this morning, his body was already cold. As his big brother, how can I just watch my little brother die in vain? Don't be fooled by the people in this clinic. In my opinion, they are clearly using my body as an experiment to test their medicinal formula. Anyway, if I die, I die because they don't want to take any money. Therefore, they can use our bodies to test medicine without any scruples. Otherwise, how could my little brother die? When they heard the man in black robes roar like this, some of the people in the forest clinic were so angry that they were trembling. They couldn't wait to tear the man's mouth apart. However, when they heard the man in black robes say this, some of them suddenly remembered. That's right. I was wondering why the method she used was different from what I've seen. So this is the reason. That's right. I also feel that my wound is strange. Could they have used some forbidden medicine to overdraft our potential? Otherwise, how could it heal so quickly? Some of the people who were there to treat their injuries thought about it and found that it made sense. That was because the methods and herbs used by the people in the forest clinic were things they had never seen before. In fact, the recovery effect was 3 to 5 times better than that of an ordinary doctor. Previously, they had thought that it was because of Medicine Master Nanxing's medical skills. However, now it seemed that it was possible that it was an experiment. Surrounded by the crowd, a woman in a gray long-sleeved shirt, her beautiful hair hanging down her back and down to her waist, was tied up with a delicate and pretty bow. When the man spoke, there was no fluctuation in his emotions. Instead, she quietly watched the man in front of her speak. This woman was the owner of the forest clinic. Everyone called her Medicine Master Nanxing. She claimed to be a medicine master who opened a clinic to save people and didn't charge a single cent. She only needed to bring some medicine for her when it was convenient. When such a bodhisattva appeared here, anyone would be pleasantly surprised. They would even be shocked that such a beautiful person in front of them had learned the skills of a medicine master and had specially come to such a place to save them. However, today, because of this incident, the image of the Linzhong Clinic and Medicine Master Nanxing had been greatly tarnished. They even began to suspect that Medicine Master Nanxing had put some kind of poison in their stomachs that could control them. Impossible. Medicine Master Nanxing is definitely not that kind of person. Old Third Tai, have you forgotten how your leg was healed? That's right. If she had any ulterior motives, why would she come looking for you idiots? Why would she come looking for you people who should have died a few months ago or even half a year ago? Then tell us, what method did this woman use to cure all of you? What kind of medicine did she use? How could such a small amount of medicine in this small clinic be able to cure so many of us? There are so many kinds of diseases. Don't you think there's a problem? The people on both sides immediately began to argue. Between each other, they were very fiery and impolite. After all, they were all extraordinary people. Those who made a living here could risk their lives at any time. Why would they care about such things? Now, some people still believed in Medicine Master Nanxing, but some people were already standing on the side of the man in black. How much do you want to pay? Medicine Master Nanxing finally spoke when the scene was extremely noisy. When he spoke, he was still as unhurried as before. Chapter 168. How much money do I have to pay? Hearing Nanxing's words, the rest of the people also quieted down. There were a few helpers beside Nanxing. It was said that these helpers were hired from the city. They were there to protect Nanxing, and they looked very ordinary. Li Zhongjiu had already squeezed his way in. He hid in the crowd but did not dare to enter. He did not dare to look at the girl. Li Zhongjiu owed Nanxing in his previous life. Therefore, in this life, Li Zhongjiu did not dare to face Nanxing directly. Pay? In that case, alchemist Nanxing wants to use money to settle this matter? Fine, I am alone and it is not easy to protect my right. Your clinic is so big, just give me a few million gold coins and send me away. The black-clothed man heard Nanxing's words, and he did not care. He crossed his arms in front of his chest and said, obviously, he had already achieved his goal. Not only did he want money, but he also wanted Nanxing to lose his reputation. On the surface, it seemed like alchemist Nanxing was only doing this for money. But in reality, if alchemist Nanxing had taken out so much money, it meant that he had a guilty conscience and admitted that he had caused the death of the patient. Although he still didn't know why alchemist Nanxing would do this. However, there must be someone behind all of this. Excuse me, please let me in. Li Zhongjiu hid in the back and took a deep breath. He finally patted the shoulder of the person in front of him, indicating that he should go in. If he did not come to find her, then there would be no way to remove the blood poison bug from Shen Nanxiao's body. At that time, Shen Nanxiao would become a walking corpse. His mother, Shen Xinxiao, would be in so much pain that she would not want to live. After all, something had happened to her own brother. Therefore, no matter what, Li Zhongjiu had to bring Nanxing back. Little kid, go play at the side. The tall man in front of him turned around and saw that the person beside him was actually a little kid. What was there to give in to? However, in the next moment, the tall man suddenly felt as if his body was lifted into the air. It was as if there was a force grabbing him, causing his body to involuntarily fly high into the air. Li Zhongjiu grabbed the man in front of him. Then, he threw it out with a whoosh. The commotion here also shocked the surrounding people. After all, such a big person was directly thrown out, how could they ignore it? However, when they saw that the person who attacked was actually a young man, they were all shocked. Medicine Master Nanxing's line of sight was blocked by the black-clothed man in front of him. He didn't see Li Zhongjiu. He only saw the brawny man who flew out. This comical scene caused alchemist Nanxing's heart to relax slightly. The black-clothed man seemed to have seen the smile in Nanxing's alchemist's eyes. Furthermore, his gaze had also landed behind him. The black-clothed man furiously turned around and looked behind him. But all he saw was a hand. He reached out to grab him. Ah! Voila! In the next instant, Li Zhongjiu directly threw the black-clothed man out. To Li Zhongjiu, no matter what the black-clothed man had to do, it wasn't as urgent as his matter. Therefore, he should just stand aside and wait. With a bang, the black-clothed man fell outside the door. There were already several people outside the door, stacked on top of each other. Medicine Master Nanxing and the others looked at the young man standing in front of them. They didn't know why he helped them. Although it was wrong to hit people, He directly threw them out when they were only halfway through their word. Such an action would make them think that the forest clinic was extremely rude. You are. Medicine Master Nanxing couldn't help but frown when he saw the newcomer. Nanxing looked at the young and confident Li Zongjiu in front of him. This pair of eyes seemed to be able to see through everything in the world. They had a calm expression that belonged to him. However, in Li Zongjiu's eyes, Nanxing could still see a trace of panic. Although it was well hidden by Li Zongjiu, why would he panic? Moreover, in Medicine Master Nanxing's eyes, the young man in front of him gave him a familiar feeling. This caused Medicine Master Nanxing to be extremely surprised. Because at his level, there was almost no one who could gain his favor. How could this be possible? How could such a person appear in such a small place? Medicine Master Nanxing couldn't help but feel a trace of interest towards Li Zongjiu. He curiously sized up the young man in front of him. Just what secrets do you have? My name is Li Zongjiu. I come from Luoxia City. Luoxia City? I've never heard of it. Nanxing frowned slightly, then gently shook his head. The name Li Zongjiu was even more unfamiliar to him. For Nanxing, with a single glance, she could tell that this was the first time Li Zongjiu had come to her clinic. You will hear about it in the future. But right now I want to ask you to save someone, Li Zongjiu said. His heart, which had been stagnant for 3,000 years, finally began to tremble again. My clinic has already become a black clinic. You still dare to ask me to save someone? The 9 revolving universe needle technique is unparalleled in the world, Li Zongjiu said. At this moment, Medicine Master Nanxing, who originally had a calm expression, widened his eyes in shock. The 9 revolving universe needle technique. This was an acupuncture technique passed down from ancient times. It was also the acupuncture technique that Medicine Master Nanxing was currently learning. However, only Nanxing himself knew about this. He had never even told his family members. How did Li Zongjiu know about it? Therefore, Nanxing's heart was filled with shock as he looked at Li Zongjiu. Who are you? I can help you find the lower half of the 9 revolving universe needle technique, but you have to help me save someone, Li Zongjiu said. His face was filled with confidence. Logically speaking, Li Zongjiu might be lying. However, Nanxing could see the confidence and pride in Li Zongjiu's eyes. It seemed that there was no need for him to lie about this kind of thing. You really can find the lower half? Why should I believe you? Nanxing looked into Li Zongjiu's eyes and said. The surrounding onlookers were also dumbfounded by what they saw. What was going on? Weren't they just talking about curing someone to death? Why were they talking about a deal now? What was wrong with this young man? Why did he suddenly cut the queue? Li Zongjiu did not answer. The onlookers behind them were violently pushed aside by a group of people. Then, a large group of people rushed in. You want to attack me? Smash it. Today, I'm going to burn down this medical center. None of the people here can leave. The person who gave the order was the man who was thrown out by Li Zongjiu. Chapter 169. It was obvious that the other party had come prepared. They had brought so many people and were lying in ambush. It seemed that if they did not fork out so much money today, there would be no way to settle this peacefully. Nanxing was unmoved, as if he did not care at all. As for Li Zongjiu, he took a step back and turned around. He rushed towards the black-clothed man. Cripple this brat first. The leader of the black-clothed man actually took out a dagger and directly stabbed it towards Li Zongjiu. The rest of the people also held metal rods in their hands. Some of them smashed towards the windows, while others smashed towards the tables and chairs. However, the majority of them directly smashed towards Li Zongjiu. These people's movements were clearly very practiced. They rushed in without any nonsense. Their movements were fast, but Li Zongjiu's movements were even faster. His figure moved forward. The yuan power in his body was like a ferocious tiger descending from the mountain. Facing the black-clothed man's dagger, he flicked his finger and directly shattered the dagger. The flying blade also streaked across the top of the black-clothed man's head. Swoosh! A strand of hair on the top of the black-clothed man's head was directly shaved off, leaving a gap. Moreover, a trace of blood flowed down. It was obvious that this was a cut on the man's head. Restrain. Li Zongjiu's mental energy spread out. With a bang, everyone was under his control. The metal rods that were about to fall to the ground were also suspended in the air. Some people used all their strength to smash the metal rods in their hands down. However, they realized that they could not move at all. Smash! Li Zongjiu waved his hand. Immediately, these people smashed the metal rods towards their own heads with a bang. They smashed it down mercilessly. Ah! Bang! Most of the people were directly smashed into the ground and fainted. Their bodies went limp and fell to the ground. The group of people who were so aggressive just a moment ago was instantly turned into a pile of mud, lying on the ground. The appearance of this scene caused the surrounding mercenaries to be shocked. This was indeed somewhat inconceivable. However, it also proved Li Zongjiu's strength. Many people who saw this scene were also shocked. This is spiritual power. He's a spirit master. Someone exclaimed. This Li Zongjiu stood in the same place, motionless, but he was able to put so many people on the ground at the same time. If it was not spiritual power, then what could it be? Being able to know the existence of a spirit master meant that they were more experienced. Therefore, they were able to call out the name of a spirit master. They had been through a lot and had seen some real masters. The existence of a spirit master was quite a terrifying level. With just a thought, he could kill someone from 100 meters away without spilling any blood. If such a person were to carry out assassinations, the assassin's eyes would be filled with fear for the rest of his life. All right, I believe you. Nanxing shrugged helplessly. Then he said to the person beside him, "Bring me my medicine box. I want to see a patient." "Yes, Mississippi." The person immediately went into the inner room and took out Nanxing's medicine box. This decision was straightforward. Li Zongjiu sighed in relief. If Nanxing was not willing to help, then he really had no other choice. After all, Xun Nanxiao was poisoned by a gu. In this aspect, his research was still relatively lacking. Moreover, if he wanted to go to the Nanjiang tribe and capture a tribe elder, who knows how much time it would take. The most direct and effective method was to have Nanxing take action. Although Nanxing was like a turtle hiding in a small corner, his reputation was very low. Only within 100 miles could he be considered a little famous. Any further and he would not have any reputation. However, Li Zongjiu knew that Nanxing's medical skills were unparalleled. Although he was not at the peak after learning the first half of the Universe 9 revolving acupuncture technique, he could already be the #1 pharmacist in the Xingyan dynasty. However, Nanxing did not care about it. Furthermore, Nanxing's goal was to quietly study this acupuncture technique. Nanxing looked simple. He was just a pharmacist who was doing good deeds here. However, in reality, Nanxing's identity was not simple. In his previous life, Li Zongjiu was already a supreme being. That was why he was able to peek into this corner of the Nanxing family. He came from the famous medicine god family of this continent. However, Li Zongjiu was not to be trifled with at that time. Everyone respected each other and was on equal footing. In the few days that I'm not here, you guys take care of this clinic and throw these people out. Nanxing turned around and said. Just as they were about to leave, the black-clothed man climbed up from the ground. In the chaos just now, he was kicked by Li Zongjiu and fainted. You're the one who knocked me down. Nanxing stretched out his hand, his jade-white hand. With a light flick of his hand, a faint ray of light disappeared and landed on the black-clothed man's body. Then, the black-clothed man clutched his head and fell to the ground. You dare to ruin my reputation. If you want money, just say it. This needle of pain will cause you to have a headache every day for a month. Consider it a punishment. Carry your brother's body back. After Nanxing finished speaking, he slung his bag over his shoulder and walked out with Li Zongjiu. As a pharmacist, Nanxing's job was to save people. However, when it came to killing people, he was no weaker than anyone present. After all, Nanxing only looked like he did not have the strength to truss up a chicken. When the two of them left the clinic, they could vaguely hear a painful cry behind them. Then, all these people were thrown out. Later on, those who were more knowledgeable were able to tell with a single glance that this black-clothed man had clearly plotted to poison his own younger brother and then push the blame onto medicine master Nanxing. Such a despicable method was indeed despicable. After this, the black-clothed man could forget about living a good life in this area. The people who had stood on the black-clothed man's side felt extremely ashamed. No matter what, alchemist Nanxing had at least cured their illnesses. Now they were suspecting her instead. They were simply ungrateful. Although they liked money, they cared more about their reputation. It's all because of that damned beast who bewitched us. Let's go and cripple him. That's right. Watch how I kill that brat today. This Blackwater Road was going to be lively again. I'll go and buy a horse, Li Zongjiu said. He had come in a hurry and had basically rushed over by himself along the way. Therefore, they did not use a horse. However, now that Nanxing was accompanying them, they had to go together. Therefore, they had to buy a horse. A carriage would not do either. A carriage was too slow. No need. I have a mount, Nanxing said as he took out an eggshell-like object. If he remembered correctly, this thing was called an soon. When Nanxing gently blew on it, the sound was not loud. However, one could feel that this sound could travel very far. Boom! A shadow suddenly swept across the sky and covered the two of them. Li Zongjiu raised his head and saw a large fiery red bird appear in front of him. After circling once, it landed steadily on the ground. Crash! Dust filled the air. Chapter 171. The bird lowered its wings, and Nanxing stepped on its feathers and climbed up. Come up. It's my friend. Don't be afraid, Nanxing said. At the same time, he wiped off his sweat. It was obvious that climbing up was a bit strenuous. This, Li Zongjiu stared blankly at the red firebird in front of him. Was this the appearance of the bird when it was young? Wasn't this that despicable fellow? So this was what it looked like when it was young. What was the meaning of the 3 strands of hair on its head? It actually looked so adorable. However, it was surprising. To outsiders, this red bird with a handsome face and a murderous aura was just a relatively large bird. However, Li Zongjiu knew that this bird was called the 9 Flames Heavenly Sparrow. It possessed the bloodline of a sacred beast. The legendary 9 Flames Sacred Sparrow was this fellow's ancestor. Because of its extraordinary bloodline, this bird was also very arrogant. The sharp claws under its wings had captured countless ferocious beasts. And this was still a young form. When Li Zongjiu first encountered this 9 Flames Heavenly Sparrow, when the 9 Flames Heavenly Sparrow spread its wings, it was already more than 300 feet long. Its mouth spat out raging flames like the setting sun. Its feet shattered the earth. With a flap of its wings, it was 10,000 meters high. He didn't expect it to have a strand of hair on its head when it was young. This kind of feeling was indeed very strange. The 9 Flames Heavenly Sparrow couldn't help but turn around and look at Li Zongjiu. Why wasn't this kid coming up? Its sharp gaze also made Li Zongjiu come back to his senses. He immediately jumped up and landed on the 9 Flames Heavenly Sparrow. You can show little 9 the way, Nanxing said. Then, he sat down cross-legged and placed the medicine box beside him. The feathers of the 9 Flames Heavenly Sparrow had become the best shield. When it landed beside him, it could help stabilize Nanxing. Of course, when the 9 Flames Heavenly Sparrow flew, it would form a stream of air to maintain its stability. Otherwise, Nanxing, who didn't have any cultivation, would be easily blown away. Over here. Li Zongjiu pointed in the direction of Guanxi town. The 9 Flames Heavenly Sparrow flapped its wings. With a rumble, it soared into the sky and soared into the sky. Li Zhongjiu, who was standing behind the nine-flame sky sparrow, was even faster than the golden-winged blue-tailed eagle. However, the nine-flame sky sparrow was at most a level 2 yuan beast. The holy sparrow's bloodline hasn't awakened yet. This guy probably doesn't even know about it, so his IQ isn't too high. Li Zhongjiu thought. Once the nine flames heavenly sparrow was awakened, it would undergo a change. At that time, the nine flames heavenly sparrow would no longer be an ordinary cloud beast, but a sacred beast. Not only could it increase its strength, but it could also increase its intelligence and form its own unique personality. Along the way, Nanxing also didn't ask what kind of illness it was. This was because Nanxing was confident that no matter what illness it was, it would not be a problem in his hands. Therefore, there was no need for him to waste his breath. Li Zhongjiu was also clear about this, so he didn't say much. The nine flames heavenly sparrow's speed was indeed fast. In just half a day, it had already reached the sky above Guanxi town. Until today, it was already the 4th day. Such a thing had happened in Guanxi town. The appearance of the southern border Gu masters had to be reported to the imperial court. However, Shun Nanxiao was still unconscious and there was nothing they could do about it. Those who died from the soul-devouring parasite had already been cremated. No one could do anything about such a disastrous thing. They could only blame themselves for being unlucky. What are these? Nanxing saw many bonfires below. These people seemed to be burning something. The scale was a little too big. There were at least 600 or 700 piles of flames burning continuously outside Guanxi town. They were poisoned by the soul-devouring Gu. Their corpses are being cremated. Li Zhongjiu stood on the nine flames heavenly sparrow and looked at the hundreds of bonfires burning below. His heart was calm. He was neither happy nor sad. If Li Zhongjiu didn't do anything, Guanxi town would become a dead city. He had already done his best. This world was not peaceful to begin with. Maybe it was because it had been peaceful for too long and there would always be some storms. Or maybe some immortals were fighting, causing these mortals to suffer. All kinds of situations were enough to cause you to lose your life at any time in this peaceful world. The only way was to increase one's strength. So many Nanxing's eyes were also filled with shock. She had seen dead people, but not so many. You said they were poisoned by Gu? The southern border Gu? Nanxing said. That's right. You don't look like someone from a small town. Nanxing sized up Li Zhongjiu. This Li Zhongjiu had a unique temperament. He didn't fit in with the surroundings, as if he was above them. How could someone from a small town know so much? But Nanxing didn't care. Everyone had their own secret. We're here. Let's go down. The nine flames heavenly sparrow's body suddenly descended. She plunged into the Shen family below. Shen family. It was originally a joyous occasion, but after Shun Nanxiao's incident, the atmosphere became a little gloomy. When the nine flames heavenly sparrow landed, it also alarmed the Shen family. Gu Man was the first to rush out. Young Master Li is back. Li Zhongjiu and Nanxing both landed. The nine flames heavenly sparrow strolled to the side of the courtyard, looking for any bugs on the lawn. Soon, Xin Chuanxiu and the others came one after another. Xin Xinxiao, who had been taking care of Shen Nanxiao in the house, also walked out excitedly. Zhongjiu is back. Seeing Li Zhongjiu return, everyone seemed to see hope. Shen Nanxiao's condition seemed to be very bad. Just today alone, he had already vomited a few mouthfuls of blood. Even the needle that Li Zhongjiu inserted was almost shaken out. It was obvious that the situation was getting worse. He was afraid that he wouldn't be able to last until the 7th day. Fortunately, Li Zhongjiu came back in time. However, Xin Xinxiao looked at Nanxing in front of him. Although Nanxing's body had the fragrance of herbs, and there was a box on his waist, he was like a doctor who came to see a patient. However, he was a little too young. Could it be that Li Zhongjiu knew a little alchemist somewhere? Such a serious situation, how could he casually teach such a little girl? It wasn't that he didn't believe in Li Zhongjiu, but this Nansheng was really too young. The surrounding people also expressed their suspicions, but they were still well-mannered and still greeted him with a smile. "Mother, this is Alchemist Nansheng," Li Zhongjiu introduced. "Alchemist Nansheng is really young," Xin Xinqiao said with a smile. Since it was his son's choice and recommendation, then there must be something special about it. Xin Yi was also by Xin Xinqiao's side. At first, she was scared out of her wits, but later, when she found out that her father was seriously ill, this pure and innocent girl also panicked and was extremely worried. Every time Xin Nanxiao vomited blood, he would cry. As for Xin Yi's mother, these days, her body was also exhausted. "Please," Li Zhongjiu said. Nanxing also smiled slightly and nodded to the surrounding people. Then, he walked in alone. Li Zhongjiu helped Nanxing close the door. "This guy, how does he know my habits?" Nanxing wanted to remind him that when she was performing acupuncture, she didn't like people to disturb her, so she didn't allow people to watch. Although Li Zhongjiu had heard of her reputation, he might not know about this habit. He seemed to be very familiar with it. This made Nanxing mutter in his heart. Chapter 172. Outside Luoxia City. There were countless wolf corpses on the ground outside the city wall. Similarly, there were also many corpses of the city guards. City Lord Yi Chao stood at the city gate and stared at the tragic situation below. It was already dark, but it would not be long before dawn. The enemy might attack here. From the beginning to the end, the other party did not show his face. Only the wild beasts that surged out from the dark Yuan forest were charging and tearing at each other. If these wild beasts were to attack the city, it would definitely endanger the people. Although this matter is directed at the Li family, my Luoxia city is not a place that can be bullied. Yi Chao said slowly. The one standing beside him was Gu Xuanwu, who was in charge of guarding the Li family. Now, the Li family's business had become the mainstay of Luoxia City. The taxes they paid every month were enough to cover the expenses of the city guard. Moreover, the Li family was never stingy when it came to taxes. This made Yi Chao feel good. The enemy obviously wanted to create a scene of wild beasts attacking the city. After all, it was a big crime to attack the city openly. This was a rebellion. Even if you had 10,000 reasons, it was still a rebellion. Although the Luoxia city was located in a remote area, it was still the territory of the Luoxia dynasty. If they directly attacked, the Luoxia dynasty would definitely pursue the matter to the end. Therefore, the enemy chose to let the wild beasts attack. At this moment, there was a huge hole with a diameter of about 10 meters on the city wall of Luoxia city. The city wall almost collapsed. This was caused by a meta beast that was hiding among the wild beasts and suddenly released a terrifying power. From a distance of a few hundred meters, he actually threw a huge rock directly over. In the end, it smashed into the city wall with a loud bang. Many archers on the city wall were also directly knocked back. The meta beast did not attack many times. It quickly slipped away, not giving Yi Chao a chance. If the meta beast dared to continue approaching, Yi Chao and Gu Xuanwu would join forces to kill the meta beast first. Then, the wild beasts would not be a threat. With Yi Chao here, the Li family was slightly better. Otherwise, if Yi Chao directly handed them over, the Li family would be destroyed. The Li family would definitely be destroyed, and Luoxia City's economy would probably decline very quickly. The Northern Medicine Alliance actually dared to send people to massacre the city. Elder Li Jiyan's heart was filled with rage. When he saw the tragic scene of this morning's massacre, he was extremely shocked as well. Fortunately, they were prepared and had received the news in advance. Otherwise, their losses would have been even more disastrous. Why wouldn't I dare? These people think that my Sunset City is merely a mediocre city, yet they act so wantonly. Looks like I have to let them know who is in charge of Sunset City now. Yi Chao snorted coldly. However, in the next moment, a sharp and high-pitched voice suddenly rang out in the sky. Beat! The night was pitch black, but with Yi Chao and the rest's eyesight, they could see a huge black bird in the distant sky. It was circling in the sky and was rapidly flying forward. Boom! This whistling sound even caused the people in the city to feel extremely uncomfortable. Many people directly covered their ears and fainted. Ja! In the Li family's courtyard in the city, a similar whistling sound swept out and a surge of aura shot up to the sky. The wings of the golden-winged blue-tailed eagle seemed to be flashing with lightning. Its figure appeared in the sky and released the aura of a king. The huge black bird's previous cry was to provoke the golden-winged blue-tailed eagle. Although the golden-winged blue-tailed eagle's spiritual intelligence was not low, Li Zongjie was not here, and Li Tianqing was also not here. No one could directly command the golden-winged blue-tailed eagle. Although the golden-winged blue-tailed eagle's primary mission was to protect the Li family's safety, the golden-winged blue-tailed eagle was now being provoked. But now that he had been provoked, it was even more unbearable. Even a person who had been provoked could very well go berserk. Not to mention the meta beast. Without saying a word, it rushed into the sky. When it was a few hundred meters away, it directly released a bolt of lightning from its body and directly blasted out. Boom! It was like a furious thunderbolt from the sky. The golden-winged blue-tailed eagle's move was even more ferocious. It made people shudder when they saw it from afar. If they were struck, they would only end up being turned into ashes. Not good. Their target is the golden-winged blue-tailed eagle. Gu Xuanwu's eyes immediately widened. The golden-winged blue-tailed eagle was the Li family's ultimate weapon. Since the other party had a beast-tamer, they might have subdued the golden-winged blue-tailed eagle. At that time, they would bring the golden-winged blue-tailed eagle to attack the Luoxia city, and the people of the Luoxia city would be one step closer to death. The golden-winged blue-tailed eagle whistled out and left the Luoxia city behind in the blink of an eye. The huge black bird seemed to be purposely luring the golden-winged blue-tailed eagle away. It did not directly confront the golden-winged blue-tailed eagle. In the blink of an eye, it disappeared into the night sky with the golden-winged blue-tailed eagle. In the Li family's courtyard, Wang Jing raised his head and glanced at the golden-winged blue-tailed eagle in the sky. Sigh, a meta-beast is a meta-beast. It's over now. Thinking of this, Wang Jing repacked his luggage and carried it on his back. He turned around and walked towards the back door of the courtyard. Although the atmosphere in the Li family was quite good, and these people gave Wang Jing the respect he deserved, he was still half invited and half kidnapped by Li Zongjie. Now that the golden-winged blue-tailed eagle had suddenly left, Wang Jing also had a chance to leave this place. Wang Jing, you want to escape? Just as Wang Jing was about to leave, a surprised voice rang out, causing Wang Jing to involuntarily stop in his tracks. Behind him, Li Yun stared at the person in front of her with her limpid eyes. Although Wang Jing was reluctant to leave, he knew that the Li family had suffered a great disaster. The people of the Li family need to stay, but I don't need to. I'm not a member of the Li family. Ahem, Li Yun, it's not that I want to escape. I'm just telling you the truth. Your Li family is about to fall. Why don't you escape with me? I know a path that's absolutely safe. Wang Jing frowned and said, I, Li Yun, am a member of the Li family. If I die, I'll be a ghost of the Li family. Even if the sky falls and the earth rends, or if there's a flash flood or a tsunami, I, Li Yun, will never leave. After Li Yun finished speaking, she glared at Wang Jing. Wang Jing, I'm very disappointed in you. Then, Li Yun also turned and left. Wang Jing stood in place, stunned for a moment. Then, he shrugged helplessly. She spoke with a strong sense of righteousness, but when death really came, she only knew how to cry. Looks like they're about to attack. I'd better leave quickly. As he spoke, Wang Jing picked up his bag and took advantage of the darkness of the night to make his way through the small path. Unlike Li Yun and the others, Wang Jing had wandered the world. He had escaped from all kinds of desperate situations and barely managed to survive. Now, his life was more important than money. There was no need to panic. Wang Jing had already figured out what kind of geographical advantage this Luoxia city had. Chapter 173. On top of a wall, Wang Jing threw the bag out and climbed up with great difficulty. Standing on the wall, he looked back at the direction of the Li family. Although it was not long, it was a place where Wang Jing felt warmth. At least, Wang Jing gradually let down his guard here. Boom! A huge impact had appeared on the city wall in front of them. A 10-meter-tall berserk gorilla rushed to the front of Luoxia city. It tore the wall in front of it like a piece of paper. It tore a hole in the wall. Tens of thousands of beasts rushed toward Luoxia city like a flood. Fuck, we're fucking done for. Wang Jing immediately jumped out without hesitation, and then quickly headed towards the route that he had set before. 5 miles to the east, there was a small river. Wang Jing had already prepared a small wooden raft and hid it nearby. He was ready to sail down the river and leave Luoxia city at any time. Roar! The terrifying roar that came from the Luoxia city behind him made Wang Jing quicken his pace. He didn't stop. On top of the city wall, Gu Xuanwu had already rushed down and fought with the berserk gorilla. Yi Chao was still observing the situation. His soldiers were also trying their best to resist. Yi Chao was also rubbing his hands. After the berserk gorilla and the golden-winged blue-tailed eagle were lured out, they would definitely attack and distract the people in the city. Therefore, Yi Chao had to stop these beasts. City Lord, I received a letter. As long as we hand over the Li family, the Northern Medicine Alliance will let bygones be bygones. Just when Yi Chao was about to attack, a voice came from beside him. It was the #1 strategist of Yi Chao, Ying Lai. While speaking, Ying Lai lowered his head and looked very humble. However, under such circumstances, Ying Lai felt like he was sitting on pins and needles. After all, what he said was like a slap to Yi Chao's face. Although it was important to stay alive. I think you don't want to live anymore. Does the Northern Medicine Alliance want to be above Luoxia city? Yi Chao said coldly. After today, get out of Luoxia city. Ying Lai bowed even lower. It was obvious that Yi Chao had the intention to kill him. But for the sake of their old friendship, Yi Chao did not make a move. When Yi Chao jumped down from the city wall, Yi Chao was shocked. His Yuan General Realm aura was instantly released. Boom! It was as if King Kong had landed on the ground. The sword in his hand instantly killed all the wild beasts around him. The sword chi seemed to have the power to break bamboo. Crash! They easily cleaned up the surrounding wild beasts. Broken limbs and blood splattered everywhere. The defense of the soldiers in the city was also damaged. However, only a small portion of the city guards were attacked. Most of the wild beasts headed straight for the Li family. No one would believe that there was no one controlling these beasts behind the scenes. Not good. Li Jiuyan immediately grew worried. However, Li Jiuyan's own situation was not good either. Many ferocious beasts were swarming towards the city walls, and some of the Li family guards were also charging out. The scene reeked of blood. The Li family. Although Li Yan was young, when most of the elders were sent out, her status as an alchemy elder was considered higher in front of the group of disciples. Quick, everyone hide in the basement. Li Baichao. Here. Quickly bring some people and block the door. Sprinkle the rosemary orchid at the door. The effect of the rosemary orchid should be enough to slow them down. The rosemary orchid was one of the main ingredients used to concoct knockout drug. If one breathed in too much, it was very likely that one would fall into a coma. Now that they were dealing with these wild beasts, they were not helpless. Moreover, they were not running for their lives in a panic. Instead, they were united and calmly dealt with the situation. Roger. As the eldest disciple of the Alchemy Hall, Li Baicao's alchemy skills had improved a lot these days. Now that he was facing a crisis, he did not panic at all. He immediately brought the other 3 alchemy hall disciples to the door. He used a wooden stake to seal the door. At the same time, he sprinkled the rosemary orchid powder around it. When Li Baichao and the others returned to Li Yun's side, Li Yun had already sealed the door of the basement. There was enough food and water below, enough for the people to survive for 10 days to half a month. "Where's Elder Wang Jing? Why don't I see him?" Li Baichao suddenly remembered that this little fatty, who seemed to only know how to brag but was actually hiding his strength, was an elder that their young master had invited. At this time, they had to take care of him. They couldn't let him die outside like this. "Him? He escaped long ago." Li Yun coldly snorted and said, "We are the last line of defense. We must block the attack of these wild beasts. Otherwise, our Li family will be finished. We must hold on until reinforcements arrive." "Do we have reinforcements?" Li Baichao could not help but ask. From the looks of it, there was indeed no one who could save them. The attack was too sudden. Should they ask the Fog Snow Alchemy sect for help? It would take 3 to 4 days to go there and back. By the time they returned, their Li family would have been in ruins. Before disaster struck, they must strengthen themselves. Everyone's morale was low. Li Yun wanted to cheer them up, but soon she felt the violent tremors coming from the ground. Rumble. The heavy sound was like 10,000 horses galloping. It was as if a moving mountain was pressing down on the Li family at a high speed. Boom! The Li family's door and walls were instantly blasted apart. The first to charge in. It was actually a meta beast. Level 2 meta beast, water deer and hunting tiger. The water deer and hunting tiger's body was small and looked like a hunting dog. However, the explosive force between the tiger's claws could easily tear a person in half without any delay. Moreover, the water deer and hunting tiger's reaction was extremely fast and agile. In this forest, it was simply a natural killer. A level 2 metabeast was equivalent to a Master Realm expert. The number of Master Realm experts in their Li family was pitifully small. Where could they find a Master Realm expert to fight against this water deer and hunting tiger? Some of the wild beasts that came in through the door directly inhaled the rosemary orchid and fell to the ground with a plop after taking 2 steps. However, more wild beasts stepped on the wild beasts in front and pounced in. They had received the order to kill everyone in the Li family. Roar! The water deer and hunting tiger roared and suddenly pounced towards Li Yun. The aura of death enveloped Li Yun, but Li Yun did not retreat. She held the sword in her hand tightly. Her legs could not help but tremble. She stood on the spot, unable to move. Kill! As men, Li Baichao and the other 3 naturally rushed out. They also participated in their usual morning exercises, so they more or less had some self-defense skills. However, in front of the water deer and hunting tiger, it was not worth mentioning. Bang! Bang! With a light slap of its claws, the 4 were directly sent flying. They vomited blood and fell to the ground unconscious. Go to hell! Li Yun held the sword with both hands and slashed towards the head of the water deer and hunting tiger. However, the water deer and hunting tiger's reaction speed was much faster than Li Yun's. It directly bit horizontally towards Li Yun's waist. Roar! Li Yun originally wanted to fight to the death. However, when the sword hit the head of the water deer and hunting tiger, a trace of blood spurted out. Li Yun was shocked. I seem to be fine? Wait, why is this water deer and hunting tiger lying on the ground? I told you to leave long ago. You didn't listen. A familiar voice sounded. Then, the water deer and hunting tiger on the ground was suddenly lifted up. Alchemy flame. Boom! This was the first time Li Yun saw Wang Jing make a move. Wang Jing usually looked like a flippant person, but when he made his move, everyone was taken aback. The water deer and hunting tiger was surrounded by flames. They struggled painfully in the flames, but soon they were burned into a pile of ashes. Wang Jing did not have time to care about Li Yun. He turned around and looked at the group of beasts behind him. It's time to let you see Master Jing's anger. Alchemy flame. Boom. The raging flames bloomed and directly turned into a ferocious beast, killing the beasts in front of him. In an instant, a sea of fire spread out. Chapter 174. Li Baichao and the others, who were seriously injured, saw Wang Jing. At this moment, they finally understood why the young master seemed to have spent a lot of effort to keep Wang Jing here. Such a person, no matter where he was, could become a top figure. It would be difficult for them to catch up with such a person in terms of strength. It was really terrifying. With such strength, Wang Jing was willing to stay in Luoxia City. The most important thing was that Wang Jing didn't want to expose his strength too much. Usually, he was quite low-key. It even made people think that Wang Jing, apart from being good at alchemy, was simply a lazy person. When it came to eating, Wang Jing was indeed the best at it. Today, he had one more attribute, which was being greedy for life and afraid of death. They did not expect him to escape directly. But now, he suddenly came back to save their lives and showed his strength. This made Li Baichao and the others even more surprised and admired him. On the other hand, Wang Jing was indeed not a member of the Li family. There was no need for him to stay and risk his life. However, Wang Jing himself had already escaped from danger, and now he had come back, which was even more admirable. Thank you. Li Yun glanced at Wang Jing, who was showing his strength. She was even a little stunned. At this time, Wang Jing was also very regretful. After revealing his strength, he really could not continue to stay here. Otherwise, trouble would soon come knocking on his door. At that time, he would not be the one to save the Li family. Instead, he would really plunge the Li family into fire and water. The number of people that Wang Jing had offended was innumerable. Almost every corner of the world had people that Wang Jing had offended. Therefore, every time he escaped, he was extra careful and had a good plan. Hide behind me, Wang Jing growled. Between his palms, a fire cauldron appeared. Boom! Flames burned. Outside the city, Li Gui and the others felt as if a sharp sword was stabbing their hearts. The formation of the wild beasts was directly broken, and they joined the battle. Gu Xuanwu saw Li Gui and the others come back and was also happy. Quick, the Li family is under attack. Kill! Hearing this, Li Gui immediately urged his horse and charged towards the direction of the Li family. They had rushed all the way here and were only able to continue fighting because they were relying on their last breath. If they couldn't win this battle, then it would have been a waste for them to rush back. As he fought, he allowed the blood to splash on his body. Li Gui and the others were like barbaric iron-blooded soldiers, slaughtering their way to the Li family. The sky gradually brightened. Amidst the slaughter, a roar came from the forest, and the wild beasts retreated like the tide. Yi Chao and the others were in the middle of the beast horde. Seeing these beasts retreating quickly. However, the berserk gorilla that split open the city gate didn't manage to leave. His heart was crushed by Gu Xuanwu. To be able to fight so valiantly at such an old age was indeed an eye-opener. This high-spirited spirit was nowhere to be seen in the past. In the end, the berserk gorilla's head was chopped off by Gu Xuanwu. Not even Gu Xuanwu had expected this. One had to realize that even their Xuanwu army squad would have to expend a great deal of effort to capture a level 3 or 4 origin beast, and they would even have to pay a certain price to capture one. However, decades had passed, and his body had been abandoned for such a long time. When he used it again, it was still as ferocious as before. In fact, it even felt like the more he fought, the stronger he became. The power of the scarlet fire took root and sprouted in Gu Xuanwu's body. The bones in his body seemed to have become stronger. However, this strength could only be shown in a battle like this. Refreshing. Yi Chao landed beside Gu Xuanwu and stared at his old buddy in astonishment. Gu Xuanwu was already so old and had one foot in the coffin. Yet, he was still able to possess such powerful combat strength. It was indeed an eye-opener for Yi Chao. Not bad. To think that you're still at this level. Gu Xuanwu glanced in Yi Chao's direction. Behind Yi Chao lay a large number of corpses. At a glance, there were at least 400 to 500 corpses. To be able to create such a great battle record by himself with a single sword was indeed impressive. There was even some shock and disbelief. You're not bad yourself. Blue-Tide sword? The sword doesn't need to be released. Gu Xuanwu exclaimed. Yi Chao's eyes flashed at Gu Xuanwu's words. There weren't many people who could recognize this sword. Back then, Yi Chao's clan had clashed with the Xuanwu army many times. If Gu Xuanwu could recognize it, then he must have known of Yi Chao's identity. Yi Chao's clan had recruited Yi Chao through a form of recruitment. After all, the Blue-Tide sword grew and multiplied endlessly. It wasn't so easy to block. If it was cultivated to the peak, it would be able to destroy a city with a single wave. I haven't moved for a long time. Do these people really think that I'm old? Yi Chao coldly snorted. To think that they dared to do such a thing. To think that they didn't put Luoxia City in their eyes. Although Luoxia City wasn't ranked, it wasn't a place that could be trampled on by some trash alchemist alliance. With their level, they weren't able to disregard Yi Chao. In the depths of the mountain forest, a large bird with golden wings was trapped in the forest. Its surroundings were filled with thorny vines, trapping the large bird. Even the slightest struggle would bring about an intense pain. It was the Li clan's golden-winged blue-tailed eagle. In front of the golden-winged blue-tailed eagle was an old man in gray robes. He held a wooden cane in his hand. The cane was engraved with several beast patterns. There was also a token hanging on his robe. The word beast was written on it, and the symbol of a mountain peak was carved on the back. Thousand Beast Sect. It wasn't a weak sect. Although there weren't many people in the Thousand Beast Sect, no one dared to look down on them in Dingquan Province. Even the mountain gate of the Thousand Beasts Sect had become a forbidden area for ordinary cultivators. In Dingquan Province, the strength of the Thousand Beasts Sect was similar to that of the Zheng clan. Among the second-grade sects, it was considered a top existence. The Fog Snow Pill sect was located in a corner. It was at most a third-grade sect. It was considered a third-grade sect in the Xingyan dynasty. These sects needed to be certified and registered by the dynasty before they could become a sect. Only after they obtained a photo could they establish a sect and recruit disciples. This old man was just an outer sect deacon of the Thousand Beasts sect. Now that he heard that there was actually a subdued level 3 meta beast in this small Luoxia city, he naturally rushed over in a hurry. He was at the same level as a spirit master and a master. This old man was a third-grade beast tamer. He was able to control a general-level meta beast. He wasn't much in the Thousand Beasts sect, but in a place like Luoxia City, he was a godlike existence. Otherwise, why would he dare to summon so many meta beasts to attack the city? It really is a golden-winged blue-tailed eagle, a peak third-grade meta beast. I didn't expect that there would be such a good thing waiting for me. Come into my arms. With my ability, it's not impossible for you to become a fourth-grade meta beast. Once you become a fourth-grade meta beast, you will gain intelligence. Do you want to be a little bird that listens to orders forever? We have a cooperative relationship. I am your friend, you don't have to be afraid. Kiki. The golden-winged blue-tailed eagle kept struggling. In the old man's view, the golden-winged blue-tailed eagle didn't have any imprints on its body. It should have been domesticated since it was young. Therefore, taming this kind of meta beast was even easier. Since you don't want to surrender yourself, don't blame me. I am doing this for your own good. You must believe me. As he spoke, the old man took out a long black needle. On the needle, one could see a taboo power surging within. This was the Soul Breaker Needle. It was a weapon refined by the Thousand Beasts sect using hundreds of beast souls and blood essences. If it pierced into the meta beast's body, the beast soul within the needle would erupt and tear the meta beast's soul to pieces. It was like being haunted by a malicious spirit. It would cause great harm to the meta beast's mind and soul. Just as the old man was about to make his move, he suddenly frowned. He looked in the direction of Luo Xia City. You actually killed my ferocious blood ape. Luo Xia City, how dare you make an enemy out of me, Su Feng? I already gave you a chance, but you didn't want it. Su Feng's eyes flashed with a cold light. He directly pierced the soul-breaker needle into the golden-winged blue-tailed eagle's head. Beep! One could hear the golden-winged blue-tailed eagle's painful cry that spread thousands of miles away. Chapter 175. 10,000 meters up in the sky. A huge grayish-brown bird spread its wings. Oh no, the golden-winged blue-tailed eagle is in danger. Li Zongjio suddenly opened his eyes. There was a flash of anger in his eyes. The golden-winged blue-tailed eagle was tamed by Li Zongjio. Now that it was being attacked by someone else, it was a provocation to Li Zongjio. Through the mental strength link, Li Zongjio could clearly feel the pain coming from the golden-winged blue-tailed eagle. Full speed ahead. This huge brown bird was called the gray cloud eagle. It was relatively common among the level 2 meta beasts. It was only at the master level. Naturally, it was no match for Li Zongjio. After being tamed, it immediately rushed over. It was not far from the golden-winged blue-tailed eagle. The gray cloud eagle flapped its wings and flew. The speed that it had displayed along the way was the maximum potential of its body. Almost there. Whoosh! Just as Li Zongjio was about to land. Suddenly, he heard a few whistling sounds behind him. Li Zongjio was alerted by the sharp air blades that pierced through the air. The gray cloud eagle was hit by a blade and a few feathers were blown off. At the same time, fresh blood flew from the sky. Whoosh! The gray cloud eagle screamed in pain. Obviously, the attack just now had seriously injured the gray cloud eagle. At the same time, the gray cloud eagle's body was descending rapidly. At the same time, Li Zongjio also saw the person who attacked him in the process of descending. It was a huge blackbird. If he was not mistaken, this huge bird should be a level 3 meta beast, black wind hunting eagle. A meta beast with the wind attribute. It was extremely fast and could control the surrounding wind to form a terrifyingly sharp wind blade. Could easily cut the enemy in half. At the same time, the blackwind hunting eagle had a ferocious nature. What it was best at was using wind blades to cut countless wounds on the enemy's body. Then, it would drain the blood and finally devour the flesh of the prey. Another gust of wind blades came, as if it was raining blades and swords. Crash! Break! Li Zongjio extended his hand, and a stream of essence force instantly shattered these wind blades. The black wind falcon chased after him. A pair of sharp claws grabbed towards Li Zongjio. Li Zongjio leaped into the air. It was very difficult for ordinary people to control their own body in such a high altitude. However, it was a piece of cake for Li Zongjio. With a flip of his body, he landed on the back of the black-winged falcon. However, the gray cloud eagle was not so lucky. The black-winged falcon's sharp claws pierced through his body and caught him. Voila! In an instant, blood splattered everywhere. The gray cloud eagle was like a piece of tofu. It was directly torn into two halves, and its innards rained down from the sky. The gray cloud eagle was directly torn into two halves. Although it was a level 2 meta beast, it did not even have the slightest bit of resistance in front of a level 3 meta beast. However, Li Zongjio had already landed on the black-winged falcon's body. Die! The 6 revolution steel blade in his hand stabbed down. At the same time, he used his own essence force. Otherwise, it would be difficult to split the black-winged falcon apart with just the power of the blade. The black-winged falcon's defense was not weak either, although the blade had pierced through. But for the black-winged falcon, it wasn't a serious injury. Beep! However, it had completely angered the black-winged falcon. Immediately, the black-winged falcon spun wildly. As it spun, it could feel the terrifying blade wind gradually forming around its body. When this gust of wind was formed, Li Zongjiu's body seemed to have sunk into the thousands of slashes of the blade. His skin and flesh were lacerated. Even blood was seeping out from his skin. Boom! "You're courting death!" Li Zongjiu roared. Then, the wind from his palm surged. The 6-revolution steel blade in his hand instantly slammed into the Black-Winged Falcon's body. Bang! Suddenly, the Black-Winged Falcon's body stopped spinning. It was just inertia that caused it to crash to the side. Li Zongjiu also fell from the sky. He fell. Just as he was about to hit the ground, his essence force exploded. Boom! As he fell, Li Zongjiu's body finally stabilized. Otherwise, the fall just now would have broken a few bones. Li Zongjiu's body rolled a dozen times on the ground. Finally, he hit a tree trunk and came to a stop. This exchange left Li Zongjiu battered and exhausted. Looks like I have to quickly break through to the Yuan general level. Li Zongjiu thought to himself. Only after breaking through to the Yuan general level could Li Zongjiu fly in the air. In the sky, he could more or less stabilize his body and would not fall directly. The Black-Winged Falcon also fell to the ground with a boom. Instantly, the sound of the Black-Winged Falcon's bones breaking could be heard. Li Zongjiu stood up. Without hesitation, he rushed towards the Black-Winged Falcon. He picked up the steel blade on the ground and directly chopped off the Black-Winged Falcon's head. Boom! The Black-Winged Falcon was still in a dizzy state when it was killed by Li Zongjiu's blade. Its ending was quite tragic. As the blood splattered, Li Zongjiu also circulated the Yuan Sutra. The Yuan power in his body instantly refined this large amount of fresh blood into blood pearls. The blood dragon origin spirit seems to be acting strangely. While absorbing the blood and refining it into blood beads, Li Zongjiu found that the blood dragon origin spirit, which had been silent for a long time, was also excited and was absorbing the blood. You're only excited because you're bathing in blood? And the level of the kill must not be low. Li Zongjiu was slightly enlightened. The blood dragon origin spirit was actually so bloodthirsty that it would only react under such bloodthirsty circumstances. In order to obtain the Yuan Sutra hidden in the blood dragon origin spirit, the blood dragon origin spirit had to be awakened. Now, it seemed to be in a half-awake state. The way to awaken the blood dragon origin spirit was to kill. The only way was to persevere in killing. Moreover, the blood dragon origin spirit could only be awakened by killing higher-level creatures or stronger existences. Su Feng, who was torturing the golden-winged blue-tailed eagle, suddenly trembled. He seemed to have missed his footing and fell backward. It took him a great deal of effort to stabilize his body. This made Su Feng extremely shocked. What? Someone actually killed my Black-Winged Falcon. Who is it? Su Feng was instantly enraged. He had paid a great price to exchange for the Black-Winged Falcon from others. It was born as a level 3 meta beast. He even had the opportunity to cultivate it to the level 4 meta beast. The Black-Winged Falcon was only in the growth stage and had not reached the mature stage. Compared to humans, it was just a teenager. What kind of person could be so ruthless? How dare you kill my Black-Winged Falcon? I will definitely tear you into pieces. Just as Su Feng was fuming in anger, he saw a figure walking out of the forest in front of him. He was dragging a long steel knife in his hand. The steel knife was extremely sharp. It did not even require any extra movement. It was simply dragged on the ground. It also cut down the trees along the way. The most important thing was, Su Feng sensed an extremely strong smell of blood from this person. Combined with the death of the Black-Winged Falcon, he immediately realized that it was the person in front of him who killed his Black-Winged Falcon. Are you the one who killed my Black-Winged Falcon? I want you to pay for it with your life. Su Feng said coldly. As for who Li Zongjiu was, he was not interested in knowing. Anyway, this guy would die sooner or later. In such a remote place, there was no one that he did not dare to kill. He was the Thousand Beasts sect's external deacon. With such an identity, if he came to Luoxia City, the The city lord of Luoxia City would have to personally welcome him. After all, his identity was not that simple. To be able to sit in this position, he must have a lot of connections. Li Zhongjiu did not answer Su Feng. There was no need to talk nonsense with the enemy. How could he be sure that it was the enemy? The golden-winged blue-tailed eagle was not far away. It was howling in pain. How could Li Zhongjiu not see it? There was only one outcome for the enemy, death. Li Zhongjiu approached. Suddenly, a terrifying murderous aura burst out from his eyes. Boom! The murderous aura enveloped Su Feng. Chapter 176. Even Su Feng couldn't help but shudder. But soon, Su Feng sneered. I thought you were as ferocious as a tiger. You're just a piece of trash at the Yuanshi level. You want to be my enemy? I'll make sure you can't even touch my clothes. If we were in the sect, a piece of trash like you wouldn't even have the right to carry my shoes. Su Feng shouted. The grade 4 prime general aura in his body was released with a loud explosion. His cultivation was even more powerful than the city lord Yi Chao's. Only the elders of Lai Peak and Crimson Afterglow Peak could be compared to him. However, Su Feng's forte wasn't his cultivation, but beast taming. Before becoming a beast taming master, one's own Yuanli had to pass the test. On top of that, Su Feng was a grade 4 origin general Yuanli expert. This was the feeling of being infuriated by comparison. If an ordinary person wanted to cultivate to the level of a 4th grade general, they would have to spend a lot of time and effort. How much chance and luck would they have, and how much effort would they have to put in order to reach such a level? However, Su Feng's talent was terrifying. Not only was he an expert in Yuanli, but he was also a beast-taming master who could control thousands of beasts. Li Zhongjiu didn't say a word. He just stared at Su Feng. The other party's aura was strong. Clearly, Su Feng had never given up on the aspect of elemental energy. However, Li Zhongjiu had come into contact with beast tamers in his previous life. Once these people became beast tamers, they would try their best to summon elemental beasts to protect themselves. Moreover, after a beast-taming master's state appeared, the changes they could feel would be even more varied and terrifying. This was because they could summon Yuan beasts of different attributes to fight for them. To a beast-taming master, a Yuan beast with unique abilities was very valuable. Killing a Yuan beast and obtaining a Yuan crystal was no different from killing the goose that laid the golden eggs for a beast-taming master. Only by truly controlling the Yuan beast and grasping its abilities would they be able to achieve the desired effect. Therefore, Li Zhongjiu released his mental strength. Li Zhongjiu scanned the surroundings to see if there were any powerful existences around. After all, if these Yuan beasts launched a surprise attack, they would definitely pose a threat to Li Zhongjiu. Li Zhongjiu wasn't a god, nor did he have the cultivation of the evil lord in his previous life. After his rebirth, he could still be injured and die. If he didn't want the tragedy of his previous life's family to happen again, Li Zhongjiu had to ensure his safety and kill all these people. Any obstacle that blocked his way must be destroyed. By Xin Fu. As mental energy spread out, Li Zhongjiu immediately sensed 2 auras hiding behind him. Previously, Su Feng had released his aura to cover these 2 auras, preventing Li Zhongjiu from sensing the 2 Yuan beasts hiding behind him. Beast-taming masters rely on these Yuan beasts? The corner of Li Zhongjiu's mouth curled into a sneer. If that was the case, then they would really run into Li Zhongjiu's gun. There were 2 Yuan beasts behind him. One of them was only the size of a palm, but it was covered with spikes. It was an offensive weapon. Li Zhongjiu recognized it quickly. It was a spiked beast that lived in the rainforest. It was good at camouflage and sneak attacks. The other one was a giant bat. Its wings covered its body, completely concealing its presence. It was just hanging upside down on the tree trunk. It was impossible to see the existence of this bat at a glance because its wings were the same color as the tree trunk. Level 3 Yuan Beast, Poison Blood Bat. These 2 Yuan beasts were also level 3 Yuan beasts. In addition, there was the black wind falcon that he killed. This beast-taming master had 3 level 3 Yuan beasts. He was not weak. Now that he had caught the golden-winged blue-tailed eagle, he obviously wanted to subdue it. The golden-winged blue-tailed eagle was poisoned. It should be the poison of the poison blood bat. He used his mental strength to pacify the golden-winged blue-tailed eagle. As a peak class 3 demonic beast, the golden-winged blue-tailed eagle was enraged that it was being controlled in such a manner. It even struggled to break free, but its body was covered with cuts and bruises. Don't worry. I will treat your Yuan beast well. Now go to hell, Su Feng said coldly. After Li Zongjiu killed his black wind falcon, Su Feng had already sentenced Li Zongjiu to death. With a thought, the poison blood bat on the tree and the spiked beast on the ground attacked instantly. Whoosh! The spiked beast turned into a spiked ball and rushed toward Li Zongjiu. It was so fast that it bounced a few times on the ground and changed its direction at will. Then, it stabbed toward Li Zongjiu. The poison blood bat flew to the sky above Li Zongjiu. It instantly spread its wings and let out a ghostly cry. It spat out a puddle of venom from the sky and landed on Li Zongjiu's body. Whoosh! Hidden dragon skill! Li Zongjiu shouted in a low voice. Then, his figure gradually disappeared from the spot. The spiked beast instantly penetrated Li Zongjiu's body and disappeared in front of his eyes. Li Zongjiu's body was nowhere to be found. It was as if he had disappeared just like that. The hidden dragon skill was a grade 5 Yuan skill. With Li Zongjiu's current cultivation level, he should not have been able to use it. However, with Li Zongjiu's high level of research and mastery of the hidden dragon skill, he was able to achieve a temporary effect. His figure vanished before Su Feng's eyes. He disappeared. What kind of Yuan skill is that? The poison blood bat's venom landed on the ground where Li Zongjiu had been standing. It was extremely corrosive. Su Feng was stunned for a moment, but he soon sneered. The poison blood bat had already discovered Li Zongjiu's body. You want to run? You can't run away. The poison blood bat's response wave instantly locked onto Li Zongjiu, who was running away. Its claws kicked off the tree trunk and it instantly changed direction and chased after Li Zongjiu. The spiked beast that was rolling on the ground also hit the tree. It was like a bouncy rubber ball as it chased after Li Zongjiu. Whoosh! You want to run away from me? Do you think I'm a piece of trash? Su Feng sneered when he saw the 2 Yuanshi beasts chasing after Yang Kai. If he couldn't even deal with a 7th-grade Yuanshi trash, then he wouldn't have the face to continue being the deacon of the Thousand Beast sect. You're not a piece of trash. You're just a little stupid. Li Zongjiu's voice suddenly rang in Su Feng's ears. Su Feng's heart skipped a beat when he heard this. However, he quickly felt a surge of elemental energy invading his spine. Bang! A cracking sound came from his spine. Su Feng's entire body was in his opponent's hands. The reason why Su Feng cultivated so much Yuan power was so that he could have the ability to protect himself. Bang! Therefore, when Li Zongjiu attacked, the Yuan power in his body did not disappear. It was filled with vigilance and formed a layer of defense. However, Li Zongjiu had used some unknown technique to break through her defense. She didn't know what technique he had used to break through her defense. At the same time, a terrifying wave of Yuan power entered his body and broke his defense, instantly destroying his body. The lower half of his body was paralyzed. Roar! The 2 Yuan beasts ran out to deal with Li Zongjiu. However, they realized that it was just an illusion. What they destroyed was only a little bit of Yuan power. The Yuan beasts reacted and roared, wanting to chase after their master to protect him. However, Li Zongjiu had already controlled their master. Since you dare to go against the Li family, you're destined to die. Li Zongjiu placed the steel blade in his hand on Su Feng's neck. The sharpness of the blade made Su Feng's body tremble uncontrollably. You can't kill me. I am the outer court deacon of the Thousand Beasts sect. Chapter 177. Su Feng's voice was also trembling. But at this moment, Su Feng was also stalling for time. As long as his meta-beasts arrived in time, they would definitely be able to tear Li Zongjiu to shreds. He did not know where this Li Zongjiu came from. He actually ambushed him with a Yuan Adept level cultivation base. Oh? You are the Thousand Beasts sect's outer sect deacon? When Li Zongjiu heard this name, he could not help but sneer. The Thousand Beasts sect was indeed famous. With the Li family's current state, if they offended the Thousand Beasts sect, they would probably be annihilated. Su Feng felt that Li Zongjiu's actions had softened, so he quickly nodded and said, "That's right, I have a token as proof. If you let me go, I will leave immediately." As soon as he finished speaking, Su Feng felt Li Zongjiu loosen his grip. The Yuan force in Su Feng's body immediately reconnected his broken bones. As a Yuan Adept level expert, even if his arms or legs were broken, he could still reconnect them temporarily. This was the benefit of having a strong Yuan force. Li Zongjiu let go of Su Feng. Su Feng immediately ran forward. His two meta-beasts had already arrived. After all, he was still a young man. However, the Thousand Beasts sect was too famous, so no one dared to offend them. Brat, if you want to blame someone, blame yourself for being too young. Kill him. Li Zongjiu coldly looked at Su Feng. He already knew that Su Feng was not a good person. However, as soon as Su Feng finished speaking, he felt as if there was a dark cloud above his head. When he looked up, he saw the poison blood bat's sharp claws grabbing his head. The venom immediately entered his body, causing Su Feng to feel a trace of a terrifying aura. Was this the feeling of being invaded by the poison blood bat's venom? So cold, so painful. This was what Su Feng thought. Immediately after, the spike beast instantly flew over. Chi chi chi. The moment he opened his body, he directly pierced through Su Feng's body. Those sharp thorns. This caused Su Feng's body to be riddled with holes. Fresh blood flowed out from the wounds, and during this process, the blood gradually turned black. Because of the invasion of the poison blood bat's venom. Su Feng did not expect this. He was actually going to die under the claws of his own meta-beast. Crack! The poison blood bat bit off Su Feng's head and crushed it in its mouth. Seeing such a miserable end, Li Zongjiu remained unmoved. You guys can go down as well. With a thought from Li Zongjiu, the spike beast and the poison blood bat both fell to the ground with a loud bang. Their mental energy was directly destroyed. As long as it was an enemy, there was no such thing as innocence. What's more, Li Zongjiu wouldn't allow any possibility to appear. He wouldn't allow any trouble to be left behind. He had to kill them all to prevent future troubles. He came to the front of the golden-winged blue-tailed eagle. Li Zongjiu waved his hand and released his origin energy, cutting the surrounding vines into pieces. He took out the soul-breaking needle. He didn't expect Su Feng to use such an insidious weapon to deal with the golden-winged blue-tailed eagle. It seemed that he had let Su Feng die too easily. He put away the soul-breaking needle. It was naturally a very satisfying thing to use such an insidious weapon on an enemy. This detoxification pill can temporarily suppress the poison. Li Zongjiu threw out a pill. The golden-winged blue-tailed eagle opened its mouth and caught it. It swallowed it directly. Beep! After recovering some of its strength, the golden-winged blue-tailed eagle was extremely angry. However, the enemies were all dead. If they were still alive, the golden-winged blue-tailed eagle would definitely not let them off easily. Let's go back to the city. Li Zongjiu took off Su Feng's waist token and the storage ring on his hand. The golden-winged blue-tailed eagle soared into the sky. After breaking free, although the golden-winged blue-tailed eagle was severely injured, it was still a peak level 3 origin beast. Its recovery ability was not ordinary and its endurance was also very high. It gritted its teeth and persevered as it brought Li Zongjiu back to Luoxia City. Whoosh! Li Zongjiu landed on the city wall. At this moment, the battle in the city had already ended. He saw Li Tianqing and the others rushing in from outside the city gate. Although they were a little late, it was fortunate that there was no greater danger. The sky gradually brightened and the morning glow covered the land, blooming a beautiful radiance. It seemed that the smell of blood had also been diluted. You're finally back. The Li family should pay for the repair of the city wall no matter what, Yi Chao said when he saw Li Zongjiu. The golden-winged blue-tailed eagle returned to the Li family and recuperated. Gu Xuanwu also came to Li Zongjiu's side. Li Zongjiu didn't look very good. His hair was unkempt and his face was dirty. There were also many wounds on his body. Yi Chao was very curious about the person who could force Li Zongjiu into such a state. Of course. Apart from that, the Li family will bear all the losses in this battle. Li Zongjiu said. As a family of the underworld, the Li family must have a good relationship with the mayor's mansion if they wanted to survive. Growth was a win-win situation. Unless one could grow to a certain height and level, they could only cooperate with each other. Becoming an enemy of the mayor's mansion was equivalent to becoming an enemy of the Xingyan dynasty. This was not conducive to the long-term development of the Li family. The potential of the Xingyan dynasty had not been destroyed even after 3,000 years. This showed how firm the Xingyan dynasty was. It had gone through many ups and downs, but the Xingyan dynasty still stood strong. Yi Chao smiled when he heard Li Zongjiu's words. After Li Tianqing entered the city, he quickly went to the city wall. The rest of the guards were also sent to the Li family to investigate the situation. When he saw that Li Zongjiu had arrived before him, Li Tianqing was stunned for a moment, but he still greeted Yi Chao directly. Li Tianqing greets the mayor. No need to be so polite. These people are not only coming for you, but also for me, Yi Chao said slowly. However, there was a trace of worry in his eyes. He looked at the forest in front of him. There is only one person in the northern medicine city who can control so many beasts. This person is very strong and not to be trifled with. It seems that the Northern Medicine Alliance wants to show their power. We haven't escaped from this disaster yet, Yi Chao said. Who is the person who attacked us this time? Li Tianqing asked in a deep voice. The enemy has already come to our home. Why should we be afraid of them? No matter who you are, since you have attacked us, we will wait for the Li family's revenge. Even if there is no one in the Li family who can deal with you, the Li family is rich. If they are rich, they can hire an expert to kill you. The assassin industry has never disappeared in the underground market. If the Northern Medicine Alliance wants to show their power, the Li family is not afraid of you. If I'm not wrong, it should be Su Feng from the Thousand Beasts sect. He has already become an outer deacon. At the same time, he is also the sworn brother of the Northern Medicine Alliance's current leader, Fu Chunlei. Hearing this, Li Tianqing's eyes were filled with shock and he fell into deep thought. If it was an ordinary expert, it would not be a big deal. However, it was someone from the Thousand Beasts sect. No one dared to offend the Thousand Beasts sect. Even the Snow Elixir sect did not dare to provoke the Thousand Beasts sect. Even the fact that Fu Chunlei was able to take over the Northern Medicine Alliance was probably because of the Thousand Beasts sect. Oh right, I saw the golden-winged blue-tailed eagle being lured away. Why was it rescued? Yi Chao looked at Li Zongjiu and asked. The golden-winged blue-tailed eagle was able to intimidate the beasts in the city and deter them from being too arrogant. It was because of the golden-winged blue-tailed eagle that the beasts became arrogant. Yes, I rescued it. As for Su Feng, I have already killed him, Li Zongjiu said. At the same time, he took out Su Feng's identity token and handed it to Yi Chao. Yi Chao's eyes widened when he heard this. Is Li Zongjiu joking? That Su Feng was a level 3 beast tamer, and he himself was an origin general. When Yi Chao saw the words, "Thousand Beasts Sect," carved on the token, he gasped. It really was Su Feng's token. Li Tianqing, who was standing at the side, could only watch helplessly. Just a moment ago, he was still thinking about how he could get rid of Su Feng. After all, Su Feng was in control of the massive army of beasts, and could form an army of his own at any time. It was extremely dangerous. However, in the blink of an eye, Li Zhongjiu had already killed Su Feng. What a good son! Chapter 178. I'll kill his meta beast as well, Li Zhongjiu added. At first, Yi Chao was worried that the meta beast would go into a revenge mode if he didn't kill the beast tamer well. It would only let go if the beast tamer was killed because the beast tamer was stained with its master's blood. That was why the beast tamer was not to be trifled with. If he wanted to kill this beast tamer and get rid of any future troubles, he would have to kill all of these meta beasts. Kid, you're really terrifying. These people want to fish in troubled waters, but they won't succeed. You guys better be prepared. The people from the Northern Medicine Alliance are here to cause trouble, Yi Chao said in a deep voice. The next time they come, it won't be so simple. There's no need for that. I'll find a messenger to deliver the badge to them. Li Zhongjiu called over a Li family guard and gave him the Thousand Beasts Sect's token. Yes, young master. Don't worry. I won't let them go easily. I'll write a letter. Father, send someone to deliver it to the Fog Snow Alchemy Sect. Hearing about the Fog Snow Alchemy Sect, Yi Chao couldn't help but glance at Li Zhongjiu. Li Zhongjiu was indeed a disciple of the Fog Snow Alchemy Sect. Could it be that Li Zhongjiu had some powerful friends in the Fog Snow Alchemy Sect? All right. Li Tianqing nodded, but he still had to go back and write the letter. After handing over some things, Li Tianqing and Li Zhongjiu left with their people. They had been back for so long, but they still hadn't gone back to check on the family. They didn't know what kind of losses they had suffered. Currently, there were no reports of casualties. After all, they had made preparations in advance. The beast tamer's attack wasn't sudden. Since Li Tianqing knew about the operation a few days in advance, the Li family must have made preparations. However, no one expected that these people would dare to attack in such a way. Clean up the wolf corpses outside. The meat of these beasts is good for strengthening the muscles and bones. Let's have a good meal tonight, Yi Chao said to his general. The Luoxia city was neither big nor small, and there were a total of 3,000 guards. Of course, if these 4 city gates were divided equally, it wouldn't be much. The armed forces of Guanxi town had at least 700 to 800 people, not to mention the larger Luoxia city. The main purpose of having a team of 3,000 people was to deal with attacks from meta-beasts or bandits. 3,000 people weren't considered a lot in such situations. In a normal Grade 3 city, the number of guards would start from 20,000. As for the specifics, it still depended on the situation. This quota also required an application process. If it was a city with a high safety factor, 5,000 people would be enough. Not far away, Yinglai also appeared. He had heard everything Li Zhongjiu said. Since Sunset City can't tolerate me, then don't blame me for being ruthless. Last night, Yinglai's words were directly refuted by Yi Chao and he was even scolded. If he continued to shamelessly stay here, it would be meaningless. Hence, he might as well leave. In Yinglai's opinion, Li Zhongjiu's conspiracy to deal with the Northern Medicine Alliance was tantamount to walking into a trap. He was digging his own grave. If he reported this information, he might be able to receive a handsome reward. Most importantly, he would be able to rely on a big tree like the Northern Medicine Alliance. Yinglai was tired of staying in such a small place. I, Yinglai, have great ambitions, but I'm here waiting for death with an old man like you. Leaving will definitely be a loss for Sunset City. I, Yinglai, will repay the humiliation I suffered today tenfold. And that damn Li family, that stinking brat, when have I, Yinglai, been treated like this? I'll definitely cripple you. Yinglai left in anger. Everything in Luoxia City would be subjected to Ying Lai's vengeance. Li Zongjiu returned to the Li family. The outer perimeter wall had been directly destroyed. The pavement on the street was more or less trampled beyond recognition. There were also many bloodstains on the road. Some wild beasts would kill each other. There were all kinds of situations. The shocking scratches on the ground were extremely terrifying in the eyes of ordinary people. The means of this beast tamer is really terrifying. Li Tianqing saw this scene along the way and he was extremely shocked. Fortunately, Li Zongjiu had already killed that person. Otherwise, if this happened again, Sunset City would be dragged to its death one day. At that time, the Li family would cease to exist. Why are there scorch marks all around? Li Tianqing and Li Zongjiu looked around. Li Tianqing curiously asked. The grass on the ground had very obvious scorch marks. Moreover, it seemed that the strength of the flames was not low. He's the one who attacked. Li Zongjiu glanced at it and knew that it must be Wang Jing's doing. Family head Zongjiu, you're here. When Li Gui and the others rushed back to the Li family, Li Yun knew that the reinforcements had come. Fortunately, Master Wang Jing is here this time. Otherwise, we wouldn't be able to stop these wild beasts. Li Yun said. It's him. Even Li Tianqing was surprised. After all, Wang Jing's appearance was not good and he was young. Most importantly, he loved to eat. How could such a fat body have so many skills? However, Wang Jing's alchemy skills had won over the people of the Li family's alchemy hall. They were very obedient to Wang Jing's wisdom. They cultivated as they should, and even used some strange methods to cultivate. Who would have thought that the person who saved the Li family this time would be Wang Jing? Where is he? Li Zongjiu could not help but ask. Wang Jing did not disappoint him. However, according to his character, he should have escaped long ago. According to Li Zongjiu's understanding of Wang Jing. But now, it seemed that Wang Jing had some feelings for the Li family. Otherwise, with this guy's temperament, he would have fled at the slightest sign of danger. He's severely exhausted and fainted. He's now recuperating in the Quiet Moon Pavilion. Li Yun said. Then let him sleep first. Li Zongjiu went to the study and wrote a letter. He asked someone to deliver it to the Fog Snow Alchemy sect. Then, he asked someone to bring some herbs from the storeroom. The person did not say anything. After all, it was Li Zongjiu who asked for these herbs. Moreover, Li Zongjiu's position in the Li family was very important, so his words carried a lot of weight. However, these herbs were all poisonous. It made people wonder what the young master wanted them for. Earth-Fire Pavilion. Li Zongjiu came here again. However, Li Zongjiu did not come here to absorb the power of the earth-fire. Instead, he came here to temper his golden body. Given my current state, it will be difficult for me to kill my way into the Northern Medicine Alliance. I have to improve as soon as possible. It would be best if I could reach the Origin General Realm. Li Zongjiu thought to himself. It was still unknown whether there was an Origin Ancestor Realm expert in the Northern Medicine Alliance. Therefore, he had to be fully prepared. Even if they were to face a Sky Origin Ancestor level powerhouse, they would still need to be prepared to kill him. The longevity of the Li family was not just a matter of words. It had to be achieved with blood and swords. Heartbreak grass, heart-splitting orchid, burning soul flower. These are all highly poisonous things. Even an Origin Ancestor Realm expert would die instantly if they came into contact with them. The blood poison bat's Yuan crystal also possesses a potent poison effect. If you combine them together, you will be able to refine a true poison pill. A pitch-black Origin crystal appeared in Li Zongjiu's hand. It was possible to identify the blood poison bat's spiritual body in this Origin crystal. Open the furnace and gather the fire. Chapter 179. Guanxi Town. After the previous bustling scene, Guanxi Town had regained its peace. The deaths of a few people didn't affect Guanxi Town much. The businesses that were left empty were quickly replaced by others. Naturally, some of the posts that were missing were replaced by others. Guanxi Town continued to operate without any disturbances. However, the position of the guard was still vacant for the time being. No one in Guanxi Town dared to act recklessly. After all, the Shen family was still here. Who was behind the Shen family? The Zheng family of Cerulean Wave Giant City. It would be better for them to behave themselves in the future. Otherwise, they would suffer a terrible fate. I heard that the new guard has some bad omen. I don't know if it's true, but he hasn't woken up yet. Yeah, what you said might be true. But please don't bring any disaster to our Guanxi town. I was wondering why there was a change in the guard. This position is not easy to sit in. There were countless rumors in the street. Some said that the new guard was possessed, some said that he was killed, and some said that he was indulging in debauchery all day and died in the belly of a woman. Meanwhile, in the Shun family, everyone was standing outside the bamboo forest clinic. The old man was weak, so he took a rattan chair and sat down. It had been a day and a night. Was the girl that Li Zongjiu had invited back good enough? Some people were already doubting her. However, Shen Xinxiao was determined to prevent anyone from stepping into the clinic. After all, the girl was young and did not seem to be very capable. However, Shen Xinxiao trusted his son and Li Zongjiu. He would never be careless in this kind of matter. Therefore, everyone persevered and waited. It was close to dawn. From the time this young lady went in and Li Zongjiu left, it had been 1 day and 1 night and 1 day. At dawn, the surroundings were quiet. There were already quite a few people who couldn't hold on any longer and fell asleep at the side. The guards of the Shun family had to stay close to them. Zhizhi, Shen Xinxiao, who was lying on the table drowsily, opened his eyes when he heard that. He got up and saw Nanxing walking out. Pharmacist Nanxing, what's the situation? Shen Xinxiao immediately stepped forward and said excitedly. Some of the Shen brothers and Shen Nanxiao's wife also woke up and looked nervously at Nanxing, who was carrying a medicine box. Nanxing first scanned his surroundings before he gently furrowed his brows. It was as if he was extremely dissatisfied with the fact that someone was not waiting here. It's fine. You guys deal with this blood poison bug yourselves. He'll wake up tomorrow at noon. Nanxing said. The Shen family also invited an alchemist to investigate the room. He discovered that Shen Nanxiao had already regained his color and aura. However, his body was still a little weak. Beside the table, there was a bottle of potion hanging upside down. The potion, along with a needle, pierced into Shen Nanxiao's wrist. At this rate, it would all be gone by noon the next day. This was the first time this old apothecary had seen such a treatment method. It was breathtaking. Amazing, it's really amazing. When Shen Chunqiu and the others heard that Shen Nanxiao's condition had improved and that he was no longer in danger, they were all excited and happy. Thank you very much, miss. How much is the consultation fee this time? The Shen family will definitely give it all to you. Shen Chunqiu hurriedly said. With such a thing happening to his son, how could he eat or sleep? I'm not taking any money. Where did the kid who brought me here go? Nanxing walked around for a long time but did not see Li Zongjiu. That damn kid couldn't have run away, right? Hearing that he was not taking any money, Shen Chunqiu was stunned. Who would not take money to see a doctor? However, when he heard the second half of Nanxing's sentence, he came to a realization. So it was because of his little grandson's charisma. He was really something. Why didn't he bring such a powerful alchemist here? It's like this, Nanxing. I'm Zongjiu's mother. After Zongjiu brought you here, he left because he had some urgent matters to attend to. This is the letter he asked me to pass to you. As he spoke, Shen Xinxiao passed the letter that he had been holding to his chest to Nanxing. Letter? Nanxing took the letter from Shen Xinxiao's hand. She opened it and glanced at it before keeping it. Men are indeed unreliable. I want to see how you're going to give me this in half a year's time. This was what Nanxing muttered in her heart. Although she did not receive any consultation fee this time, Nanxing's goal was never to make money. If she wanted to make money with Nanxing's standard, she would be treated as a guest of honor in any large city. Why would she go to the Black Water Forest to treat people for free? Furthermore, this money was of no use to her. Since the treatment is over, I'll take my leave. If there's anything else, you can find me at the Black Water Forest Clinic. Nanxing summoned the Nine Flames Heavenly Sparrow. These days, the Nine Flames Heavenly Sparrow had eaten all kinds of delicacies in the Shen family. After all, the Shen family hunted for a living, and the Nine Flames Heavenly Sparrow loved to eat all kinds of fresh meat. Why are you in such a hurry to leave? You should at least stay for a meal. It's almost time for breakfast, Shen Xinqiao said. However, the Nine Flames Heavenly Sparrow's body had already soared into the sky. In the blink of an eye, it disappeared from the sky and could no longer be seen. Shen Xinqiao was extremely surprised by Nanxing's hurried arrival. It was as if he was a chivalrous doctor in the underworld. There was really such a free and easy person in the world. If Zhong Jiu is together with this girl in the future, I don't know if he can take care of her. However, from what I saw just now, there shouldn't be a problem. Shen Xinqiao thought in his heart. However, no matter what, Shen Nanxiao's illness had been cured. This was the best outcome. Northern Medicine City. On the southeast street of the city, there was a 7-story fragrant medicine tower. This was a medicine tower. It was the land of the Northern Medicine Alliance. The first floor was where elixirs were sold. The second floor was the VIP reception room where the elixir refining plan could be customized. The specific price could be discussed slowly. The third and fourth floors were where the alchemists refined elixirs. The fifth floor was the conference room of the Northern Medicine Alliance. The sixth floor was where the Alliance Master of the Northern Medicine Alliance lived. The seventh floor was where the past Alliance Masters were enshrined. In other words, the memorial tablets of those who had contributed to the Northern Medicine Alliance. This was the entire place. At this moment, in front of the memorial tablets on the 7th floor, a figure stood. This person was dressed luxuriously and his eyes were like heavy pearls. In his hand there was a token. Su Feng, don't worry. If I don't take revenge, Fu Chunlei, will be struck by lightning. After saying that, Fu Chunlei placed the 1,000 Beasts Sex Deacon token in front of the memorial tablet. Is there someone from Luoxia City who came to surrender? Fu Chunlei stood with his hands behind his back, as if he was asking the air. A person in black clothes with red edges walked out from the darkness. He wore a pointed bamboo hat and looked like a fisherman catching fish. Alliance Master, it's the advisor of the City Lord Mansion. His name is Ying Lai and he claims to have brought important information. Bring him to the 6th floor. I want to question him personally. Yes. Chapter 180. Ying Lai stood in the middle of the hall. It was said that the Alliance Master of the Northern Medicine Alliance wanted to meet him personally. Ying Lai could not help but feel nervous. He had to perform well. If he caught the Alliance Master's eye, he might be able to achieve meteoric success. However, the surrounding atmosphere was a little strange for Ying Lai. This was because there seemed to be something soaking in some of the bottles and jars around him. Ying Lai was familiar with this brewing method. Some people liked to drink medicinal wine, which was brewed in this way. However, Ying Lai looked at the jars and found that they did not contain snakes, insects, rats, or ants. They looked more like parts of a human body. Ying Lai felt his hair stand on end when he thought of this. Are you Ying Lai? A cold voice sounded from behind Ying Lai. Ying Lai immediately turned around and bowed to the person who came. Ying Lai greets the Alliance Master. Before he came, he had already inquired about the situation. The current Alliance leader of the Northern Medicine Alliance was under Fu Chunlei's control. With the help of his brother, Su Feng, Fu Chunlei had obtained the position of Alliance leader. Before this, Fu Chunlei was just an ordinary elder. It was as if he suddenly had great power and support. Not only did he take over the position of the leader of the Northern Medicine Alliance, but he also negotiated with the powers behind the Northern Medicine Alliance. If the Alliance Master of the Northern Medicine Alliance wanted to gain a foothold, he must have the support of other powers. At times like this, tactics were extremely important. Otherwise, it was very likely that these forces would choose to cooperate with other alchemist alliances. During this period of time, there would be mutual benefit. There would be no eternal enemies and no eternal friends. Between them, there was even less of a subordinate relationship. From the fact that Fu Chunlei had the ability to persuade the various powers behind the Northern Medicine Alliance, it was obvious that Fu Chunlei had extraordinary abilities. Otherwise, these rich people wouldn't have let Fu Chunlei off so easily. You have some eyesight. Fu Chunlei snorted coldly. He then sat in his seat and placed the 1,000 Beasts Sex token on the table. You better give me a proper explanation about my brother. How did Su Feng die? Ing Lai felt as if a pair of sharp claws were hanging on his neck. If he made the slightest mistake, this pair of claws would snap his neck without hesitation. This terrifying aura of life and death was like a bone-chilling wind to Ing Lai. The gap between the two of them seemed to be a little too big. However, this Fu Chunlei was merely an alliance master. Why would he have such a feeling? Alliance leader, Lord Su Feng, was killed by the young master of the Li family, Li Zhongjiu. Li Zhongjiu? Was it that kid who was still in his teens? Do you think I'm a fool? Fu Chunlei suddenly slammed his palm on the table, his anger rising. Ing Lai also felt his legs go soft, and he immediately knelt on the ground. Please calm down, Alliance leader. I'm not lying. Li Zhongjiu possesses a secret technique. He was only a Yuan master, yet he was able to kill a Yuan general powerhouse. Ing Lai's eyes were cold as he spoke. Although he did not know exactly what was strange about Li Zhongjiu, he knew that Li Zhongjiu had to have some sort of secret. Otherwise, how could an ordinary person do such a thing? This was simply impossible. Not only that, but the Northern Medicine Alliance's Deputy Alliance Master, Shang Quan, and Protector Jin Yohu were all killed by this young man. It's absolutely true. Before I arrived, I overheard Li Zhongjiu writing a letter to the Foggy Snow Alchemy sect. He was preparing to gather people to attack the Northern Medicine Alliance. Without waiting for Fu Chunlei to interrogate him, Ing Lai spilled the beans and told Fu Chunlei everything that had happened. Join forces with the Foggy Snow Alchemy sect? Fu Chunlei frowned. No wonder Li Zhongjiu was so bold. The Foggy Snow Alchemy sect lived in seclusion on the Foggy Snow Mountain. It was almost isolated from the outside world. Outsiders did not know how strong it was, but it was only recorded in the official records of the dynasty. It was just a third-rate sect. Moreover, it was at the bottom of a third-rate sect. Such strength was not enough for Fu Chunlei to fear. However, Fu Chunlei was very interested in Li Zhongjiu. Is this the news you brought? Fu Chunlei looked at Ing Lai below and said indifferently. He was like a high and mighty king looking down on his slave. Ing Lai did not dare to raise his head. Instead, he lowered his body even more. Very well, go and receive your reward, Fu Chunlei said. Ing Lai's face immediately revealed a look of ecstasy when he heard this. Thank you, Lord. Thank you, Alliance leader. Seeing Ing Lai's submissive attitude, Fu Chunlei sat in his seat and felt very comfortable. This was the benefit of power, which was why he, Fu Chunlei, did not care about the price and wanted to sit in this position. I didn't expect that the first person to provoke me would be a small family in this unrated city. This is simply an insult to me. However, since this Fog Snow Alchemy sect wants to interfere and take some benefits, then don't blame me for cutting off your hand. Fu Chunlei's eyes were cold. Inform the Iron Leg sect and the Cold Light sect. Let them be prepared. A figure walked out of the empty room and bowed to Fu Chunlei with his hands clasped together. Yes, Alliance leader. Since you're here, then let me properly entertain you. Fu Chunlei naturally wanted to teach them a lesson when someone came to provoke them. At the same time, he wanted to seek justice for Su Feng's death. And this justice was the heads of the entire Li family. Only in this way could he give his brothers an explanation. At this moment, in the sky above the Li family in Sunset City, several white cranes flew down from the sky. When they saw these white cranes descending from the sky, the people of the Li family were shocked. Patriarch Li, how have you been? Lin Tsong landed from the white crane. Behind Li Tianqing were the elders of the Li family, as well as Gu Xuanwu. So it's Peak Master Lin. When Li Tianqing saw Lin Tsong coming, his face was immediately filled with excitement. He never thought that Li Zhongjiu's casual letter would actually invite Lin Tsong over. Behind Lin Tsong there were 3 old men. From the looks of it, their auras were quite extraordinary. Come, let me introduce you. This is Elder Qin Lai, this is Elder Wudong, and this is Elder Jin Shui. Li Tianqing listened to Lin Tsong's introduction. They were all elders of the Fog Snow Alchemy sect. 3 of them came at once. How could this be? To be able to become an elder of the Fog Snow Alchemy sect, their strength was basically at the general realm. Didn't this mean that the sect had 4 general realm experts? When did Li Zhongjiu become so capable? Even Li Tianqing never thought that Li Zhongjiu would have such strength. Li Tianqing greets the elders. Li Tianqing hurriedly clasped his hands, but these seemingly cold elders waved their hands. Patriarch Li, there's no need to be so polite. If you need anything in the future, just send someone to instruct us. Haha, the scenery of Sunset City is quite good. We'll have to come here a few more times in the future. Qin Lai stepped forward and said. Elder Jin Shui and Elder Wudong were both elders of the Blazing Peak. They were also brought here by Qin Lai this time. Li Zhongjiu was now extremely famous in the Fog Snow Alchemy sect. Who could possibly escape from the 9-headed fatal octopus? Only Li Zhongjiu could do it. That's right, Elder Qin Lai is absolutely right. These elders were also flattering each other about Luoxia City. This scene of people fawning over Luoxia City was simply a little shocking to Li Tianqing. It was even a little subversive. Who would have thought that these elders would be so enthusiastic? It was completely unlike the legendary cold and unapproachable level. By the way, Zhongjiu is still cultivating in seclusion. We're not sure when he'll come out, Li Tianqing said. It's fine, we have nothing to do. We'll disturb you here for a few days. It's the Li family's honor. Chapter 181. Li Family Earth-Fire Pavilion. Li Zhongjiu withdrew his yuan power, and the temperature of the cauldron in front of him gradually dropped. Then, Li Zhongjiu took out the item from the cauldron. It was a pitch-black elixir. The elixir itself emitted a dark and cold aura. Even if one came into contact with the elixir, they would probably be corroded and devoured by the terrifying aura of the elixir. If one ate such a highly toxic elixir, even a Sky Origin Ancestor Realm expert would find it difficult to resist such a terrifying poison. Fortunately, I added a little vanilla before I took it out of the cauldron. Otherwise, the smell would definitely be very unpleasant. Li Zhongjiu thought to himself. Although the elixir was refined by him, and the degree of cleanliness was absolutely reassuring, it was a poisonous elixir that was condensed from poison. It had not undergone any special refinement, so it would emit a foul smell. When the foul smell hit, it would make one's stomach churn. It also made people feel nauseous. How could they still think of eating it? Only a fool would eat it. Therefore, Li Zhongjiu added some vanilla to adjust the smell. The effect of this elixir, in addition to the attribute enhancement brought about by the White Dragon Origin Spirit, I wonder if this body can withstand it. Li Zhongjiu thought to himself. The White Dragon Origin Spirit could increase one's mental strength. At the same time, when consuming the elixir and refining the herbs, it could absorb 200% of the energy. It was equivalent to Li Zhongjiu eating one elixir, which meant that others would have to eat two. This was the effect of the elixir. On the other hand, the effect of the poison was the same. Even Li Zongjio was somewhat fearful and uncertain in his heart. After all, he was taking the initiative to test the poison, and under the circumstances that his strength was not that strong, he could only hope that his body could withstand it. Come on! He circulated the ancient golden tyrant body art. Li Zongjio opened his mouth and swallowed the highly toxic elixir. The moment he swallowed it, Li Zongjio felt that the elixir had turned into a liquid knife and directly cut his body from his throat. The terrifying corrosiveness that was constantly devouring his body. Li Zongjio's body was almost instantly eroded. Oh no, the poison is too strong. Li Zongjio had never expected that he would spit out a mouthful of blood not long after swallowing it. Pfft! The blood had already turned pitch black. The poison was too strong, almost causing the ancient golden tyrant body art to be unable to keep up. Blood bead. Li Zongjio immediately grabbed a handful of blood beads and stuffed them into his mouth. As the blood bead entered his body, Li Zongjio's essence blood, essence qi and spirit became even more exuberant. At this moment they suddenly erupted. Boom! As the power of the blood beads spread throughout his body, Li Zongjio's ancient golden tyrant body art continued to operate and directly stabilized his body's strength. The poison was constantly destroying his body, and the ancient golden tyrant body art was also constantly repairing itself. During this repairing process, it was also helping Li Zongjio to constantly increase his strength. I finally endured it. Although only a few seconds had passed, Li Zongjio had already walked through the gates of hell. The terrifying poison was spreading in his body, and if he was not careful, it was very likely that his body would be directly corroded. At that time, not even his skin would be left. What else was there to cultivate? Fortunately, even though Li Zongjio's yuan power did not increase during the refining process, he could clearly feel a change in the strength of his physical body. Like a piece of diamond, the impurities within were removed, leaving behind the toughest and purest part. The golden tyrant body art. The golden dragon rune on the yuan bead within his body lit up, and the golden dragon original spirit appeared around his body. In the process of raising his cultivation base, Li Zongjio had also gained some insight. Immediately, his mind moved. The power of the golden dragon original spirit immediately poured into his right hand. But in the end, all of it was poured into a single finger. Li Zongjio felt the power of this finger. This finger was enough to penetrate the body of an ancestor origin expert, break his defense, and directly kill him. This is the legendary golden finger. Li Zongjio could not help but think. When he performed this move, his right index finger had already turned completely golden. This finger could be said to be the transformation of the power of the golden dragon original spirit. However, this finger could also be said to be indestructible. At the same time, it was also indestructible. If someone wanted to arm wrestle, they would not be able to move this finger. This move shall be called the golden dragon finger. Li Zongjio thought that this would become one of his killing moves. At the very least, among all the skills that Li Zongjio had learned, there was almost no one who could instantly kill an ancestor origin expert. Moreover, this was under the condition that his cultivation was only at grade 7. This golden dragon finger could. It could easily kill an ancestor origin expert. However, Li Zongjio had to be able to perform this move effectively. If he encountered an enemy who also performed the same move, he might have already been turned into powder by the time this move touched his opponent. Therefore, the move still depended on how it was performed. Of course, if the gap was too big, it would not be easy to make up for it. It only took an hour to refine the poison pill. This was because if he couldn't refine the poison within an hour, he would be poisoned to death. There was no doubt about it. Then, Li Zongjio recovered for a while. Only then did he get up. When he stood up, the bones in his body also emitted a crackling sound, as if he had been reborn. This caused Li Zongjio to be extremely amazed. The effect of this ancient golden body art is really overbearing. Li Zhongjiu came out of seclusion because he had heard that Lin Tsang had arrived. In addition, Qin Lai and the others had also come, which surprised Li Zhongjiu. After all, Li Zhongjiu had only said in the letter that he wanted to find a few people to go with him to the Northern Medicine Alliance. However, he had not expected that Lin Tsang would directly invite the great elder, Qin Lai. Qin Lai's strength was also extremely tyrannical. To be able to become the great elder, his own strength had to be very strong. Since you're all here, I'll thank you first. Since you're already here, there's no going back. If you run away because of fear, you'll be my Li Zhongjiu's enemy. Li Zhongjiu said to Qin Lai and the others, and his words were not polite. Li Tianqing's eyes widened when he heard this. These elders of the Fog Snow Pill sect, how could they accept such a threat? Was Li Zhongjiu too arrogant? However, looking at the expressions of Qin Lai and the others, they did not seem to be dissatisfied. Protector Li, don't worry. Since we're here, we'll naturally endure until the end. Li Tianqing looked at Li Zhongjiu with a frown. Zhongjiu, what are you going to do? Don't worry, father. I'm going to reason with them, Li Zhongjiu said with a smile. The golden-winged blue-tailed eagle still stayed in the Li family. Since the last time, the golden-winged blue-tailed eagle had learned to be smart. Although its injuries had not fully healed, its combat strength was very impressive. It could easily resist some ordinary invaders. A skinny camel was still bigger than a horse. Moreover, the camel was not dead yet. The group of people also rode on the white crane and headed towards the northern medicine city. Li Tianqing's heart was also on tenterhooks. He didn't know what kind of trouble Li Zhongjiu would cause this time. However, Li Tianqing did not have time to idle. Soon, a report came from the Flying Cloud City. Patriarch, there's a new situation at the Huangyuan or. Chapter 182. With the speed of the white crane, it would only take a day and a half to reach northern Medicine City. It was not an exaggeration to say that they could travel 1,000 miles in a day. However, Li Zhongjiu and the others did not directly enter northern Medicine City on the white crane. They were here to cause trouble for the Northern Medicine Alliance, not Northern Medicine City. They still had to abide by the rules of the city. If it was similar to the small city from before, they could still be a little arrogant. However, Northern Medicine City was already a mature third-class city. Similar to Flying Cloud City, although it also had the same configuration as the Merchant Alliance, because the facilities in all aspects were not complete, and even some of the equipment did not reach the standard, it only slightly passed the standard of a third-grade city. It was only slightly better than Luoxia City. If a Merchant Alliance appeared in Luoxia City, its strength and status would be the same as Flying Cloud City. The standards are not clear, but as one of them, you are naturally aware of the difference. If you want to numb yourself to ignore these differences, you will only be deceiving yourself. The real difference was there, never disappearing or changing. For example, Giant Emerald Wave City and Qingzhou City were both second-class cities. However, Giant Emerald Wave City's strength was 10 times that of Qingzhou City. There were even some that only existed in name, and some had even become ghost cities. There were countless such cases, and there were all kinds of situations. Northern Medicine City in front of them was considered to be above average among the third-class cities. In Dingquan Province, there were many third-class cities that could surpass Northern Medicine City. The reason why Northern Medicine City was famous was because there were countless medicinal gardens in Northern Medicine City. This was because the land was once watered by the blood of high-level meta-beasts, leaving behind a large amount of meta-chi. Therefore, the soil here was more suitable for growing some spiritual herbs. The quality of these spiritual herbs was also better. Almost every household could become a reserve for medicinal herbs and had most of the medicinal herbs. The largest medicinal herb merchant in Dingquan Province had also set up a branch here. Thousand Flavor Herb Hall. It was a branch of the Medicinal Herb Merchant Alliance. In Thousand Flavor Herb Hall, you could find the medicinal herbs you needed as long as you had enough money. A young man arrived in front of the Thousand Flavors Herb Hall. In his previous life, Li Zhongjiu had worked with Thousand Flavors Herb Hall many times. After all, they were both from Dinghuan Province, so he had helped them a few times. They could be considered as fellow countrymen in the entire Xingyan dynasty. However, the potential of the Thousand Flavors Herb Hall was limited. No matter how high it was, it could not reach. In the end, it could only become the giant of herbs in Dinghuan Province. Even so, it was enough for them to occupy this place. Welcome to the Thousand Flavors Herb Hall. Here is a guide list for herbs. If you have any questions, you can ask me at any time. A female attendant who was in charge of introducing the herbs said softly. His attire was that of an alchemist, but there was also a badge on his chest with the words, "Apprentice," written on it. He was an apprentice pharmacist. This Thousand Flavors Herb Hall was the largest herb shop in Dinghuan Province. Even if one could work here, one would be able to come into contact with all kinds of herbs. It was a good place for a pharmacist to learn. As for whether or not one could learn effectively, that would depend on oneself. This kind of thing could never be blamed on the environment. Do you have any grade 4 herbs? Li Zhongjiu had obtained the Heavenly Veins 7 stars from the Fog Snow Valley. He was worried that he did not have any supplementary herbs to refine the Heavenly Veins elixir. Now that he was in the Thousand Flavors Herb Hall, of course, he would take a good look around. Grade 4 herbs. The apprentice pharmacist was shocked when he heard this. He stared at Li Zhongjiu with his eyes wide open. He was just a young man of 16 or 17 years old. The old man behind him looked like a wise man. Grade 4 herbs were enough to refine a Grade 4 elixir. They belonged to the level of ancestor origin expert. Could it be that the young man in front of him, or the old man, had the ability to refine a Grade 4 elixir? In the entire northern medicine city, there were only 3 Grade 3 alchemists. One of them was the manager of the Thousand Flavors Herb Hall. The second was the chief alchemist of the City Lord Mansion of Northern Medicine City. He was also the first guest of the City Lord Mansion. The third person was the only Alchemist Alliance in the city. He used to be the leader of the Northern Medicine Alliance. However, it was said that some time ago, the leader of the Northern Medicine Alliance had passed away. The new leader seemed to only be an advanced Grade 2 alchemist. It seemed that it was not so easy to break through the realm of a Grade 3 alchemist. Grade 4 herbs were difficult to refine even for a Grade 3 alchemist. In the Thousand Flavors Herb Hall, there were only a few treasures of the shop. As for the value of these herbs, they were worth more than 10 million yuan. Therefore, the woman was also sizing up Li Zhongjiu. First, she was curious who Li Zhongjiu was. Second, she wanted to see if Li Zhongjiu had the ability to refine elixirs. Grade 4 herbs. Yes, you can look at the last page directly. However, they are all treasures of the shop, the apprentice pharmacist said. Today was the young girl's first day of work, so she maintained her enthusiasm. However, the young girl didn't expect to meet such a big customer on her first day. Could it be that the atmosphere in the Thousand Flavors Herb Hall was like this? However, this young lady also maintained her rationality. As an apprentice alchemist, she also needed to know that one could not judge a book by its cover. Usually, there were some powerful alchemists who usually dressed like a beggar and did not care about their appearance. At the same time, one would not be able to tell from their appearance that they had the ability to refine elixirs. The young woman had seen with her own eyes that a person who liked to pick up scrap metal on the street to sell at the old goods market could easily refine a Grade 2 elixir. Collecting scrap metal was just a hobby. There were really all kinds of people. Therefore, when Li Zhongjiu asked, she answered very seriously. Li Zhongjiu turned to the last page. There were at most 3 types. I want this 1,000-year ice-toad nonsense grass. Li Zhongjiu pointed at the guidebook in his hand and said, "This. Please wait a moment. I will go and ask the chief." The chief here should be similar to a supervisor. It was what they called it internally. There was no problem with it. After all, no one would care about it. Li Zongjio did not leave and just stood there. The young woman skipped away. Behind him, Lin Song stood there like a loyal butler. It was currently noon. According to Li Zongjio, there was no rush to take revenge. First, eat a good meal. Only after eating would they have the strength to kill. Qin Lai and the others were preparing in a restaurant. Li Zongjio happened to see the Thousand Flavors Herb Hall's shop below and came in to see if there were any herbs. It just so happened that Li Zongjio needed this ice-toad nonsense grass. The price shown on the book was 17.66 million gold coins. This number was not something an ordinary person could afford. That Luoxia cities by clan only earned a few million yuan from the handling fees, and so on throughout the year. This herb was enough to crush the entire Bai family. The Bai family had to sell all of their shops and land in order to raise so much money. Soon, the chief of the Thousand Flavors Herb Hall walked over. She was a mature woman in her 30s. Her figure was graceful and her almond-shaped eyes were full of love. When she saw Li Zongjio and Lin Song, she knew that the two of them were not good-looking. However, the aura they exuded was extremely unique. Customers who did not discuss the price and directly placed an order did exist. However, they were usually only found in second-grade or first-grade cities. She had been here for a long time and was unfamiliar with the two people in front of her. She could not remember their names. Looking at them, she guessed that they were from some big family. "Young master, I am the chief of the Thousand Flavors Herb Hall, Lu Manxian. This ice-toad nonsense grass is stored in our ice storage. If you need it, you can pay the bill first and wait for an hour to get it." Lu Manxian came in front of Li Zongjio and said to Li Zongjio. From the way the two of them stood, Li Zongjio was obviously the master. Yes. Li Zongjio nodded. However, he did not take out his wallet. Lu Manxian also looked at Li Zongjio. The two of them were in a deadlock for a while. Lin Song stood firmly in place. Li Zongjio waited for a while and could not help but turn his head to look at Lin Song. "Why are you looking at me? How can I have so much money?" Lin Song was stunned when Li Zongjio looked at him. Chapter 183. Lin Song felt wronged. He was just a peak master of the Fog Snow Alchemy sect. Moreover, he had been trapped here for half a year. Although he had a lot of gold coins, he couldn't just casually take out 10 million gold coins. Did he think he was running a bank? It was possible to open a bank, but if it was some sect, how could they have so much money in their hands? The scene was extremely awkward. As a peak master, you can't even take out 10 million gold coins. Li Zongjio also cast a disdainful look at him. However, when it came to money, Li Zongjio didn't have much in his storage ring. "Take out whatever you have." In the end, Lin Song also took out his entire fortune. It was a total of 200,000 gold coins. Li Zongjio rummaged through his pockets, and in the end, he only found 3,000 gold coins. Li Zongjio didn't know when the money came into his pocket. Lu Manxian and the apprentice looked at each other. Who exactly were these two people in front of him? Were they here to show off? However, they didn't get angry. After all, they didn't say they didn't have money. "Wait a moment," Li Zongjio said. Then, he looked at the high-end restaurant behind him and waved his hand. At this moment, Qin Lai and the others were about to order food. When they saw Li Zongjio waving his hand, it seemed that something was wrong. Protector Li seems to have some trouble. Let's go down and take a look," Qin Lai said. The three of them walked into the Thousand Flavors Herb Hall. Li Zongjio opened his palm. "Hand over all the money you have on you." Qin Lai and the other two were also confused. "What?" In the end, the three of them searched their pockets. Elder Jin Shui was even more ruthless. He directly took out a stack of gold notes from his shoes. However, the total wealth of the three elders of the Fog Snow Alchemy sect was only 1,600,000 gold coins. On average, each of them didn't even have 600,000 gold coins. How can the first elder of the Fierce Peak be as poor as you? Li Zhongjiu held the 1,000,000 gold coins in his hand and immediately scolded the 4 old men in front of him. One by one, they scolded him. They couldn't be relied on at such a critical moment. The 4 of them only had so little money. Was it that difficult to earn money? Qin Lai and the others were also extremely wrong. They were usually active in the sect. After all, they did not need to spend money on the things in the sect. After all, they were not on a mission to earn money. Usually, the expenses of the sect were managed by specialized personnel. Most of the time they spent on cultivation. Their meals were all taken care of by the sect. To be able to have so much money, they were all left over from scrimping and saving. Cough cough. Do you still want this medicinal ingredient? Lu Manxian said. Although these people were embarrassingly poor, it could be seen that they were not weak at all. Everyone's aura was faintly discernible and powerful. A Yuan general-level powerhouse. There were actually 4 Yuan general-level powerhouses beside this young man. From the looks of it, they seemed to hold this young man in high esteem. It wasn't because they were oppressed by Li Zhongjiu's aura, but because they were subdued by his aura. Who knew what kind of charm this little Li Zhongjiu had? Can I write a note? Qin Lai asked coldly. Who do you think you are to write a note for something worth more than 10,000,000 gold coins? Lu Manxian couldn't refute him directly. She looked at Qin Lai apologetically. Her expression was already an answer. Here's a total of 1,700,000 gold coins. Take it as a deposit. I'll give you the rest tomorrow. Li Zhongjiu pushed the money on the table over. He had no other choice now. Since he couldn't find so much money on himself, the Northern Medicine Alliance should have the same amount of money. Since the Northern Medicine Alliance was about to be destroyed, there was nothing to be afraid of. Of course, Lu Manxian said with a smile. She had the trainee girl put the money into the basket, and she wrote a receipt for it. This is the deposit. No need. Get it ready tomorrow. I'll take it when I see the money. Li Zhongjiu stood up and said calmly. Then, he turned around and walked out. Lin Tsang and the others followed closely behind. After Li Zhongjiu and the others left, Lu Manchuan's eyes lit up. The female trainee also looked at Lu Manxian hesitantly, her eyes filled with doubt. Chief, do you think they can afford it tomorrow? They only had one night. Even if they used some special method, they wouldn't be able to raise the remaining 10,000,000 gold coins. The 1,000,000 gold coins in their hands wasn't even enough to make up for the difference. I'm not sure. Our 1,000-taste herb hall is only in charge of buying and selling medicinal herbs. We don't need to care about other things. If they can't afford it, we'll just take the deposit. Lu Manxian was a proper businesswoman. Since you said it was a deposit, you can't afford it. She couldn't be blamed. When doing business, one had to pay attention to principles. They walked out of the 1,000-taste herb hall. Li Zhongjiu said, "Let's go eat." But we don't have any more money. Qin Lai and the others looked a little embarrassed. They were here to support Li Zhongjiu. They didn't know that they had to spend money. Moreover, they had worked hard to save that money. They had to admit that these people were really too poor. If they had eaten in the original restaurant, it wouldn't have cost more than a few thousand gold coins. But now they were so poor that they couldn't afford any gold coins. All of it had been plundered by Li Zhongjiu. I still have 6 silver coins. Let's eat noodles. Li Zhongjiu touched his pocket. In the situation just now, Li Zhongjiu couldn't take out the silver coins. Finally, the 5 of them came to a noodle stall. Each of them ordered a bowl of noodles. They spent 5 silver coins and got an extra silver coin. Li Zhongjiu also bought a stack of salted vegetables. Qin Lai and the others never thought that they would end up like this. They had to eat noodles from a small stall here. If they were in Luoxia City, they could go to any family. Not to mention how much money they would receive, at least the food would be indispensable. In the end, it was indeed a little embarrassing to end up like this. Hey, you don't say. The noodles are quite delicious. The salted vegetables taste good too. Give me some too. When night fell, a cold wind blew from the sky to the ground. In front of a noodle stall, the five of them stood side by side and looked up at the tall loft in front of them. Boss, is this the Northern Medicine House? The people of the Northern Medicine Alliance are all here? Li Zhongjiu asked. Yes, this is the famous Northern Medicine House of our Northern Medicine City. It's imposing, right? But now it's closed and not open to the public. You have to line up at 7 tomorrow morning, the owner of the noodle stall said. Then, he looked at Li Zhongjiu and the others. A kid brought 4 old men to eat noodles at a noodle stall. Did they want to enter the Northern Medicine House to buy elixirs? But I still advise you not to line up. It's a waste of time. The elixirs inside are very expensive. Any one of them is enough to keep my stall open for 10 years. The old man said. It could be heard that the owner of the noodle stall was very sincere in persuading Li Zhongjiu and the others. He didn't have the slightest malice. Let's go. Li Zhongjiu directly led the 4 people to the Northern Medicine House. As soon as they got close to the Northern Medicine House, they saw 6 guards in blue clothes with long sabers at their waist. They reached out and blocked their way. It's closed now. No one is allowed to enter. Li Zhongjiu didn't stop. Seeing that Li Zhongjiu dared to ignore them, the 6 guards immediately snorted and drew out their sabers. The sound of the sabers was sonorous. However, before they could make a move, they felt a few tyrannical forces locking the 6 of them. Bang! 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 The 6 people were directly sent flying with a wave of his hand. They fell on the road and landed right in front of the noodle stall. The boss, who was below, jumped in fright. Boom! There was a loud noise. The 5-feet-tall bronze door of the Northern Medicine House that was tightly closed was torn apart in an instant. Chapter 184. This loud sound alarmed countless people. Some of the houses around the Northern Medicine Tower poked their heads out to see what had gone wrong. There was actually such a loud sound. By the time they saw it, they had already discovered that a pile of dust had risen from the top of the Northern Medicine Tower. The door had already been shattered into pieces. There was actually someone who dared to kill their way into the Northern Medicine Tower. Could it be that these people didn't know that the experts of the 2 sects were gathered here in the Northern Medicine Tower? Iron Leg Sect, Cold Light Sect. These 2 sects were both sects in the city. Not all sects placed their addresses on this mountain. Some sects' cultivation methods were focused on drawing in the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Therefore, this address was set up deep in the mountains and forests. However, in reality, there were a portion of sects that couldn't afford to buy a house, couldn't afford to buy such a large area of land, couldn't afford to pay the rent, so they simply placed their sects in the mountains and forests. This way, they could also use the name of training their disciples, because in the wilderness, there would often be Yuan beasts coming to visit them. However, in this city, at the very least, before the city was destroyed, you would definitely not be harmed in any way. Moreover, if the sect was in this city, it would be more convenient for many things, such as in terms of publicity. Thinking about it, if a sect was deep in the mountains and forests, if they wanted to rely on their reputation, who knew how much time it would take and how many peak experts they would need to achieve such a status? Let people be familiar with it. However, in this sect, if they were in this city, then they could casually do some publicity and cause a little bit of trouble. It would be enough to let most of the people in the city know about you. Of course, there were also drawbacks. After all, this way the competition would be great. Sometimes this conflict would even be very obvious. This was the Iron Leg Sect and the Cold Light Sect. In this area they were also extremely famous. The sect master of the Iron Leg Sect was known as the Scorching Sun Leg. The sect master of the Cold Light Sect had a set of grade 3 origin skill, the Cold Light Sword technique. As long as he had such a consummate skill, he would be able to make a living in this city. This was a very normal thing. These two sects were also loyal friends of the Northern Medicine Alliance. The armed forces of the Northern Medicine Alliance were limited. Most of the people who came were alchemists. Otherwise, the Northern Medicine Alliance would have become the Yuan-Shi Alliance. Only those who were qualified could enter. Correspondingly, he would need some sects to protect him. Li Zongjiu and the other four walked in. The house had been cleaned and emptied. Even the windows were locked by heavy steel lock. Clearly, the other party had been prepared for this. Boom! Boom! The torches on the walls were instantly lit. The luminous pearls on the ceiling, the surrounding stone pillars, and the back of the counter also inadvertently revealed a trace of killing intent. Tap, tap, tap. A few figures appeared on the stairs ahead. The leader limped down the stairs with an iron leg and stood in the center. Staring at Li Zongjiu, the corners of his mouth curved into a sinister smile. His unkempt appearance made him look like a beggar from the countryside. How could such a person appear on such an occasion? However, it was this man with an iron leg who had kicked 13 opponents to death in the sacred martial arena of the Northern Medicine City. Finally, he stood on the arena and announced the establishment of the Iron Leg sect. His self-created peak grade 2 origin skill, Vajra Destruction Leg, had unparalleled power. This person was the leader of the Iron Leg sect, Guang Chunyuan. A group of country rats who can't even afford a meal want to cause trouble in the Northern Medicine Alliance. It seems that they really don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Guang Chunyuan said coldly. Although Qin Lai and the others looked angry, they were also a little embarrassed. After all, they really couldn't afford a meal just now. Obviously, their movements were constantly monitored after entering the Northern Medicine City. What? You sent a cripple? Can you stand firm? Qin Lai had a fiery temper and directly retorted when he saw the situation. These words directly made Guang Chuanyuan's expression turn sluggish. As the saying goes, people are most afraid of what they don't have. As a cripple, he naturally hated being called a cripple the most. Therefore, as long as someone dared to call him a cripple, he would use his crippled leg to show him what a cripple really was. Let's see how tough your mouth can be when death is at hand. Kill them! With a loud boom, a heavy stone that weighed millions of tons fell behind Li Zongjiu and the others, blocking the entrance. Li Zongjiu couldn't help but turn around to take a look at the huge commotion. Then, he looked over. "I'll leave this place to you two elders," said Li Zongjiu. The two elders, Jin Shui and Wu Tong, nodded. Looking at these people, it seems that they have forgotten the name of the Fog Snow Pill sect. Just go ahead. Elder Wu Tong rolled up his sleeves, revealing a series of iron rings under his wrist. Light flowed from the iron rings. Don't even think about leaving. Guang Chunyuan coldly snorted, then leaped towards Li Zongjiu. Your opponent is me. Elder Wu Tong's arms suddenly shook. A strong airwave immediately formed in the surroundings, blocking Guang Chuanyuan's path. His fist shook and a waterspout was blasted out. Guang Chunyuan also turned around and kicked towards Elder Wu Tong. Boom! The collision and shock formed a terrifying aura. At the same time, from the surrounding dark corners, members of the Iron Leg sect rushed out to kill. These people all cultivated leg techniques and did not carry any weapons. Elder Jin Shui circulated his own origin energy, and a sharp metal sword was unsheathed from his hand. Boom! A fierce battle suddenly broke out on the ground floor. Li Zongjiu, Lin Tsang, and Qin Lai walked up the stairs together. The elders of the Iron Leg sect immediately wanted to stop Li Zongjiu. However, the aura of a 6th-grade origin general burst out. In an instant, these people were sent flying. Li Zongjiu and Lin Tsang both went up to the second floor. Behind them came the sound of vibrations. Qin Lai flipped his hand a few times and sent the elders of the Iron Leg sect flying. Then, he quickly caught up with Li Zongjiu's footstep. The two were not at the same level. The elders of the Iron Leg sect were only at the first or second grade origin general level. The sect master, Guang Chunyuan, was also slightly stronger. He had the cultivation of a fourth grade origin general. However, he was firmly suppressed by Elder Wu Tong. The elders of the Fog Snow Pill sect often encountered a bottleneck in their cultivation, or when they wanted to comprehend some origin art or origin skill. They would directly go deep into the mountains and old forests to find some origin beasts to engage in a life and death battle. And these people who established their own sects in the city. Perhaps at the beginning, they would have a fierce aura. After all, only by taking one step at a time like this could they establish a foundation. However, after they succeeded, there would be more messy social interactions waiting for them. The fierceness on their bodies might have been ground away long ago. Naturally, he wasn't a match for these elders. Naturally, there were enemies waiting for them on the second floor. A person who claimed to be the sect master of the Cold Light sect. More than 20 sword experts were all blocking the staircase. I am the sect master of the Cold Light sect. Today I ask that you leave your heads behind. Chapter 185. The sect leader of the Cold Light sect was the first to attack. The sword light in his hand surged. Seeing this, Li Zongjiu also smiled. To be able to find the technique to use this elemental energy, you can be considered pretty good. However, it's a pity that you should change your sword. As soon as he finished speaking, Li Zongjiu was the first to withdraw. He rushed to the side of the sect leader of the Cold Light sect. The six-turned steel blade in his hand was suddenly pulled out. Shwa! Li Zongjiu's steel blade released an even more terrifying cold light. It was as if the light of this blade had already overshadowed the sect leader of the Cold Light sect. The saber force was ferocious. Clang! The sect leader of the Cold Light sect wanted to use the power of the Cold Light sword art to intimidate the three of them. However, he never thought that Li Zongjiu would be even faster, and would directly cut his sword in half with a single slash. Clang! What? The sect leader of the Cold Light sect was shocked. But in the next moment, he saw a black shadow flying towards him. It was Elder Qin Lai. Qin Lai's fighting style and intuition were also quite fierce and violent. After this figure approached, a flaming fist filled with elemental energy directly sent the sect leader of the Cold Light sect flying. Bang! With this loud sound, the sect leader of the Cold Light sect felt as if he had been hit by a 10,000-ton boulder, and his entire chest was in the middle of it. When the sect leader of the Cold Light sect landed on the ground, a flame lotus that had long been brewing was waiting for him. This was the might of the flames that Lin Tsang had released. Ah! So hot! The sect leader of the Cold Light sect immediately roared in shock. The three of them attacked and defeated the sect leader of the Cold Light sect in one move. Don't move! An elder of the Cold Light sect roared, and the disciples behind him also stopped. Let go of our sect leader and let you pass. This elder's eyes were also quite sharp. It was obvious at a glance that they were no match for the people in front of them. After all, to be enemies with these people was clearly a thankless task. If these people were just some hooligans, then it would be fine to take care of them. However, he did not expect these people to be so difficult to deal with. In fact, the two of them were not even on the same level. If they rushed forward recklessly, they would only end up being killed. The most important thing now was to protect the sect master. At the very least, he didn't want to be crippled. They had lost a sect master for nothing. Li Zongjiu gestured. Lin Tsang raised his hand and extinguished the flame, leaving behind the sect leader of the Cold Light sect, who was almost charred black. The three of them swaggered through the crowd of cultivators. Although the cultivators were furious and wanted to take action to stop Li Zongjiu's group from leaving, after weighing the pros and cons, they dared not do anything other than glare at them and put on a ferocious front. Who would be able to block those moves just now? Quick, save the sect leader. Carry him down. The pitiful sect leader of the Cold Light sect had only been acting cool for a second before he was slapped in the face. No, this time, his face would probably be burned off. His fate was truly miserable. I don't have the mood to continue walking. Charge! Li Zongjiu raised his hand, and a wave of elemental energy brewed, and directly smashed towards the ceiling. Boom! Immediately, a beam of light broke through the roof of the northern medicine tower. The three of them leaped up and rushed towards the 6th floor. However, during this process, Qin Lai and Lin Song both dealt with their enemies and charged towards the other floors. For a moment there was a reign of terror. With the cover of the two elders, Li Zongjiu's figure landed on the 6th floor. The moment Li Zongjiu's figure landed on the ground, he felt a few waves of killing intent coming from behind him. Boom! Dozens of masked, black-clothed, and blood-rimmed people charged out from the darkness. Each of them carried an awe-inspiring killing intent. At the same time, the blade in his hand was incomparably sharp. Li Zongjiu could see that in the slightly lit area in front of him, there was a figure sitting there, as if he was in control of the entire situation in this pitch-black and chaotic environment. Everything was under his control as he calmly stared at Li Zongjiu, waiting for the moment his head fell to the ground. As for Li Zongjiu, the corner of his mouth also curled into a meaningful smile. Hee hee! The 6-turned steel blade in his hand flickered with an ice-cold light. It seemed that he had been brewing for a long time. When these people rushed out, Li Zongjiu had already swung his blade. Boom! A sword slashed out. Immediately, a person who was charging forward was sent flying. The weapon that was connected to his body was also broken into 2 pieces. Bang! Blood and internal organs splattered all over the ground. In the darkness, there weren't even any screams. Just like that, one of them was killed. The rest of them also charged forward. Boom! The person who attacked had clearly locked onto Li Zongjiu. His blade could clearly cut Li Zongjiu in half. However, when the blade fell, there was no resistance. Obviously, it didn't touch Li Zongjiu. What? Just as the person who attacked was puzzled, Li Zongjiu's appearance directly appeared in front of him. Seeing this, the person's heart trembled. In the next moment, he saw Li Zongjiu's blade slashing towards him. Crack! From head to toe, he was cut into 2 halves. At this moment, he could even clearly see the other half of his body moving away from him. Huh? The commotion in the darkness had been going on for quite a while. However, the sound of swords clashing was relatively rare. Most of the time, there were only muffled sounds of people falling to the ground. There were also sounds of people falling to the ground and splashing water. Fu Chunlei couldn't help but be shocked by this. So what was the situation now? Turn on the lights, Fu Chunlei said in a deep voice. Immediately, a subordinate lit up the lantern. Immediately, the interior of the building was brightly lit. However, under the light of the lantern, the blood-red color was revealed. When people saw it, they couldn't help but feel afraid. On the window, there was a long trail of blood. On the ground, there were also countless streams of blood gathered. There were also many internal organs scattered in the blood. Some things that looked like hearts seemed to be beating on the ground. The broken limbs were also involuntarily moving. Hiss! Fu Chunlei almost sucked in a breath of cold air. There were broken limbs everywhere. It was simply a hell on earth. Among the pieces of flesh and blood, a figure walked towards Fu Chunlei. His hands were already stained with scarlet blood. After putting the 6 revolution steel blade on the table, Li Zongjiu pulled out a chair and sat down. He sat down in front of Fu Chunlei. Just then, he saw a tea set in front of the table. Li Zongjiu poured 2 cups of tea. After drinking this cup, you can go on your way. Li Zongjiu pushed the cup of tea over. His eyes were filled with indifference and mockery. Fu Chunlei also felt his throat dry up. He was someone who had more or less seen bloody storms. However, this was the first time he saw someone who could sit still like a mountain in this bloody storm. The person who caused this hellish scene was actually here to discuss drinking tea with him. Send me on my way? Your Excellency, aren't your words too full of yourselves? Although Fu Chunlei was shocked that Li Zongjiu was able to kill all these black-clothed guards by himself as if they were cabbages, he already had a trump card. He wasn't afraid. It wouldn't be so easy to take his life. Just as Fu Chunlei finished speaking, Li Zongjiu had already reached out and grabbed the steel blade. He didn't move from his original position and directly slashed out with the blade. A grade 7 Yuan Master's Yuan energy poured into the blade aura. With a swoosh, Fu Chunlei's head was cut off. It was directly smashed into pieces by Li Zongjiu's blade. Bang! Blood flying sword. Li Zongjiu didn't use the blade for this move. Instead, he used the side of the blade. It was like slapping garlic with a kitchen knife. Fu Chunlei's head directly turned into countless pieces of blood and flesh. His 2 eyeballs also rolled on the ground like glass bead. Blood splattered everywhere. Li Zongjiu picked up the cup of tea on the table and took a sip. The puppet is already dead. Why aren't you showing yourself? Chapter 186. There was a moment of silence in the surroundings. Soon, an empty voice was transmitted through the air. To be able to kill Fu Chunlei, a grade 3 prime general, with 1 strike, your strength is very strange. A figure slowly walked out of the house. It was a skinny old man. Li Zongjiu did not know who the old man in front of him was, but he was the first person he had sensed since he entered this place. He had even sensed the presence of this aura outside the medicine refinery building. Even if he wanted to hide this powerful aura from Li Zongjiu, it would be difficult to do so. Li Zongjiu's mind power was already very sharp. Furthermore, he didn't try to hide his figure. Instead, he looked at Li Zongjiu in a relaxed and arrogant manner. Rosemary Orchid? I didn't expect the leader of the Northern Medicine Alliance to be defeated by such a small thing. When the old man came to the table and saw the cup of tea on it, he immediately understood. It was no wonder that Li Zongjiu could kill him so easily. First, he wantonly killed here and used the strong smell of blood to cover up the smell of the rosemary orchid. Fu Chunlei, who was in a state of high tension, naturally overlooked this point. By the time he reacted, Li Zongjiu had already made his move. However, it was already too late. When Li Zongjiu waved his saber, he had already lost the opportunity to defend himself. He could not mobilize the Yuan power in his body. You are young, but you are not afraid in the face of danger. I will give you a chance now. Join Qingyuan Villa. Not only will I let you live, but I will also help you become the leader of the Northern Medicine Alliance. What do you think? The old man said slowly. As he spoke, he drank the tea with the rosemary orchid powder. He did not even need to circulate his Yuan power to dissolve the poison. A prime ancestor level expert, Li Zongjiu's heart skipped a beat. The skinny old man before him was actually a sky origin ancestor. With this old man's strength, it wouldn't be a problem for him to become a guest in any second-class city. Even in the entire Northern Medicine City, there might not be a single sky origin ancestor level powerhouse. To a sky origin ancestor martialist, a city like Northern Medicine City was basically a rural area that lacked resources and had a low level. It was like a tiger living with a flock of sheep all day long. There was no pressure or challenge at all. Therefore, after a breakthrough in cultivation, without any special reason, one would usually walk towards a higher level. People walk towards higher places. The Misty Snow Pill Sect Master was only a sky origin ancestor. The old man before him was also a Yuan Zong elite. It was no wonder that he was so confident. So it's someone from the Qingyuan Villa. Hee, I'll give you a way out. Kneel down and lick me now and I'll let you go. Otherwise, I'll destroy your Qingyuan Villa sooner or later. Li Zongjiu said calmly. When it came to acting tough, who was afraid of who? Since he was so arrogant and wanted to ride on Li Zongjiu's head and control Li Zongjiu, he had better be prepared to be slapped in the face by Li Zongjiu. You're courting death. The old man was enraged when he heard this. He had originally thought that Li Zhongjiu had some talent and that he would be a good knife in the future if he was groomed. However, from the looks of it, Li Zhongjiu was clearly courting death. It didn't matter if he had insulted him, but he had actually insulted the Qingyuan villa. This was equivalent to stepping on the old man's ancestral grave. Instantly, he screamed like a cat whose tail had been stepped on and charged towards Li Zhongjiu. Since you're courting death, you can go to hell and regret it. The moment Li Zhongjiu had insulted the Qingyuan villa, his fate had already been decided. Li Zhongjiu's figure also flew backwards. It was definitely not a wise move to fight the person in front of him head-on. Whoosh! Li Zhongjiu's figure retreated rapidly. However, his speed was still slightly slower than the speed of a sky origin ancestor. A gust of wind blocked Li Zhongjiu's path. With a wave of his sleeve, his yuan power turned into a frosty sword and pierced towards Li Zhongjiu's chest. The frosty air filled the entire room. In an instant, everything in the room was covered in a thick layer of frost. A chill spread in all directions. Li Zhongjiu also felt the hair all over his body stand on end. At this moment, it was as if thousands of ice needles were streaking across his body. Every single one of them seemed to want to pierce into his body, but they didn't. Hidden dragon art. Both of Li Zhongjiu's fingers flew as he quickly unleashed a set of yuan skills. In an instant, dragon aura enveloped his body. Li Zhongjiu split into 3 clones on the spot and tried to quickly flee into the distance. However, they were easily defeated by the old man's frosty yuan power. Boom, boom, boom. These 3 clones were actually fake. Then, where was the real Li Zhongjiu? Place the white piece. Li Zhongjiu's mental energy spread out while the old man was still in shock. When he felt Li Zhongjiu's mental energy attack, the old man sneered. You want to defeat me with mere mental energy? Don't underestimate the strength of a sky origin ancestor. Boom. As he spoke, the old man's aura was already at its peak. In the next instant, a terrifying frosty air was released from his body. A ray of light actually emerged from the old man's body. 1,000-year ice toad. The instant the ice toad appeared, the temperature in the room plummeted. At this moment, the originally flowing viscous blood water had also turned into little blood ice crystals. Yuan's spirit power. Li Zhongjiu's pupils visibly shrank when he saw the 1,000-year ice toad appear. Yuan's spirit power could be said to be a sky origin ancestor's technique. This was also why one could only be considered a true cultivator after becoming a sky origin ancestor. Furthermore, no matter what, a Yuan general would never be able to defeat a sky origin ancestor because of the existence of the Yuan spirit. Before reaching the Yuan general level, although there was a cultivation direction, it wasn't very clear. Even the moves and origin skills that you have mastered are more mixed. However, once the Yuan spirit power was integrated, then, one's cultivation method would undergo an earth-shattering change. One would experience the power of the Yuan spirit power and the various magical abilities it would bestow upon one. This could also be said to be the most perfect combination between a human cultivator and a Yuan beast. At this moment, Li Zhongjiu was only able to fuse with the power of the Yuan spirit displayed by the old man in front of him. It was only in a rudimentary state of control. However, such a state was enough to make people feel deeply shocked. After the 1,000-year ice toad appeared, it directly opened its mouth and ate the white chess piece that Li Zhongjiu's mind energy had transformed into. Buzz! Li Zhongjiu immediately felt his feet tremble. His mind was dizzy and he felt as if he was about to faint. His entire body also felt cold from the inside out. TSK, your mind energy is really a great tonic. The old man immediately sneered. At the same time, there was a look of satisfaction on his face. This made one feel disgusted. If you are satisfied, then be satisfied. Why do you have to stick your tongue out and lick your mouth? Li Zhongjiu really couldn't bear to watch this scene. The yuan bead within his body trembled. It seemed to have sensed that danger was close at hand. Suddenly, a wave of power erupted from Li Zongjiu's body. The shadow of a white dragon gradually emerged. The white dragon appeared. It was only about 10 feet long, but its figure was already enough to crush the ice toad. The ice toad trembled in front of the white dragon. Roar! What? You also have an yuan spirit. When he saw the white dragon yuan spirit released from Li Zongjiu's body, he was stunned. The old man was so shocked that he couldn't say anything. It should be known that the yuan spirit power could only be possessed by an expert who was at least at the origin ancestor realm. Li Zongjiu was so young, but he was able to display the yuan spirit power. He was either an origin ancestor realm expert or Li Zongjiu was the legendary natural yuan spirit. The moment the white dragon appeared, it didn't show any mercy. It directly crushed the 1,000-year ice toad with its claws and took out the mind energy white chess piece that it had just swallowed. It was domineering and majestic. The moment the ice toad's yuan spirit was broken, the old man was like a deflated balloon and was severely injured. At this moment, Li Zongjiu stretched out a finger without hesitation. During the process, his finger gradually turned into a golden color. You want to kill me? The old man instantly erupted with all the essence energy in his body and blocked in front of him. Even if his primordial spirit was broken, the defensive wall formed from this terrifying essence energy of his was not so easily broken. Golden Dragon Finger. Chapter 187. Li Zongjiu's finger turned golden. In the hall that was filled with blood-red light, it also emitted a dazzling light. This is such pure power. The old man felt Li Zongjiu's attack. Before this pure power, the old man had already forgotten that he was a sky origin ancestor. He just stood there in a daze. The purer the power, the more powerful he was. This was an unchanging principle. Therefore, when he felt Li Zongjiu's tyrannical power, the old man was shocked. The old man was completely shocked by this power. Li Zongjiu's finger pierced the old man's chest. The power that had gathered around him was unable to block this terrifying attack. Even the inner armor that the old man was wearing was destroyed by Li Zongjiu's golden dragon finger. It was easily pierced. The old man immediately spat out a mouthful of blood. The 1,000-year ice toad above his head was also sent back into his body. The power that burst forth from the golden dragon finger instantly sent the old man flying. He smashed several tables and finally landed on the bookcase with a bang. Only then did he stop. Cough cough. You, who exactly are you? The old man could not believe it. He looked at Li Zongjiu in shock. A small hole had been pierced through his heart. Even though he was a sky origin ancestor, he was still able to protect himself. He used all the power in his body to block the wound in his heart. He stared at Li Zongjiu, who was in front of him. He recalled the scene that he had just experienced. The old man could not help but cry out, Innate Yuan spirit. You are actually an innate Yuan spirit. Li Zongjiu was so young. With his sky origin ancestor cultivation, it was impossible for him to master the power of an Yuan spirit. Therefore, it was impossible for him to kill Yuan beasts and absorb their Yuan spirit. The only way was to have an innate Yuan spirit. Who would have thought that Li Zongjiu was actually that 1 in 10,000 innate original soul expert? This discovery convinced the old man wholeheartedly. This innate Yuan spirit was an innate cultivator. They were warriors chosen by the heavens. Even if ordinary people tried their best to catch up, they would not be able to match up to them. Now, he had finally witnessed how strong this natural Yuan spirit expert was. Even he, a sky origin ancestor, found it difficult to resist. Li Zongjiu walked in front of the old man and looked down at him. Don't worry, that Qingyuan Villa will also accompany you. After speaking, Li Zongjiu directly pressed his hand on the old man's head. Wouldn't it be a waste if he didn't properly refine such a fresh sky origin ancestor? Refine. The origin energy in his palm immediately sucked in the old man's blood and condensed it. The old man was also unable to move. Although there was no enmity between the two of them, they were already standing on opposite sides. Since that was the case, it was impossible for them to give up so easily. Li Zhongjie did not treat the old man as a dying old man. He only treated him as a real enemy. All the vital energy and blood condensed in Li Zhongjie's palm. In the end, it condensed into a blood-colored crystal. The power of the blood crystal is 10 times purer than the power of the blood bead. He is indeed a sky origin ancestor powerhouse. Li Zhongjie's eyes lit up when he sensed the power that was transmitted from the blood crystal. This thing would be an extremely powerful weapon, regardless of whether it was consumed when one was injured or used as an aid during cultivation. In fact, this blood crystal was equivalent to a rank 3 spiritual pill. If used properly, it could even be comparable to a grade 4 elixir. This was the benefit that the blood crystal brought. The old man's skeleton fell to the ground. Looking around, there was no longer anyone alive on the ground. Li Zhongjie took the storage ring from the old man's hand, as well as Fu Chunlei's storage ring. Fu Chunlei's corpse was still sitting in its original position and had not moved at all. The only strange thing was that his head had exploded. Damn, these guys are so rich. When Li Zhongjie checked the storage rings of the two men, he was immediately stunned by their collection. Just the storage space alone was 2 to 3 times larger than Li Zhongjie's previous storage space. After all, Li Zhongjie's storage ring had previously been given to him by Zheng Haoran to store his items. With a casual glance, he saw that there were no less than 1,000,000 gold yuan in the storage ring. In addition, there were many banknotes. The face value of each note was 10,000 gold yuan. Li Zhongjie counted and saw that there were 1,000 banknotes in this box alone. There were also many wooden boxes like this. In the old man's storage ring, there were close to 20 of them. Damn, they are so rich. Fu Chunlei's storage ring was even more exaggerated. There were 50 boxes in total. It seemed that these gold yuan were just spare change to them. Li Zhongjie had no concept of money. In his previous life, if he wanted something, he would rarely spend money to buy it. He would either rob or steal it. Just in the process of growing up, after killing many people, the amount of money he had snatched from them was innumerable. If he liked something, someone would give it to him. However, when he went to the Thousand Flavors Herb Hall to buy things today, he realized the importance of gold yuan. He had obtained so much money by casually killing the Union Master of the Apothecary Alliance in a third-grade city. This made Li Zhongjie even more amazed. What the fuck, these people are so rich. However, Li Zhongjie misunderstood this point. This was because this money was not considered their profit. Instead, it was given out by the Qingyuan Villa to bribe the higher-ups. Originally, they had given out 700 million yuan. However, when it reached the old man's hands, 200 million yuan was deducted. Then, it was given to Fu Chunlei. Of course, Fu Chunlei could not use this money privately. It was just placed here. If he spent it on something, he would have to report it. From this, it could be seen how terrifying the Qingyuan Villa's strength was. Now that the Qingyuan Villa had started to make arrangements, it would be a potential disaster for the Xingyan dynasty. However, the most valuable things in these two storage rings were not the gold yuan or the banknote. The most valuable things in these storage rings were, of course, precious medicinal herbs and pills. In Fu Chunlei's storage ring alone, Li Zhongjie found more than 100 grade 3 pills. There was even a 4th grade pill in the black-robed old man's hands. There's actually a 4th grade pill. Li Zhongjie opened the medicine box and saw that there was a letter inside the box containing the 4th grade pill. It was a letter written by King Qingyuan. It was written for the city lord of the northern medicine city. TSK, this is really a big deal. Using a 4th grade pill and an earth grade armor to win over a mere city lord of the northern medicine city, they are really rich. After reading it, Li Zhongjie was secretly speechless. In fact, although this world seemed to be stable, there were undercurrents surging behind the scenes. Li Zongjio was also very clear that this world had never been peaceful. However, in Li Zongjio's view, as long as they did not provoke him, they could do whatever they wanted. If they wanted to involve the Li family, then Li Zongjio would have to sit down and reason with them. This Earth-grade armor was equivalent to an Earth-grade divine weapon. It was already not low, one level higher than the 6 Revolution steel blade in his hand. It would be good to bring it back to his father. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Several figures flew out from the hole. When they landed, they instantly smelled the thick stench of blood. Qin Lai and the others looked at the corpses all over the ground and widened their eyes, feeling deep disbelief. Especially when they saw that the only one standing was Li Zongjio. Cough, cough, you guys have big guts. Elder Wudong carried a person in his hand. It was the Iron Leg Sect's sect master. One of the sect master's iron legs was already crippled. After all, they were just some sects that stayed in the city to enjoy life and only knew how to do some messy things to promote themselves and earn money. There was no need to be afraid of them. The Iron Leg Sect's sect master originally wanted to angrily scold and scare Li Zongjio and the others so that they would release him. However, when he saw the corpses all over the ground, intestines were flipped out from the stomach. Brain matter splattered all over the place. He was about to vomit. It's all settled. Let's go and find a place to take a bath. Li Zongjio clapped his hands and said. Even Li Zongjio's body was stained with a lot of blood. Qin Lai and the others looked at each other. They also saw the shock in each other's eyes. They already knew that this protector Li Zongjio was an ordinary person. Otherwise, the sect master would not have directly appointed Li Zongjio as protector Changwu. However, when they saw this hellish scene, compared to the people below, they felt lucky that they were not facing Li Zongjio. Today, the Northern Medicine House had been thoroughly bathed in blood. Chapter 188. The City Governor's Mansion of Northern Medicine City. The news of the Northern Medicine Tower being broken into and the iron stone sealing the door quickly spread to the City Governor's Mansion of Northern Medicine City. The City Governor, Ao Yong, used to be a bandit tyrant in the surrounding area. Later on, the dynasty recruited Ao Yong to take up the position of City Lord. It was because Ao Yong's strength had reached the peak of the Yuan general level and he had 4 grade 9 Yuan generals under his command. If such a lineup really wanted to cause trouble in the dynasty, it would cause a lot of trouble. The dynasty was in need of people. Since Ao Yong had something to talk about, they would sit down and have a good talk. The matter of enlistment was already 5 years ago. In the past 5 years, Ao Yong had also lost the courage and impulsiveness of his youth. Now that he was the city lord, there were many people who flattered him. Most of the time, he didn't need to deal with things himself. Naturally, there would be people who would help him deal with it. So when Ao Yong heard the news, he didn't care at all and just waved his hand. Since the Northern Medicine Tower wants to clean it up themselves, let them do it themselves. Clean up the surrounding 6 blocks and don't hurt the civilians. In addition, inform the city guards to maintain law and order. Everything else will be as usual. Ao Yong said indifferently. This 9 meters tall man sitting in front of the narrow desk looked quite out of place. His hands should be carrying a giant axe and hacking the heaven and earth. But now they were clean and he liked to drink tea. Ao Yong also knew about the Northern Medicine Alliance. These days they sent a lot of things to him so that he, the city governor, could take a look. Some things were left to the Northern Medicine Alliance to deal with. Although Ao Yong was a city governor, he didn't have a strong background. However, in this dynasty there wasn't much of a strong background. They could only rely on their own means. So Ao Yong was naturally willing to make friends with the Northern Medicine Alliance. After all, it would be good for both sides if they were on good terms. I heard that a group of country bumpkins came to seek revenge. How funny. What do they think my Northern Medicine City is? Ao Yong smiled as he drank his tea. Behind Ao Yong, there were always 2 guards following behind him. Ao Yong had a total of 4 grade 9 prime general level powerhouses, who took turns to guard Ao Yong's side. After all, when he was a bandit in the past, it could be said that he had made countless enemies. Over the years, he had never let his guard down. After the Northern Medicine Tower dealt with these country bumpkins, they would slowly clean up the scene. As for how the crime scene report would be written, it would be up to Ao Yong to decide. This tea is indeed fragrant. I've been living too leisurely these days. I'm afraid that the imperial court is already wary of me. Once the world stabilizes, how can people with criminal records like us not be kicked out? Ao Yong also saw it very clearly. Previously, Fu Chunlei had already mentioned the Qingyuan villa. Ao Yong also knew that this might be a turning point for him. Otherwise, according to the development trend of this peaceful world, he might not be able to last for a few years. I have to be prepared. Ao Yong was carefully tasting the tea that was offered by the people below. It was late at night. The person who reported the situation had only been here for half an hour. Soon, another piece of information was presented to him. What could be done in half an hour? The front and back streets had just been sealed off. Could it be that the battle was already over? The enemy this time was not good. How could they be defeated so quickly? City Lord, bad news. The Northern Medicine Tower was massacred. The leader of the Northern Medicine Alliance, Fu Chunlei, was shot in the head. The communication officer who came to report was extremely shocked. When he heard about this, he still couldn't believe it. He even personally went to the Northern Medicine Tower to find out what was going on. His legs were almost paralyzed on the spot. If it were not for the help of the servants, he would not have been able to walk. He did not come out so calmly. As soon as he left the Northern Medicine Tower, he came to report to City Lord Ao Yong at the fastest speed. What? Say it again? Did I hear it wrong or did you say it wrong? Ao Yong's eyes suddenly became gloomy and fierce as he stared at the communication officer before him. The Northern Medicine Tower was massacred. A total of 37 people were killed, including the newly appointed leader, Fu Chunlei. When Ao Yong heard this accurate report, he immediately stood up. Take me to the scene. The leader of the Northern Medicine Alliance had been killed in his own territory. How could such a thing happen? As the city lord of the Northern Medicine City, he naturally had to give an explanation. Most importantly, Ao Yong also needed to know whether his things were ready. Fu Chunlei had previously promised to prepare a grade 4 elixir pill for him to break through to the Sky Origin Ancestor realm. These 2 days were supposed to be the day of the transaction, but who would have thought that this would happen? The hope of a breakthrough had been right in front of him, but it had been snatched away in the blink of an eye. How could Ao Yong tolerate this? After killing his way out, he had to get to the bottom of this matter. Give the order to lock down the entire city. No one is allowed to go out. Only entry is allowed. Ao Yong immediately gave the order. The city guards hurriedly raised their torches and rushed to the top of the city wall. The city gates were tightly locked. Countless crossbows were aimed at the streets leading out of the city. In order to prevent thieves from escaping, an open space and passage would be set aside between the city walls and the residents of the main city. This way, it would be convenient to lock down the entrances and exits of the city. Secondly, it would be a good defense in case a Yuan beast attacked. Although the cost of the construction was relatively high, it was still considered a perfect defense facility. Rumble. The city gates were shut. Ao Yong led his men into the Northern Medicine Tower, which was filled with the smell of blood. The fresh blood on the ground had already become viscous. When he arrived at the 6th level, he felt a sinister chill. The remaining cold aura in the surroundings caused Ao Yong to furrow his brows. Judging from the aura left behind, the strength of the person who did this is not below mine. Ao Yong felt the cold aura left behind by the old man and was shocked. After all, The old man's identity had always been hidden in the dark and had never stood out. Therefore, Ao Yong did not know of the old man's existence. In addition, he had already been sucked into a pile of waste by Li Zongjiu. In such a bloody scene, who would notice that there was a dead person here? A total of 38 people died. This was simply a massacre. In the eyes of ordinary people, it was unacceptable. This matter is quite tricky, Ao Yong frowned. The other party was able to destroy the northern medicine tower in such a short period of time. The experts from the two sects were already very difficult to deal with. However, the other party seemed to have directly ignored them. This was clearly a way to crush them. This made Ao Yong fearful. Is there anything missing from the medicine storage pavilion? Ao Yong asked. No, nothing is missing, City Lord. The elders from the Northern Medicine Alliance want to come in. We can't hold them off. One of his subordinates came forward to report. Although the Alliance chief and some guards were dead, there were still many alchemists in the Northern Medicine Alliance. These people's qualifications were not below Fu Chunlei's. If they moved their fingers, they could cause a storm. Take away all the elixirs and herbs in the medicine storage pavilion. Ao Yong said to a personal guard beside him. A glint flashed across the guard's eyes, and he immediately understood. He turned around and headed towards the medicine storage pavilion. After all, this place had already been reduced to such a state. It was normal for some things to be missing. Even after becoming the city lord, Ao Yong did not change his bad habit of being a robber. However, even if he took away all the herbs and elixirs now, no one would suspect him. No one would dare to suspect him. Gaozhuang Restaurant. Li Zongjiu and his group each booked a room in the inn and washed off the stench of blood on their bodies. Then, they ordered a table of dishes and gathered together to eat and drink. Chapter 189. I've finally vented my anger this time. Thank you, elders, for your help, Li Zongjiu said as he raised his cup. You're too polite, Enforcer Li. Enforcer Li's matter is our snow elixir sect's matter. Naturally, it's our matter. As long as there's a place where we can be of use, just let us know. Li Zongjiu nodded. They all came from the same sect. Perhaps they weren't treated as equals in this matter. However, after tonight, they had a faint feeling that Li Zongjiu, who was only 16 or 17 years old, was actually stronger than them. He never did things sloppily. He was straightforward and decisive. This kind of ruthlessness wasn't something that anyone could have. It could only be accumulated under a long period of experience and learning. These are the things that we seized earlier. Let's split them. Li Zongjiu generously took out the boxes that contained the banknote. Each of the 4 elders had a box. After all, Sunset City would be under the Snow Elixir sect's rule in the future. If something happened, they would more or less take care of each other. For Li Zongjiu, it wasn't impossible to make friends with some people. In his previous life, Li Zongjiu had always been a loner and was used to acting alone. However, it was different now. Since his family was here, he naturally had to prioritize his family. Oh my God! These people are so rich. When Qin Lai and the others saw the money, they were almost speechless. Their snow elixir sect seemed to be glorious, but in fact, they were already doing their best to subsidize the elders. However, due to the surrounding conditions, there weren't any big cities or big families. Everyone cooperated with each other and the snow elixir sect wasn't very famous. After leaving the area, one could hear about this sect. That was already very little. It was difficult to keep up with the consumption just by selling pills. Therefore, some disciples couldn't help but go down the mountain to gain experience. Their main purpose was to earn money for the sect. There were also some disciples who didn't want to go out and were directly kicked out. Now, he saw the box of banknote. His heart started to beat uncontrollably. They had never seen so much money in their lives. However, in front of the younger Enforcer Li, he had to show a certain demeanor. Cough cough this. Elders, please accept it for now. There will be many opportunities for cooperation in the future. Then we'll thank Protector Li first. Come, let's have a drink, Qinlai said. He was already smiling in his heart. He had never seen so much money before. In this day and age, if you didn't have any money on you, you would be too embarrassed to go out. This box was worth 100 million gold coins. How could he not be happy? After massacring more than 30 people in the Northern Medicine restaurant, they could still sit here and eat peacefully. No one dared to believe that Li Zongjiu and the others had such guts. This time, they came to solve the problem of the Northern Medicine restaurant. Li Zongjiu didn't hesitate at all. However, he had to eliminate the root of the problem. In the next few days, he had to play with the people of the Northern Medicine restaurant. There was another hidden danger. Since Qingyuan Manor had already thrown an olive branch to the city lord of the Northern Medicine City, Li Zongjiu had to find out the situation of the city lord of the Northern Medicine City. Since he would become an enemy sooner or later, it was better to eliminate him now. In Li Zongjiu's mind. In fact, he didn't really care about those messy rules. In his opinion, these weren't problems. The rules themselves were meant to be changed. As for the consequences of killing a city lord, Li Zongjiu really didn't know. Even if there were any consequences, he didn't care. He would just solve it. Could it be that he would let the city lord continue to be arrogant? The next day, the incident of the Northern Medicine restaurant had spread throughout the city. The most affected was the business of the Thousand Taste Herb Hall. This was because the Northern Medicine restaurant could be said to be the golden signboard of the Northern Medicine Alliance. It was on par with the Thousand Taste Herb Hall. After all, the quality of their elixirs were similar and very reliable. Other small medicine stores or elixir halls opened by alchemists might not have such a comprehensive range of elixirs. Moreover, the quality of each elixir couldn't be guaranteed to be of good quality. The Northern Medicine House had been massacred, and even the medicinal pills and the like had been looted. The people of the Northern Medicine City could only go to the Thousand Taste Herb Hall to purchase herbs and elixirs. The chief of the Thousand Taste Herb Hall, Lu Manxian, was grinning. I don't know which chivalrous hero it was, but he finally taught the Northern Medicine Tower a lesson. Lu Manxian was in a good mood. If I find out, I'll definitely treat him to a meal and give him a big kiss. Ha! It was obvious that Lu Manxian was in an extremely good mood. She was already very happy to be able to say such word. This was because today, their Thousand Flavor Herb Hall's performance had already exceeded the total for the day after they opened for less than 4 hours. Increase the supply of herbs and let the alchemists refine more batches of elixirs. Take advantage of the Northern Medicine restaurant's current state to make a big profit. Lu Manxian instructed. The Thousand Taste Herb Hall had its own alchemist. Some of the high-grade elixirs were also sent by the headquarters. I wonder if that guy still wants the 1,000-year ice-toad nonsense grass. 17,660,000, that's not a low price. At the thought of this, Lu Manxian thought that if she could add this sum of money, she would be able to hold her head up high when her branch opened for business this quarter. Lu Manxian was very unhappy at the thought of being suppressed by that woman. Now she finally had a chance to improve her performance. Knock, knock, knock. Chief, the young man from yesterday is here. Lu Manxian was daydreaming in her office when someone knocked on her door, startling her out of her reverie. Speaking of which, my luck today is really extraordinarily good. With that, Lu Manxian hurriedly tidied up her outfit and walked out. Chief, they're in the VIP room. Very good, Lu Manxian said. Yesterday, she had instructed that if these people came again, they should be directly invited to the VIP room. After all, these people were not simple and could not be underestimated. What's wrong? You look weird. The young pharmacist apprentice seemed to want to say something but stopped. Chief, they want to pack all the level 4 herbs. Chapter 190. No wonder the pharmacist trainee was so nervous. In their northern medicine city's warehouse, there were only 3 stalks of level 4 spiritual herbs. The one with the lowest value was the 1,000-year-old ice-toad nonsense grass. As for the other 2, one was a 3,000-year-old head orchid, the other was a 4,000-year-old redbud fig. Every single one of these herbs was incomparably precious. If the age was doubled, then the price would also double. The 3,000-year-old head orchid was worth about 50 million gold coins. As for the 4,000-year-old redbud fig, it was even more precious. It was worth at least 90 million gold coins. There were so many of them, even if many of them were to be eliminated. The final total was more than 100 million gold coins. It was even close to 200 million gold coins. Where did these people get so much money? Where did their tone come from? Could it be that they wanted to play dirty? There were a lot of tricks in the underworld. However, if they really wanted to play tricks, then they really came to the wrong place. Although the 1,000 Taste Herb Hall was only a place that sold herbs. However, the people who were raised under the medicinal herbs were not freeloaders. Let Elder Gong and the others get ready. I'll go and see what's going on. This was a business worth over 100 million gold coins. Even Lu Manxian did not dare to be too relaxed. After giving the order, she walked towards the VIP room. Inside the VIP room, Li Zhongjiu and the others had been waiting for a while. When they thought about how the 5 of them searched through their pockets yesterday and only managed to gather a little more than 1 million gold coins, it was an extremely embarrassing act. But today, each and every one of them was sitting here in high spirits. When they were in Luoxia City, they were naturally high-spirited and arrogant. After all, they were the elders of the Fog-Snow Alchemy sect. However, here they were even more restrained. After all, the people here did not know much about the Fog-Snow Alchemy sect. They only thought that it was a small sect in the countryside. Today, even their sitting posture was even more relaxed. After all, everyone had 100 million gold coins in their hands. They could afford anything they wanted. On a branch, the door was pushed open, and Lu Manxian walked in wearing a red dress with a professional smile on her face. "Mister, welcome again. I haven't had the time to ask you since we parted yesterday. May I know your name?" "No problem. Luoxia City, Li Zhongjiu of the Li family," Li Zhongjiu said. Then, he pushed the medicinal herb recognition book in his hand out. "I want all 3 of these level 4 medicinal herbs." Lu Manxian repeated this name in her heart, trying to find some memories of this name. However, she didn't have much of an impression. Luoxia City, on the other hand, was quite famous for its scenery. However, this city was lacking in resources, so it wasn't attractive at all. Most of the people living there were only a few aborigines. Not many outsiders came to increase the productivity of the city. Without talented people moving in, how could such a city develop? However, in such a small city, there might be some ancient powers residing here. "Ahem, alright, I'll help you calculate." "No need. Go and get the herbs," Li Zhongjiu said. Then, Lin Song took out a total of 20,000 banknote. He placed them on the table. They were all packed in boxes. Otherwise, if they were scattered around, it would take a lot of time to clean them up. "These are banknotes from Bowning Bank. They're real." Lu Manxian was also extremely shocked. She was not someone who had never seen money before. However, when the 20 boxes were placed on the table, it was the first time she had seen such a shock. Basically, if someone could take out so much money at once, they would more or less exchange it for purple yuan or banknotes of a higher denomination. After all, the banknotes of Bowning Bank were worth millions or tens of millions. Let's count. Only some ordinary individual investors, or in other words, in order to distract their attention, to carry out some bribery or bribing actions, would exchange such a deposit ticket for such a face value. Seeing so much money in front of her, Lu Manxian calmed down. Lu Manxian calmed herself down and waved for a few people to come over and check. Let Elder Gong take out the herbs. Since the other party had paid so generously, Thousand Taste Herb Hall couldn't be so stingy. Of course, they had to take out the herbs. Moreover, looking at Li Zhongjiu and the others, they didn't seem to be worried that they would steal the money. This was only a big order in northern Medicine City. If it was in other second-tier cities, there might be several orders in a day. This kind of transaction was also common. After all, this was a different level. Please wait a moment. Eat some fruits first. Our elder will bring the herbs over soon. Lu Manxian smiled. Then, she gave Li Zhongjiu a name card. This is my name card. If you need it, we can consider a long-term cooperation. Of course, if you need some customized alchemy services, you can come to me. With young Master Li's name, you can get a 10% discount. Li Zhongjiu took the name card. Lu Manchuan's name, address, and a string of codes were printed on it. This code was equivalent to an anti-counterfeiting code. As long as the code was reported, it would be recorded in the corresponding file. After all, in such a big environment, it was very important to be introduced by acquaintances. There were many services that could not be accessed without the introduction of acquaintances. Third-class chief. Li Zhongjiu looked at the title engraved behind Lu Manchuan's name card. This is my position, Lu Manxian said proudly. To be able to sit in the position of chief at such a young age, she didn't rely on her eloquence. Instead, she relied on her outstanding management and sales skills. A third-grade chief was equivalent to the highest level of authority in a third-grade city. If an ordinary person wanted to sit in this position, it would take at least 8 to 10 years. What's the position of a first-class chief? Li Zhongjiu asked curiously. This was because Li Zhongjiu also remembered that in his previous life, there was a first-class chief from Thousand Taste Herb Hall who wanted to help him run errands. However, Li Zhongjiu ignored him. If any Tom, Dick, or Harry wanted to run errands for Li Zhongjiu, he was not qualified at all. A first-class chief is already the core of Thousand Taste Herb Hall's power. In the entire Thousand Taste Herb Hall, there are only 6 chief executives in the 13 states of the dynasty. A chief executive is in charge of the business in 2 states on average. What kind of concept was this? Within the 2 prefectures, there were countless first-class and second-class cities in the prefectures. Those who were able to reach such a level were at least top-notch powerhouses within the origin ancestor realm based on their cultivation base alone. This was really shocking. Oh, Li Zhongjiu nodded. Turned out that this chief executive was quite powerful. He had looked down on people in his previous life, but he hadn't expected them to be at such a high level. However, it wouldn't be long before Li Zhongjiu stepped on these people again. However, this wasn't his goal. His ultimate goal was to protect his family and allow his family to rise to an extremely high level. Although this path was difficult to walk, it would be achieved one day. Chief Lu, the herbs have been delivered. An old man in a purple robe walked in. Lu Manxian immediately stood up to welcome him. The old man came to Lu Manchuan's side and took out 3 jade boxes from his storage ring. He gently placed them on the table. Young Master Li, please inspect them. Lu Manxian stood up and said. Li Zhongjiu and the rest also stood up and walked over to the jade boxes. Just as they were about to open them, they heard an angry roar from outside the door. In the name of the city lord, we are here to arrest a murderer. Seal the door. No one is allowed to leave. Chapter 191. There was a commotion outside the Thousand Taste Herb Hall. When Lu Manxian heard the commotion, her face turned cold. The city lord mansion of northern Medicine City was too arrogant. They dared to come to the Thousand Taste Herb Hall to arrest criminals. They even wanted to close the door of the Thousand Taste Herb Hall. Wasn't this stepping on Lu Manchuan's head? How could she, Lu Manxian, allow such a thing to happen? However, he needed to greet Li Zhongjiu and the others. He glanced at Elder Gong beside him. Elder Gong immediately understood and turned around to leave. Before he reached the door, he heard a deep roar that sounded like a large bell. Who dares to close the door of the Thousand-Taste Herb Hall? The voice was imposing. I'm sorry. If there's no problem with the herbs, it's a deal. Lu Manxian smiled apologetically at Li Zhongjiu and the rest. After Li Zhongjiu opened the 3 jade boxes, he inspected them. The dense spiritual energy emitted from the boxes caused the elders to widen their eyes in shock. I didn't expect a level 4 herb to have such dense spiritual energy. Even Lin Tsang couldn't take his eyes off it. The density of the spiritual energy was too attractive. One couldn't help but want to refine it. However, if that was the case, Li Zhongjiu would probably kill them. These herbs couldn't be touched carelessly. No problem. Deal. Take the extra money as the fee for today. The Thousand-Taste Herb Hall will help you deal with today's trouble. Lu Manxian glanced at Li Zhongjiu and the rest and smiled. Please wait here for a while. I'll go and send the people from the city Lord Mansion away. Qin Lai and the rest looked at each other. She seemed to know what they were doing in the city. However, Qin Lai and the rest knew that the conflict between the factions would at most involve benefit. As long as the money was in place, everything would be easy to solve. Moreover, they didn't kill many alchemists. In such a small place, even if they did something wrong, they wouldn't be afraid. They were not afraid. After all, the affairs of the underworld were managed by the underworld, and the dynasty could not manage too much. When they returned to the Snow Fog Alchemy sect, would there be anyone who would dare to raid the Snow Fog Alchemy sect? If that happened, it would cause a huge storm. Based on what Lu Manxian said, she must have guessed something. Li Zhongjiu, on the other hand, did not care. That northern medicine city's city lord will definitely become a stumbling block for our Li clan. I need to go and beat him up. Li Zhongjiu put away the herbs with a cold glint in his eyes. Even if that northern medicine city's city lord didn't come looking for him, he would personally pay him a visit. But if Li Zhongjiu were to come knocking on his door, that would be fine. But now, these people actually came knocking on their door. What was the meaning of this? They actually wanted to cause trouble for them. Li Zhongjiu laughed. He had been around for so many years, but he had never seen such an arrogant person. Therefore, Ao Yong was destined to meet his end. At the entrance of the Thousand-Flavor Grass Hall, Zhao Sima, the city guard army's main general, was dressed in martial attire. Behind him, there were hundreds of black iron shields. Behind the shields, there were incomparably sharp weapons that could pierce one's heart. This attack was enough to pierce through a person. Iron shield array, iron spear array. When Elder Gong of the Thousand-Flavor Grass Hall saw this scene, he laughed in disdain. Dressed in a long robe, he blocked the entrance by himself. On both sides of him were the guards of the Thousand-Flavor Grass Hall. Both sides were at daggers drawn. At that time, when Zhao Sima saw Elder Gong in front of him, he was obviously a little afraid and did not directly give the order to attack. "Haha, Lord Zhao, what do you mean by this?" Elder Gong spoke in a deep voice. His eyes were just like an eagle's as they stared intently at the prey in front of him. For Elder Gong, Zhao Sima was already in his bag. If he wanted to finish him off, he only needed a breath's time to do so. Elder Gong Xing, this order was directly given by the city lord. "Don't make it difficult for me," Zhao Sima said in a deep voice. If he faced the old man in front of him head-on, the one who would suffer in the end would be him. There was no doubt about that. However, Zhao Sima also needed to live. He was not a careless person. The city lord was born as a bandit. He, Zhao Sima, had painstakingly climbed up bit by bit from a small soldier. However, he had no choice. Now that he was under the command of the city lord, he had no choice but to obey the city lord's words. "Oh? If you want to search my Thousand-Flavor Grass Hall, you will need a state capital pass. Don't tell me you don't know such a simple thing. Leave immediately. Then, you and I will look better. If we get into a deadlock, no one will have a good time," Gong Xing said slowly. His tone also gradually became gentler, as if he was giving the other party enough time to consider. After Zhao Sima heard it, he was also in a difficult position. Haha, your 1,000-flavor grass hall is really bold. You actually dare to openly protect a murderer. Now you even dare to obstruct justice. Are you the biggest in this city? A voice sounded. Zhao Sima, who was beside him, immediately retreated to the side and welcomed the person who came. Greetings to the city lord. It was the city lord of Northern Medicine City, Ao Yong. Ao Yong, who was wearing a brocade robe and an official's hat, walked out of the army, followed by 4 experts. Now that the 4 experts had gathered at the same time, it was obvious that they were going to make a big move. Otherwise, these people would not have gathered like this. Gong Xing, don't think that you can do whatever you want here just because you are a grade 9 prime general. Today, if I want to go in, no one can stop me. Ao Yong came forward and said. Gong Xing was a grade 9 prime general and was a well-known expert in 1,000-flavor grass hall. His name was like thunder. However, others might be afraid, but Ao Yong was not. The 4 grade 9 prime general experts beside him were enough to make Gong Xing retreat. Moreover, Ao Yong himself was at the peak of the prime general level. As a result, Gong Xing's aura was slightly weaker than before. Gong Xing's eyes flashed with a cold light. If it was necessary, Gong Xing would not be afraid of this bandit leader in front of him. If they really fought with the Yuan skills he had learned, he would not be afraid of this insignificant Ao Yong in front of him. After all, the 1,000-taste herb hall had its own armed forces department. It even had a specialized Yuan skill pavilion. This was to allow the people who worked for the 1,000-taste herb hall to enjoy the best treatment. If City Lord Ao wants to come in, no one will dare to stop him. As the voice fell, Lu Manxian, who was dressed in red, walked out of the house. She waved her hand and dismissed everyone. Although the 1,000 Flavors Herb Hall wasn't afraid, they couldn't openly go against the City Lord's mansion. They would definitely be criticized, and people might even dig up old scores in the future. If City Lord Ao wants to come, the 1,000 Flavor Herb Hall will naturally welcome you. However, I have to make things clear. The 1,000 Flavor Herb Hall is a place specially approved by the state government. If City Lord Ao thinks that the 1,000 Flavor Herb Hall is a place that is harboring wanted criminals, you have to be careful. Lu Manxian said indifferently, her eyes full of arrogance. The meaning behind her words was very obvious. If 1,000 Flavor Grass Hall was a place where wanted criminals were harbored, then it would be a challenge to the state government. The state government of Kuan State was where the highest authority of the dynasty was located. When it came to this level, even if Ao Yong's words made the other party dissatisfied, the other party only needed to move his finger and he could turn Ao Yong into ashes. Bitch, I'll press you under my body sooner or later. Ao Yong cursed in his heart, but on the surface, he chuckled. Chief Lu, you're exaggerating. You also know that I'm a rough person. Last night, the Northern Medicine Hall was massacred in the city, and 37 people died. We caught one alive and said that the person who did it was from the Li family of Luoxia City. And this morning, there was news that they had entered the 1,000 Taste Grass Hall. As he spoke, Ao Yong moved his fingers, and a figure was forcefully pressed forward. There was a thud. Yinglai knelt on the ground with blood all over his body. His body was also shackled. Obviously, Ao Yong had also taken control of Yinglai. Although he was found in the Northern Medicine House, Yinglai wasn't a member of the Northern Medicine House. Even if he had joined the Northern Medicine House, nobody would know because Fu Chunlei was already dead. Chapter 192. Seeing that Yinglai was captured, she didn't expect that there was still someone alive. This made Lu Manxian frown, but she didn't relax in the slightest. Hee, you want to search my 1,000 Flavor Herb Hall just because you caught a random person? If you come here once a day, my 1,000 Flavor Herb Hall will not be able to operate. If the city lord wants to search, then bring the search warrant first. Lu Manxian waved her hand and said. Elder Gong, see the guest out? Gong Xing stepped forward and extended his hand to lead the way. Please. His words were already very obvious. If they still wanted to barge in, then they would really fight on the spot. No one wanted to see such a thing happen. However, Lu Manxian also knew that she couldn't stop these people for too long. If Ao Yong wanted to search, he had to have a reason. After all, Ao Yong was a bandit. At the same time, Ao Yong's methods weren't limited to this. After staring at Lu Manxian for a while, Ao Yong's lips curled into a cold smile. Very good, very good. Director Lu, I hope you don't regret your decision. I officially order that Ming Qing, Ming Yuan, and Ming Wang streets will be locked down for an indefinite period of time. Anyone with a suspicious identity will be thrown into the dungeon of the city lord's mansion for investigation. Before the murderer is caught, the martial law will be in effect. These 3 streets were the streets around the Thousand Flavors Herb Hall. If one wanted to come to the Thousand Flavors Herb Hall, they had to pass through these 3 streets. Now that martial law had been ordered, even those with a little bit of a criminal record wouldn't dare to pass through here easily. Moreover, the city lord's mansion had the final say on what was suspicious about them. As long as the city lord's mansion felt that they were suspicious, they would basically arrest them one by one. What could they do? Could it be that they could escape? That was the reason why they wanted to catch all the passers-by. This way, in order to avoid trouble, the customers would choose to go to other places to buy medicinal herbs. Those who wanted to buy medicinal herbs were basically here to save lives. Who could wait indefinitely like this? Director Lu, think carefully before coming to me. Ao Yong stared at Lu Manxian and said with a laugh. This was the benefit of power. With just one sentence, he could use such a method to make the Thousand Flavors Herb Hall unable to survive. Seal off the 3 main streets immediately. Zhao Sima waved his hand, and his subordinates quickly took action. One by one, they blocked the road and their faces turned ugly. This had unknowingly increased their workload, so they didn't show the slightest mercy when they acted. Where do you live? What are you doing here? What are you hiding in the bag? Open it. In front of Lu Manxian and the others, the city guards began to carry out their orders. Many of them rushed back home when they heard the martial law order. Some of the customers in the Thousand Flavors Herb Hall hurriedly threw down their medicinal herbs and left. A few of the braver ones also chose their medicinal ingredients before leaving. However, most of the people left in a hurry. From this, it seemed that the business of the Thousand Taste Herb Hall had been greatly affected. Even in the next few days, there would be a similar threat here. This made the faces of Lu Manxian and the others extremely ugly. Is this Ao Yong crazy? How dare he go against us like this? That northern medicine house isn't a good place either. I heard that there are some problems. It seems that there's something going on here. Lu Manxian said in a deep voice. This matter wasn't complicated. If there weren't any benefits, why would Ao Yong be so proactive? There must be a reason behind it. However, although the other party's method was despicable, it was very effective. Let's wait and see. Don't get into a conflict with them for the time being. Sealing off the 3 streets didn't only affect the Thousand Flavors Herb Hall, but also many other businesses. These people weren't a big deal individually, but if Ao Yong went overboard when they really joined forces, Ao Yong would have to bear the consequences. Director, just now, young Master Li and the others all left. Lu Manxian was about to go back and tell Li Zongjiu what happened here, but the pharmacist trainee hurried over and said, Left? How did they leave? When Lu Manxian heard this, she was stunned. The surrounding area had just been cordoned off, and the streets were filled with city guards. If they weren't careful, they would definitely bump into them. Was this guy trying to cause trouble? Just open the window and then, swoosh, they left. The trainee was probably a little nervous. She gesticulated with her hands and feet to describe the scene just now. Li Zongjiu and the others left the Thousand Flavors Herb Hall so easily. If they had said that they were leaving, I would have let them in. Then, things wouldn't have turned out like this. Really, Lu Manxian was also very troubled. Since they had left the Thousand Flavors Herb Hall, it had nothing to do with the Thousand Flavors Herb Hall anymore. Of course, if they still wanted to buy any medicinal herbs, Lu Manxian would be very happy to serve Li Zongjiu and the others. After all, she was a businessman. If she came to talk about business, she would naturally be the happiest. As for the grudges, Lu Manxian didn't care at all. If it weren't for the fact that Li Zongjiu was rich and generous and gave a total of 200 million yuan, she wouldn't have given them the change. Then, she wouldn't have gone through so much trouble. Ao Yong and the others were also walking on the road. Zhao Sima came in front of Ao Yong. He was incomparably respectful. Keep an eye on the Thousand Flavors Herb Hall. If you find anything, immediately take them down. If they resist, kill them on the spot. Yes, sir. Zhao Sima immediately said. Seeing that Ao Yong and the others were leaving, he continued, Farewell, sir. Ao Yong, who was walking, looked up at the sky. Black clouds were surging, and it was raining. That's strange. It was cloudless just now, and now it's raining. What bad luck! Ao Yong waved his sleeves. His grade 4 medicinal pills must have been taken away by that damn Li family brat. It didn't matter if you killed someone or took away their money. However, this medicinal pill wasn't something that could be bought with money. For Ao Yong, it was something that could raise his realm and allow him to have a higher level of existence. How could he be willing to give up such a treasure? If he waited until Li Zongjiu and the others left the northern medicine city, then there would be even less of a chance. Therefore, he had to take action within these 2 days. Therefore, he, Ao Yong, also brought these 4 experts with him. Whoosh! The rain was pouring down. The 4 people beside Ao Yong held up umbrellas to protect him. When the 5 of them turned into this small alley, the 5 of them couldn't help but stop. In front of the alley stood a figure holding a black oil paper umbrella. It seemed that he had been waiting for a long time. The rain fell, but it splashed 3 inches away from his shoes. Powerful Yuan Qi protected his body, not a single drop of rain stained his body. In front of him was a heavy downpour. The curtain of rain blocked his view, making it difficult for Ao Yong to see clearly what the small man in front of him looked like. However, the purpose of this person's visit was already very clear. Interesting, Ao Yong sneered. Then, he turned his head and saw that behind him, another 4 people walked out and blocked their path, openly intercepting and killing a city lord. How dare you? You washed the northern medicine tower with blood, and you still want to attack me? Ao Yong sneered. The 4 experts beside him had already separated into 2 sides. 3 of them walked to the back, while the other one faced the person in front. He put away his umbrella and took out his ice blade. Seeing this, Li Zongjiu smiled faintly. Actually, you don't have to die, as long as you make a smart decision. Chapter 193. You don't have to die? Make a smart decision? Hearing this, Ao Yong immediately raised his head to the sky and laughed loudly. Even the heavy rain couldn't cover his laughter. With your Yuan master level cultivation? Take down these audacious assassins. Ao Yong did not waste any more time and directly gave the order. The 4 experts beside him immediately stepped forward. In the rain, this figure constantly dashed forward, shattering the raindrops in front of him. From this, one could see how fast this person was. The person who charged towards Li Zongjiu was the most senior and strongest of the 4 guards. Dong Hu. A pair of iron hammers suddenly appeared in Dong Hu's hands. The other side of the iron hammers also had spikes. This kind of short and dangerous weapon could often display a terrifying power. These spikes were like the fangs of a tiger king, filled with danger and ferocity. Looks like you made the wrong choice. Li Zongjiu helplessly shook his head as he watched Dong Hu charge over. The 2 hammers in his hands were like a storm. Metal attribute Yuan energy. The yuan energy of a grade 9 yuan general instantly erupted and covered the iron hammers in his hands. Immediately, the pair of hammers turned into a pure gold color. Boom! The twin hammers descended towards Li Zongjiu's head. However, Li Zongjiu's figure had already leaped up. From behind him, he directly swung the umbrella in his hand and smashed towards the hammers. The ground shook as the raindrops spread out and swept up like a wave. Seeing Li Zongjiu's umbrella swing over, Dong Hu raised his hand. He raised a hand to block the umbrella. Clang! A collision sound rang out and a burst of sparks exploded, sending Dong Hu's figure flying. The iron hammers were the ones that flew, but they were firmly held in Dong Hu's hands, making him feel as if he was smashed away. What a strong force! Dong Hu was shocked. There was a steel blade hidden under the umbrella. Dong Hu glanced at his iron hammers and saw that there was actually a deep mark. A glint flashed across his eyes. 6 revolution steel blade. At a glance, he recognized the weapon in Li Zongjiu's hand. The craftsmanship of the 7-star fire room and each weapon were at the peak. It must be completed with the most complete craftsmanship and the most rigorous technique. Whoosh! After Li Zongjiu's attack succeeded, he leaped up again and charged towards Dong Hu. Dong Hu was not careless. This was because he had seen the scene of the Northern Medicine Tower. Almost all the people on the 6th floor had died under the steel blade. Therefore, the person who wielded the steel blade was extremely dangerous. Although Li Zongjiu didn't look very old, but at his age, there were often monstrous geniuses. As long as one left the northern medicine city and went to see the top geniuses of first-tier cities, then it wouldn't be strange to see them in the future. Golden thunder tigers roar. Dong Hu spun the twin hammers in his hands and suddenly swung them in Li Zongjiu's direction. Boom! The golden thunder fury hammer was accompanied by the tiger's roar. It continued to advance and the ground cracked. At the same time, a sound wave rushed towards Li Zongjiu. This was a pretty good killer move. It was actually hidden in this yuan skill, a sound wave technique. However, in front of Li Zongjiu, it was obviously not good enough. No matter how despicable the move was or how complicated and troublesome the chain of attacks was, it was nothing in front of Li Zongjiu. After all, he was someone who had seen everything. He pried a brick from the side and threw it forward. The brick was smashed into pieces by the sound wave, but the sound wave was also completely exhausted. Boom! The 7 waves of yuan qi collided. In an instant, the air on the street became extremely sharp. The air within 100 meters was filled with the aura of battle. Qin Lai and the others were already fighting with the 3 experts. Although the cultivation of the 3 experts was much stronger than Qin Lai and the others, they could still hold on for a while. However, if the battle dragged on, they would not be able to hold on. Therefore, they could only hope that Li Zongjiu would end the battle quickly. Qin Lai and the others' goal was not to defeat the enemies in front of them, but to stall for time. Therefore, the 4 of them cooperated and dodged the attacks instead of facing them head-on. They fought well. Bastard, eat my hammer! Dong Hu waved the iron hammer in his hand and directly exploded with yuan qi. It formed a strong force field and directly fixed Li Zongjiu's body on the spot. Li Zongjiu did not resist, and even allowed the force to press him towards Dong Hu. No matter how good you are at tricks, in front of absolute power, any action is superfluous. The force gathered in Dong Hu's hand was enough to kill a dozen Li Zongjiu. However, Li Zongjiu did not give his opponent a chance. The iron hammer in Dong Hu's hand reached out and was already smashing towards Li Zongjiu. Li Zongjiu had already reached out his finger. The power of the golden dragon pattern in the origin bead instantly attached to his finger. Break! Facing the iron hammer that Dong Hu dropped, Li Zongjiu turned it into a pure gold finger. So what if your finger turns golden? Dong Hu was disdainful. But the falling iron hammer. Suddenly, with a clink, it flew out of his hand. The strong force caused his wrist to hurt. Not good! The moment the iron hammer flew out, he already felt that something was wrong. Sure enough, in the next moment, he felt a pain in his chest. Even his inner armor did not provide any resistance. It was directly pierced by Li Zongjiu's finger. After piercing the man's heart with one finger, Li Zongjiu did not hesitate. He pulled out the long saber in his hand and directly chopped down on Dong Hu's head. Whoosh! The head fell to the ground and blood splattered everywhere. This slash was not sloppy at all. Dong Hu had died an unjust death. He had not even figured out what had happened to him before his head was chopped off with a single slash. No matter how strong your origin chi was, your head was already chopped off. What else could you do? You're courting death. Ao Yong saw Li Zongjiu kill Dong Hu so decisively. First, he was amazed by Li Zongjiu's strength. Then, he was shocked by Li Zongjiu's resolute attitude. He was determined to be his enemy. There must be a battle today. It seems that the thing must be in your hands. If I don't kill you today, how can I manage this northern medicine city in the future? Ao Yong said indifferently. Although Dong Hu was dead, the death of his bodyguard for many years was a very regrettable thing for him. However, Ao Yong did not take this matter to heart. Speaking of bodyguards, Ao Yong did not need so many people to protect him. It was just that there were occasions where it was necessary. Moreover, it was more convenient for these people to take action than to do it himself. Since Li Zongjiu was dead, so be it. He couldn't possibly be sad over it. The most important thing right now was to kill Li Zongjiu and snatch that thing away. A shiny saber appeared in his hand. It's been almost 6 years since I left the mysterious underworld mountain. My golden fragment blade is about to rust. If I don't destroy you today, I'll definitely kill you. If I don't kill you today, how can I, Ao Yong, go out in the future? Ao Yong let out a low roar. Instantly, a terrifying light burst out from the Zamadeo and rushed towards Li Zongjiu. Boom! Saber chi burst forth. When the saber slashed out, the rainwater within a 10-meter radius evaporated. Li Zongjiu executed his footwork and did not fight it head-on. After all, if he fought it head-on, the outcome would be very miserable. Li Zongjiu's origin chi cultivation was far from being a match for Ao Yong. Chapter 194. Ao Yong's speed was extremely fast, and his attack was also extremely ruthless. After this attack, he once again caught up. The Zamadeo was like a light that was brewing as it suddenly fell towards Li Zongjiu. Clang! Li Zongjiu blocked with both hands. The 6-revolution steel blade in his hand also shook violently. It constantly trembled in his hand. At the same time, Li Zongjiu's figure was also knocked back dozens of meters. Boom! His feet streaked across the water. The steel blade in Li Zongjiu's hand fell to the ground. With a loud bang, the remaining force of Ao Yong's attack instantly hit the ground, causing a large earthquake. The bluestone slabs on the ground were directly shattered into hundreds of pieces. I thought you had some great ability. Today leave your head here. Ao Yong roared. He had been in northern Medicine City for so many years, but he had never met anyone who dared to rob him. If he didn't make a move and let these people know that he was the originator of this robbery, they would really think that he had ascended to heaven. He once again circulated the Yuan power in his body, condensing it on the Zamadeo in his hand. The Zamadeo suddenly bloomed with brilliance, as if there was a giant crocodile lying on the Zamadeo. As the blade fell, the crocodile also fiercely swung its tail. Li Zongjiu looked at the scene in front of him. This was not a real Yuan spirit. Now that Ao Yong was at the peak of the Yuan general level, he more or less had some contact with Yuan spirit. Before he truly had the ability to absorb Yuan spirits and condense his own Yuan spirit, he would also try to use his own Yuan power to create a Yuan spirit. It helped him to feel the power of the Yuan spirit in advance. Although this was a fake Yuan spirit, its power was still quite strong. When the blade fell, even if Li Zongjiu was hiding in the distance, he would definitely be affected by the blade. The only way was to face it head-on. Blood Frenzy Guide. Golden Dragon Yuan Spirit, Ancient Golden Body Shield. Li Zongjiu bit the tip of his tongue and spat a mouthful of essence blood into his palm. Immediately, he could feel that the yuan power in his body was rapidly increasing. Boom! The elemental energy in Li Zongjiu's body instantly surged. He had broken through the limit of the yuan general realm. In the blink of an eye, he had reached the realm of a second-grade origin general. The ancient tyrant golden body cover was like a layer of golden light that fell on his body. When Li Zongjiu's entire body was covered by the golden light shield, Ao Yang's blade just happened to fall. Boom! Li Zongjiu held the saber above his head with both hands and took the saber head-on. The energy within Ao Yang's body was like a terrifying waterfall. It suddenly poured down and washed away Li Zongjiu until he was about to collapse. If an ordinary person was hit by this blade, they would definitely be smashed into pieces. However, Li Zongjiu's Yuan Sutra was able to absorb this energy. Golden Dragon? Ao Yong was not blind. Although Li Zongjiu's Golden Dragon origin spirit was very low-key, it had already covered Li Zongjiu's entire body. This was the genuine power of the origin spirit. You're actually a natural origin spirit. Ao Yong was immediately taken aback. His face was also filled with shock. Li Zongjiu did not give the other party too much time to be surprised. He stretched out his hand and his finger suddenly turned golden. Ding! The finger fell on the saber. It was like a treasured saber that could cut through iron like mud. It directly broke the saber in half. My golden fragment saber! Ao Yong exclaimed. He had hired a professional blacksmith to forge his golden fragment saber. Although he was not a blacksmith at the level of the 7-star flame room, he was definitely a top-notch existence in northern Medicine City. His personal weapon for many years was now so fragile in front of Li Zongjiu. This also shocked Ao Yong. However, Li Zongjiu's movements did not stop. After breaking the saber with one finger, the finger once again turned into a sharp sword and pierced towards Ao Yong's body. This finger actually has the power to pierce through gold. Ao Yong felt the power of Li Zongjiu's golden finger at close range. Previously, Dong Hu had died because of this move. However, Ao Yong did not see it clearly at that time. He died before he could see it clearly and thought that something had happened to Dong Hu. Now that Ao Yong was facing this move personally, he also felt the terrifying threat in it. However, this was not the first time Ao Yong faced such danger. Immediately, the yuan power in his body burst out. Just relying on the yuan power fluctuation of a peak yuan general, it was enough to send Li Zongjiu flying. This was the gap between levels. There was never any suspense. However, just as Ao Yong was about to release his power and send Li Zongjiu flying, suddenly, he saw Li Zongjiu's eyes. When he saw Li Zongjiu's eyes, Ao Yong felt as if he had fallen into a quagmire. Although he clearly knew that this was a dangerous thing, and it was very easy to lose his life here, he still couldn't help but look at Li Zongjiu's eyes when he stared at Li Zongjiu. The pain in his chest woke Ao Yong up. What, evil soul eye? Li Zongjiu's most powerful killing skill. Under normal circumstances, Li Zongjiu wouldn't need to use such a skill. When he had killed Mu Yuan, Li Zongjiu had used this move. Now, with the increase of his mental power and yuan power, the attributes and effects of the evil soul eye were also more impressive. Even Ao Yong, who was at the peak yuan general level, could not resist it. What kind of move is this? Ao Yong was unwilling, but Li Zongjiu did not answer him. Li Zongjiu withdrew his finger from Ao Yong's body. When he executed the metal elemental finger, it consumed a large amount of elemental energy. Because he wasn't confident that he would be able to hit Ao Yong, Li Zongjiu forcefully executed the evil soul eye to stop Ao Yong. In fact, the effect of the evil soul eye was targeted at some experts who had weaknesses in their heart. With a glance, one would be able to see the weakness in the depths of one's heart. Then, it would be like a test of one's inner demons. However, Li Zongjiu's strength was still not enough. Therefore, the effect of the evil soul I was only to cause one to be in a trance. That brief moment of absent-mindedness was enough. It was enough for Li Zongjiu to kill a person. Although the 6 revolving steel blade in his hand was chipped, it was still sharp. Li Zongjiu did not hesitate and slashed at Ao Yong. But Ao Yong reached out and grabbed Li Zongjiu's blade. Who exactly are you? If someone were to tell him that Li Zongjiu had really come from the tiny Sunset City, then Ao Yong would never believe it. His eyes were filled with unwillingness, and he longed for an answer. He, Ao Yong, had been in Northern Medicine City for so long that everyone had to give him face. Li Zongjiu was clearly here to kill him. His goal was very clear. He really wanted to know who the person who killed him was. Li Zongjiu looked coldly at Ao Yong. With a gentle twist of his wrist, he cut off all 5 of Ao Yong's fingers. Then, with another slash, he took Ao Yong's head. Plop! Ao Yong's head rolled on the ground with a pair of ferocious eyes wide open. Never in his dreams did he expect this. He had been keeping a low profile in the city for several years. Even in the perilous, mysterious underworld mountain range, he had survived. In the turbulent northern medicine city, he had lived a prosperous life. Today, he had died in the hands of an unknown person. On such a cold and rainy day, Ao Yong's body fell. Li Zongjiu naturally took off his storage ring. Who knew how much money was inside? Ever since Li Zongjiu knew that his family was short of money and was actually so poor, Li Zongjiu was also interested in the storage ring. Otherwise, Li Zongjiu usually would not be so interested in these things. These things were just worldly possessions to Li Zongjiu. City Lord. City Lord is dead. The 3 people who were fighting with Qin Lai and the others suddenly realized that Ao Yong was dead. Their expressions immediately changed. They naturally did not care if others died, but Ao Yong was dead. They would not live for long either. As a result, the 3 of them stopped moving and stopped tangling with Qin Lai and the others. They just stood where they were and allowed the rain from the sky to fall on their bodies with a pitter-patter. Li Zongjiu glanced at the 3 people who had stopped. I can cure the 100 ghost heart-devouring poison in your bodies. Chapter 195. Li Zongjiu's voice wasn't loud, but the 3 of them heard it clearly. It could be cured? Could it really be cured? The 3 of them looked at each other. They had been trapped by Ao Yong's side all these years. It wasn't because of Ao Yong's ability to convince the masses and make them loyal and devoted, willing to follow Ao Yong wholeheartedly. It was because Ao Yong had hired a poison master who was good at refining poisons to refine an extremely toxic slow-acting poison called the heart-devouring 100 ghost. It was a very obscure poison. After the poison was successfully refined, Ao Yong had directly killed the poison master. The 4 of them were the ones who had been forced to take the poison. That was why they had stayed by Ao Yong's side so wholeheartedly. If they didn't take the antidote regularly, they would die from the backlash of the heart-devouring 100 ghosts in less than a month. In fact, the 4 of them weren't the only ones who had taken the poison. Only the 4 of them had survived. Only Ao Yong knew the formula for the antidote. Now that Ao Yong was dead, there might be an antidote in this world. However, it was almost impossible to find it in a short month. How can we believe you? Among the 3 of them, there were 2 men and 1 woman. One of them was a couple. The man was called Chang He and the woman was called Luo Ri. There was another man who was slightly older. He was the strongest after Dong Hu. He didn't talk much, but when he fought, he was also a ruthless person called Luo Sha. The one who had spoken was Luo Sha. At the moment, they seemed to have no choice. If they didn't believe Li Zongjiu, they would die from the pain of the heart-devouring 100 ghosts in a month. No one would be able to save them. It wasn't easy to attain this level of cultivation and kill Ao Yong. However, there was no way to survive this poison. They couldn't see any hope in it. Li Zhongjiu only found out that these people had been poisoned after killing Dong Hu. After all, he was an experienced alchemist. Li Zhongjiu's judgment in this aspect couldn't be wrong. The heart-devouring 100 ghosts poison was indeed not weak, but in front of Li Zhongjiu, it was nothing. In his previous life, Li Zhongjiu had seen poisons, and even poisons that he had personally tasted, were thousands of times more potent than this. Even the poison pill that he had refined some time ago was much more toxic than the heart-devouring 100 ghosts. If an ordinary person took that poison pill, the effect would be very significant. Only a body like Li Zhongjiu's could withstand it. Qin Lai and the others also flashed and landed beside Li Zhongjiu. They looked at the two corpses on the ground. His heart was also filled with shock. It was 4 against 3, but none of them succeeded in the end. They were even on the verge of defeat. If it was night, they would probably be dead. Li Zhongjiu, on the other hand, was fighting against 2 of them alone. He didn't even suffer any injuries, yet he had already killed all of them. The difference between them was very obvious. Lin Tsang propped up an elemental energy field, blocking the surrounding rainwater outside of his body. There is a black line on the left side of your chest. If this black line reaches your throat, it will be the day you die. If I'm not wrong, the medicinal soup that this person gave you every month didn't weaken the poison. Instead, it suppressed it. Moreover, the poison is accumulating over time and is constantly getting stronger. Even if you continue to take that medicinal soup, you have at most half a year to live. Li Zhongjiu said slowly. Although they were unsure of the authenticity of the medicinal soup, the black lines on their chests were indeed as Li Zhongjiu had said. Even the information that they had privately gathered and the pharmacists that they had visited all had the same opinion. If they were to continue, only death would await them. As long as the black line reached their necks, there was no turning back. Give me 7 days. I can refine an elixir that can suppress the heart-devouring poison in your body for half a year. Half a year later, I will detoxify you and let you go. Li Zhongjiu stated his condition. It was very straightforward. What if we don't agree? Then I'll kill you today. There's no need to wait a month. Li Zhongjiu said indifferently. The 3 of them looked at each other and whispered to each other. Does this person really have that kind of ability? Ordinary people don't know about the poison in our bodies. This kid has the ability to kill Aoyong. Maybe he really has that kind of ability? We're going to die anyway. If Aoyong doesn't die today, we'll continue to be puppets. We might even die half a year later. Why don't we take a gamble now? I don't want to die at such a young age. This kid looks unlucky. If we don't make a stand today, I'm afraid we won't be able to live. Sunset glanced at Li Zhongjiu. Although the 4 experts by Li Zhongjiu's side were nothing to be afraid of, the fact that he could mobilize so many experts at such a young age was enough to prove his strength. In addition, he wasn't weak. He killed Aoyong directly. Over the years, there were many people who wanted to kill Aoyong, but only Li Zhongjiu succeeded. What kind of heaven-defying ability did this kid have? After some discussion, Luo Sha stepped forward and knelt in front of Li Zhongjiu. I, Luo Sha, am willing to submit to young master. Changhe and Sunset looked at each other, then knelt beside Luo Sha. Changhe and Sunset are willing to submit to young master. Li Zhongjiu nodded in satisfaction. With a flick of his finger, 3 elixirs shot out. Swoosh. The 3 of them reached out and caught the elixirs. This is an antidote. It can expel a small portion of the poison in your body. 2 days later, come to the Li family in Sunset City to find me. After speaking, Li Zhongjiu turned and left. Lin Tsang and the others followed closely behind Li Zhongjiu. At this moment, Lin Tsang and the rest were extremely impressed with Li Zhongjiu's methods. Even though it seemed simple, it wasn't easy to take in all these people. These people had done all sorts of evil deeds. In order to survive, they were willing to do anything. If it wasn't for the poison in their bodies, they might have killed Ao Yong. However, Li Zongjiu's performance made them feel an invisible pressure. Although they had already submitted, this antidote was a moment to prove his strength. It proved that Li Zongjiu had the ability to cure them and expel the poison in their bodies. In addition, they had to report in 2 days to give them enough time to think. After all, if they were fast, they would only need 1 day to reach Sunset City. The speed of these experts was difficult to estimate. It was normal for them to run for half a day. Now, they might still have some regrets and doubts, but after eating the detoxification pill, they would not make such a decision. Instead, they would run to Luoxia City to look for Li Zongjiu. In this trip to Northern Medicine City, they had seen Li Zongjiu's strength. No one dared to believe that Li Zongjiu was so young, but his strength was so strong. No one here could be Li Zongjiu's opponent. The matter of the Northern Medicine Alliance had been resolved. That night, Li Zongjiu and the others had dinner in Northern Medicine City, and then left. When they arrived outside the city, they sat on the white crane and soared into the sky. They flew towards Sunset City. Soon, Ao Yong's body was found by the city guards. This piece of news could be said to be incomparably heavy, and it directly caused an uproar in Northern Medicine City. What kind of concept was this? This might be the biggest thing that had happened in the Qingyan dynasty for a long time. A city lord was directly killed by someone. There were many different opinions about the person who did this. No one knew who it was. To have the strength and guts to kill the city lord, this was a serious crime. Once it was found out, the whole family would be executed. When Lu Manxian of the Thousand Taste Herb Hall heard the news, she put down the account book in her hand in shock. What? Ao Yong is dead. Although Lu Manxian didn't know who the culprit was, when she heard the news, her first thought was that it was the young man who had just appeared 2 days ago and had a calm expression on his face. Was it him? No one gave Lu Manxian an answer. Chapter 196. Outside the Flying Cloud City. The Huang Yuan or Valley was surrounded by the guards of the Li family and the Bai family. Although the two families were working together to mine resources from afar, not many people dared to provoke them. Firstly, the Su family had already offered the 80 million gold coins with both hands. They knew the consequences. If the young man came again, the consequences would be unimaginable. The Su family was also completely defeated in this battle. The Di-Xian Merchant Alliance did not choose the Huang family to join. Originally, it was a choice between the Huang family and the Su family. On the surface, the Su family had a better chance of winning. However, after Su Tianfeng's actions, the Su family was directly dragged down and collapsed. It would take at least 10 years for him to recover from the loss of his primordial qi. Fortunately, Su Tianfeng was already dead. Otherwise, Su Tianfeng would have been tortured to death. However, the Di-Xian Merchant Alliance did not extend an olive branch to the Huang family. Instead, they sent an application to the Li family, hoping that the Li family could join the Di-Xian Merchant Alliance. This action was extremely puzzling in the eyes of many people. After all, the Li family was only a family in the Luoxia city. It was difficult for them to reach the top. In comparison, the Huang family's strength was obviously above the Li family. If they were to compare, the Huang family's joining would be able to inject more powerful and fresh blood into the alliance. The Li family was happy, but the Huang family was not. Initially, they didn't want to provoke the Li family. However, now that the Li family wanted to step on their Huang family's head and shit on them, they couldn't tolerate it. Therefore, the vicinity of the Huang Yuan had become lively recently. They would be attacked from time to time. Fortunately, Li Xuelan and Bai Luoxua were there. The two of them cooperated very well. During this process, Li Xuelan also recognized Bai Luoxua's ability. How could such a girl be born in the Bai family? Why didn't the Li family have such an outstanding disciple? Of course, Li Zongjiu didn't count. Li Zongjiu was already a god. It could be said that Li Zongjiu had fought for this country. Apart from that, the sales of the Huang Yuan ore had also reached a stalemate. This was because the Huang family had done something behind the scenes, blocking the sales of the Huang Yuan ore. The amount of Huang Yuan ore that had been mined was already piled up like a mountain. It was placed in the warehouse. Firstly, there was no way to sell it. Secondly, the price would be very low. Secondly, with so many valuable things piled up here, it was more or less a danger. Perhaps someone was thinking about him all the time. After all, the trouble caused by the Huang family was short-lived. However, the Li family and the Bai family had encountered some problems. It was the entrance of the newly opened tunnel. It was indeed detected that there was a new mine within. Moreover, the grade of this mine was several grades higher than that of the Huang Yuan ore. Even some of the crystal fragments at the edge of the mine were detected to have a much higher degree of energy than that of the Huang Yuan ore. However, when the mining team wanted to continue their exploration, they discovered that the entrance they had opened led to a tunnel. The appearance of this mysterious tunnel seemed to have been formed by itself. However, apart from this piece of news, there was no other news. All of the exploration teams had disappeared. Yesterday, Elder Li Xuelan had personally gone there. In the end, Elder Li Xuelan had escaped with serious injuries. The rest of the guards had all died in the mysterious tunnel. This had happened at the same time that Li Zhongjiu had left the Li family. Li Tianqing had also arrived at the Huang Yuan ore site on the same day. According to Elder Li Xuelan's description, in the mysterious tunnel of the Huang Yuan ore, there was a very dangerous and terrifying crawling meta-beast. As for what it was, Elder Li Xuelan couldn't say. They are very fast and use 4 legs to crawl. In addition, their tails are longer than their bodies. Their main attack is using their tails. All of the guards died because of their tails. Elder Li Xuelan had already been sent to Flying Cloud City for treatment. On the second day, the entrance of the tunnel was temporarily sealed. No one was allowed to enter. After many rounds of research, they finally had an idea of the meta-beast inside. Living corpse? There is such a meta-beast? Li Tianqing looked at the information in his hands. Living corpses are not considered living creatures. They are bodies of power born from the nourishment of strong yin energy. They only have power, but no intelligence. A bespectacled elder from the Li family said. This elder's name was Li Taishu. He was considered to be the most knowledgeable person in the Li family. He wasn't strong, but he knew a lot about meta-beasts. These living corpses must have mutated. That's why they grew such a long tail. It is an offensive weapon derived from their excessive energy. If one is bitten by it, one will be infected by the corpse demon. However, don't worry. The environment in which they can survive is the place surrounded by the yin energy in the tunnel. If they leave that place, it will be difficult for them to survive. They must be guarding something in this place. There might be a tomb below. Elder Li Taishu said. Corpse demon? Li Tianqing gasped as he thought about the wounds on Elder Li Xuelan's body. If that was the case, then it was very likely to be true. Tomb? Is there any record of who is buried below? Li Tianqing asked. Li Taishu shook his head. This area used to be part of the Black Water Forest. It was later developed, so there are no specific records. However, based on my speculation, the cultivation of the person buried here is at least at the Yuan monarch level. Yuan monarch level? Even Li Tianqing was shocked. They had never thought that they would come into contact with such an unattainable powerhouse in their lifetime. However, they had only taken over the Yellowstone mine for less than a month and had already unearthed the tomb of a Yuan monarch. This was a huge leap in level. Li Taishu's breathing was a little hurried. He had been studying for a long time. Finally, he had encountered a time when he could unleash his potential. Furthermore, after serving the Li family for so long, he also hoped to see the Li family soar and spread its wings one day. Perhaps there was an opportunity in this Yuan monarch tomb that could make the Li family a wealthy family. Even if they couldn't do it now, as long as they could obtain the treasures in this tomb, They would definitely be able to make the Li family soar and shine with the accumulation of time. Family head, this is an opportunity. This news must not be leaked. Elder Li Taishu said in a low voice. There were only the two of them in the meeting tent. Before this, Elder Li Taishu had already sensed that this matter wasn't simple, so he had cleared everyone out. This matter is of great importance. We need to convene an elders' meeting. The Li family alone won't be able to take it all. Li Tianqing could see clearly that if Li Taishu's guess was true, then it wouldn't be simple. It definitely wouldn't be something that the Li family could take down. Besides, we have to wait for Zhongjiu to return first. Li Tianqing thought of Li Zhongjiu. Although Li Zhongjiu was still a child, Li Tianqing had a feeling that only Li Zhongjiu had the experience to deal with this matter. If he rashly gave the order and forced his way into the tomb, then it might bring disaster to the Li family. Young master? The young master is still young, and this matter is of great importance. Family head, you have to think carefully. This might be the glorious future of the Li family. Li Taishu was a little anxious. In his opinion, he should immediately organize a group of people to head over and extract the treasures in this tomb. Although it was said to be the tomb of a Yuan monarch powerhouse, so much time had already passed. Besides some living corpses, there probably wouldn't be anything that was a threat. Rest assured, Elder. I naturally won't hand over the Li family's glorious opportunity to others, Li Tianqing said with a wave of his hand. Upon seeing Li Tianqing's attitude, Li Taishu knew that he couldn't persuade him. In the end, he had no choice but to take his leave. Chapter 197. After Elder Li Taishu left, Li Tianqing ordered the area to be temporarily sealed off. No one was allowed to get close. The peace would only last for 2 days. A group of elite and experienced assassins descended from the sky and took advantage of the night to kill their way into Li Tianqing's tent. Suddenly, battle cries rose one after another. Flames appeared in the night. Enemy attack! A Li family guard had just finished shouting when his head was chopped off by a blade. Kill! Several black-clothed men who had just climbed up the hill skillfully crept toward Li Tianqing's tent. It's here! These people looked at each other. Just as they were about to break the tent in front of them, they suddenly heard a low whistling sound. Whoosh! A sharp arrow whizzed past in front of him. The leader tilted his head and dodged it, but he didn't expect that the arrow would directly pierce through the other person's cheek. The arrow went in from the left side of his face and came out from the right side. Watch out for the archers! The black-clothed masked man shouted, but it was too late. When the arrow whizzed past, he saw 2 figures descending from the sky. Bastard, eat my saber! Zhu Yan's figure descended from the sky, and the saber energy in his hand burst forth. The black-clothed man panicked and tried to block, but his speed was cut off by the saber. As he retreated, the archer who had been watching from afar released another attack. Whoosh! Another arrow was shot. Ding! He was lucky to block it, but the long saber in his hand trembled from the impact. He did not expect that Li Tianqing would have so many experts guarding him. Could it be that Li Tianqing had brought all the experts of the Li family with him? Boss! Run! Suddenly, a black-clothed man's figure fell, as if an invisible hand was strangling his neck. With a plop, the black-clothed man fell to the ground. He had already lost his breath. However, no one beside the black-clothed man made a move. Suddenly, the leader of the black-clothed men was shocked. Run! The leader of the black-clothed men whistled. It was impossible for them to escape using the original route. The only way was to charge into the valley and kill their way out from the other side. That was just a mine. Although there was a cliff outside the mine, with their equipment they could easily slide out. Don't let a single one escape. Li Tianqing rushed out of the tent. He was doing some research on the living corpse to see if there was any way to deal with it. However, the sudden attack of these people was beyond Li Tianqing's expectation. However, Li Tianqing wasn't someone to be trifled with. A black-clothed man who was close to Li Tianqing charged over, but Li Tianqing directly twisted his head off. "You're courting death. How dare you attack my Li family's campsite?" The Li family's guards also reacted very quickly. In addition to the traps and mechanisms that were set up in the surroundings, more than half of the nearly 20 black-clothed assassins were killed. Swish, swish. The 100-mile archer god, Old Hay, with his bow, guarded a path that led to the mine. It was directly sealed off. The remaining 7 people gritted their teeth and quickly rushed to the other side. This new side was the newly opened mine of the Li family. It was also the place that was proven to have a graveyard. "Don't chase any more." Li Tianqing stretched out his hand to block the pursuing guards. Seeing those people rush into the graveyard passage, Li Tianqing hurriedly said. Nearly 100 Li family's guards moved together. If they wanted to chase, they could definitely kill these 7 people. However, since Li Tianqing gave the order, they stopped. "Family head, are you okay?" Zhu Yan came to Li Tianqing's side and asked. "I'm fine." Behind the group of guards, a young girl in a light green dress walked out. Xiaoye. Xiaoye's mental strength had stabilized at the 3rd level under Li Zongjiu's guidance. Even Li Zongjiu didn't expect such progress. He couldn't even believe it. Xiaoye's innate original spirit was the Millennium Water Lily. Such a divine object couldn't be easily mastered. However, looking at Xiaoye's strength, it seemed that she had a natural understanding with the Millennium Water Lily. Moreover, the degree of understanding was very high. Therefore, the speed at which she mastered it was very fast. Those dead men in black didn't have any wounds on their bodies. However, they were tortured to death in their sleep. This was the most terrifying method. You can't say when you will be killed without any evidence or wounds. This mercenary team didn't continue to take risk. Instead, they stayed by Li Tianqing's side and became his personal guards, secretly protecting Li Tianqing. With Li Zongjiu's strength, naturally, he didn't need their protection. However, Li Tianqing's strength was still a little lacking. Tonight, it happened that they were here. Therefore, they could easily block the attack. Everyone, strictly guard the checkpoint. If these people come out, shoot them directly. Don't allow them to come close to the camp. Li Tianqing said. "Yes, family head." Old Hay jumped down from the hillside. He was curious why they stopped chasing. If they continued to chase, these people wouldn't be able to escape. They actually dared to attack the Li family's camp. They were really desperate. Were they tired of living? Very quickly, Li Gui reported the identities of these people to him. "They are all from the Huang family in Flying Cloud City. Even if I don't check, I have a rough idea," Li Tianqing said in a deep voice. Suddenly, a cold light flashed in his eyes. "Not good. Quickly send people to Flying Cloud City to protect Elder Xuelon," Li Tianqing said immediately. Since these people dared to launch an attack on the Li family's campsite, it was very likely that they would launch a sneak attack on the injured Li Xuelon. If they kidnapped Li Xuelon, the Li family would also be restrained. Not only Li Xuelon, but Bai Luoxue was also arranged to go to the city. Firstly, she was to take care of Li Xuelon. Secondly, she was to deal with some merchants in Flying Cloud City. After all, the Huang Yuan ores had to be sold. Inside the mine, those who managed to escape to this place were relieved when they saw that the Li family members didn't chase after them. At least for now, they had a chance to catch their breath. I didn't expect Li Tianqing to have such an expert by his side. The leader of the black-clothed men took off his mask. It was the second head of the Huang family in Flying Cloud City, Huang Pei. "My leg was also hit by an arrow." Huang Pei's leg had a bloody hole. It wasn't that the arrow missed. Instead, when he was running, the arrow directly pierced through his leg. Blood flowed continuously and seeped into the ground. After bandaging the wound, blood continued to flow out from the wound on his leg. "This fucking arrowhead even has the function of bleeding." Huang Pei cursed angrily. If he went out and found this guy who shot him in the back, he would definitely crush his head. Do you guys smell something? Huang Pei suddenly felt a pungent smell. This kind of disgusting smell, as long as one was a person, they would not be able to ignore it. Not only Huang Pei, but the others also smelled it. It was as if something had entered their nostrils. Drip. Huang Pei felt the top of his head sink. It was as if something was dripping on his head. Huang Pei reached out his hand and touched it. He found a green sticky substance sticking to his hand. His subordinate, however, was looking at him with an extremely terrified gaze. What happened? Did you see a ghost? Huang Pei couldn't help but ask. Suddenly, a cold wind blew. Huang Pei, who was alert, shrank his neck. He seemed to have understood something. Huang Pei slowly raised his head and looked up. His eyes were filled with terror. Roar! Just as Huang Pei raised his head, a heavy object fell from the ceiling of the cave. A long tail instantly coiled around Huang Pei's head. With a loud bang, Huang Pei's head was coiled off. Then, he forcefully pulled out the head. Blood splattered everywhere. Ghost! When the remaining members of the Huang clan saw this, they immediately cried out in alarm. Everyone got up and walked out of the cave. However, before they could take a few steps, they saw 3 of the same creatures falling down from the cave with a loud bang. They lay on the ground, sticking out their scarlet tongues. The tongues were as long as whips. In this valley, only a few screams were left. After that, there was no more sound. Li Tianqing and the others in the distance frowned. Some of them were puzzled, but when they looked at Li Tianqing, they seemed to understand something. Seal this place. No one is allowed to come close.